Okay, so I will admit, going into the stream, I have a little bit of context of what we're about to watch, and I've seen a little bit of stuff through clips and stuff, but this is like my first time watching with full context, all right? This is my first time watching It's Bad. Well, let's just go in with it and just like watch it first before we say. You guys might have already seen it, but I haven't seen it. So I've only seen bits out of context.
Good now. Pretty quiet now. Song's coming to an end. Perfect time.
What I will say is I don't understand why the chat's an emo only. But whatever. And maybe he doesn't have many mods.
Timing. I'll turn it up a little bit, maybe. All right. Well, welcome everybody. I'm making my return as Detective Dream. For those of you that are new,
that's crazy.
To this community, you may not know, but I have put on this outfit before. I've done this dance before. But it's only at times when it's necessary, where a detective.
Okay, it's a little bit unserious, I must admit.
Of Minecraft skills needs to look into an issue. Now, something happened recently, and if you don't know about it, then I don't know why you're here. Maybe you're just you love drama. I'm not sure. I guess it's fine.
He gets it. Drama Frog's in. He gets it.
Welcome. You can watch anyway. And there was a lot of Dream SMP drama, and it felt a little bit like 2020. People might say. And what I want to do is I want to go ahead and react to some of the streams. I think I want to react primarily to Tubbo's stream since he.
And hence we're here. Okay. Will we be roaming later after this? Yeah.
He went through the timeline the most, and then maybe some of Tommy's tweets, and talk about them, and kind of put it all out there, because there's been a lot of behind the scenes nonsense, I guess, that's been going on for years now at this point. And I genuinely tried my best to handle things privately. I genuinely tried my best to make talk to everybody.
I feel that's a bit weird to say, seeing that he did insert himself in something that he wasn't really part of, except for, I don't know, I think he's mates with XQC, and he did also call 15 million people the R-slur, which is interesting, but that's okay, I guess.
Behind the scenes, I've had phone calls I'll tell you about, I've had interactions with people that I'll tell you about. And I think it's important kind of to get it out there and be able to move on from this chapter, I guess, of not only the Dream SMP, but also just in general, content. Move on to the next chapter of.
I can say we do share like a similar goal. I feel like after today's stream, because he's actually going to come on the stream and talk to me, I feel like we can basically just, after today, my hope is that everything that could possibly be said is said and just put out there, so then we can just move on. You know what I mean? That's kind of like my ultimate hope.
Content creation. So I think I'll probably just watch Tubbo's stream, and I don't have any like clips from it. I just have the stream actually pulled up, and I think I will just watch it and talk about not the entire stream. I think like 30 minutes of it. Talk about certain things.
See, which 30 minutes is important though. But that is also fair enough. Like, I doubt I will be able to watch all of this. So
he says, talk about obviously my tweet, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen. And
why is he laughing? I don't understand why he's laughing. I don't think he really realizes how upset people are, and not even people outside of his community, but his own community.
And also just talk about a lot of things he says, because he talks about, he goes through the timeline kind of and talks about, drama from before and how we got to where we are, so on and so forth. There will be some,
he is talking.
private exchanges talked about. I won't be showing certain private messages from people or talking about them for their privacy, but I will be showing some things, and I will be showing some private messages of mine and talking about interactions that we've had. That way, we kind of get more of the, I guess, evidence out there. And also just kind of like centralizing things, because people don't. I feel like it's hard to track everything when there's a ton of different streamers, and you kind of have to you don't know everything that's going on, I guess. Yeah, I want to go ahead and switch here.
Okay. So I can get a train of thought.
We'll pull up Tubbo.
2022. Wait, no, 2020 and
doing a little recap.
As you know, I was in the Dream SMP, and a lot of us were in the Dream SMP. A lot of us was. Great grammar by me, bro. The Dream SMP ended around the same time that pretty serious allegations about Dream came out about grooming, and everyone was like, whoa, what the fuck? And then everyone kind of like split off. Okay.
So I hate having a problem already this soon, but that's not true. That's not what happened. Actually, the allegations about me that, first of all, I've debunked, I made a video on that I'll talk about more later.
That is true. I also want to add, people were saying that I hadn't seen the video. I have seen the video, by the way. The phone call we had before the video came out was about the video.
But they actually came out many months before the Dream SMP finale. The Dream SMP finale, the allegations of mine happened when I face revealed. So they happened like literally it was the day after I face revealed, or a couple days later or something. And that was in, I don't know, July of 2022 at this point, I guess, or 2022. And the Dream SMP finale, actually, which Tubbo was a massive part of, Tommy was a massive part of, and so were a lot of other creators, happened months later, happened 6 months later.
Yeah, I mean, he's not saying anything that isn't the case. I think it doesn't really take into account how kind of from when the allegations initially came out, how over those months leading up to the finale, how big the snowball was getting and how in the loop other members of the server necessarily were. I think that doesn't... I think also he maybe should have started, rather with me saying that, I think he maybe should have started with the tweet he made.
And it's interesting because we actually had conversations about the allegations and about, we talked about them. Me and Tubbo talked about them privately.
Yeah, that was, however, we talked about them privately in the phone call we had before The Truth video came out, rather than how this is making it sound like it's framed before the Dream SMP ended.
And Tommy talked about them privately. I talked in the Discord, the Dream SMP Discord with the creators about them, because obviously that's even before I made my public response.
That is true. He did send messages in there, but I will say, yeah, it's hard. It's hard because again, we're talking 3 odd years ago now. I'm actually gonna open up the Dream SMP Discord. I actually can't find... Oh, I guess this must have been... Okay. Okay, wait, I can't find the announcements about it, but they did happen. They did happen, but the announcement channel does not have them in them, but they did happen.
Later on, and also I made a private tweet addressing them initially. Even before that, obviously, it's not something. It's something to take seriously. Like, no matter who it's about, it's something to take seriously.
Maybe he deleted it. I'm not going to say that because I don't know that's the case. I'll ask him later.
And it's something that obviously many times throughout the Dream SMP's history, there were allegations, even some that you guys don't know about, that happened behind the scenes that I dealt with myself, that I went to the creators. I did kind of, an investigation myself into it. Obviously, about one of them that ended up with a creator getting removed from the Dream SMP who had just been added. But there actually were other times where...
Who was that?
There were allegations against creators, even some that I'll that I'm not going to talk about the allegations, but that people are involved
Yes,
in this
remember.
that I didn't talk about. Obviously, that were kept private because there was not enough evidence backing them, or we looked into them and it turned out the person was lying, or the creator had a chance to defend themselves in private surrounding it. Obviously, the same thing kind of happened with me after the allegations happened. There was a discussion in the Discord. I also opened my messages up to.
I think. Yeah, the allegations are obviously very serious, and when he released the truth video, there is evidence in there that disproves everything. Like, the video is all-encompassing. The truth video is all-encompassing. And it talks about, like, literally every single one of basically his controversy. So I suggest you do watch it. I do suggest you do watch it. But while the allegations are very important, I mainly want him to talk. I only mentioned it at the start of the stream to kind of mention when I felt that first behind the scenes split happened in the perception of Dream, and then that led, as well as loads of other things, led to the actual split. My focus, I didn't want to be on the grooming allegations against Dream. That is not what the focus of the stream was. It was very much, the focus of it was very much to talk about the crazy tweet he made, my friend group, and the shots they take, and also, I'm gonna turn this little light on because it's kind of getting dark in here. I gotta turn the lights on, 1 second, sorry. Oh my god, I'm stuck in my headphone wire. You're gonna have to bear with me today. There's a lot of thoughts going on. There's a lot of thoughts. Yeah, so I understand that me bringing up the allegations at the start of the stream was maybe not the smartest move on my part, but I think it's important to understand, like, it was basically me trying to explain when I felt the first, like, shift in the group and the private perception of Dream amongst the group. Yeah.
Anybody, I had private text conversations with a variety of people from the Dream SMP. And obviously some people, before I made before I made it public, there were many creators that kind of expressed to me privately, like, hey, until you make a public response, we're not going to be able to, I don't want to make content with you, essentially. Which is fine, and that makes sense. And I replied. That does,
yeah. That is the case.
I told each of them, and I said, oh, that makes sense, of course. Obviously your audience doesn't know a lot of things that you know, and that's fair. That's perfectly fine. But I do think it's important to note that him saying that the Dream SMP ended and then there were allegations and
that's not, okay. Again, bad articulation on my part. This is me trying to express that this is when I felt the private perception of Dream amongst the group was changing. And then it was then a knock-on effect of, like, a lot of other shit that then just happened.
Everyone split off. It's not true, because the Dream SMP didn't end yet. There were allegations. Everyone had discussed them, or we had discussed them. Everyone was aware of at least my side of things vaguely, and the public information. And then the Dream SMP finale happened months later. So I think that is important to keep the facts straight while we kind of move forward. I think that's an important thing to know, because it did not happen like that. It was not, hey, there was allegations, then we decided, oh, we don't want to be around this guy. That's not what happened. There was allegations. People stuck around until Dream SMP finale, and even after that, when I have private conversations and
Yeah. Okay. He needs to be a bit more to the point, I must admit. But yeah, nothing he's said here is false. Like, yes, the allegations came out and it wasn't an immediate split off, but it was the first kind of, like, thought where people were like, oh, maybe this guy isn't who we thought and believed he was.
Friendships with people, interactions with people, even about the USMP and other opportunities that happened way after. We can continue.
Now, I don't 100% know, but I think Dream has since released a video, like 3... That's bad wording on my part. I did know he released the video because we called about him releasing the video. Oh my god, did I really just cut back in the VOD?
Here.
So I can get a train of thought.
I made that ended up with a creator getting removed from the Dream SMP that I think a lot of creators deal with in general. But no, just say, Dream released a video debunking the allegations. Just say that. It's not...
That's fair. That's valid. I needed to say
It's
that.
not hard to say that. Hey guys, I think it's important to note that even though this was a big issue that happened back then, at the time it was up in the air and we made decisions. But Dream released a video debunking them. He knows that's the case. He mentions it multiple times throughout. But I think the way it's said is almost like he doesn't want to hurt people's feelings that I don't know are just like not.
No, it's nothing about people's feelings. I think this is just at the start of the stream, me getting into the groove of my talking. But I do mention the video and I reference a lot of stuff in the video. But again, the stream is not about the allegations themselves. It's about other stuff and other gripes.
Not paying attention to evidence. I don't know. I'm not sure why he words it like that, but I think it's frustrating.
Like, okay, but I understand why that would be frustrating, but dude, enough money can make anything disappear. But also,
and then he says that as well, which I think is
that I said at the start of the stream. That was wrong. I don't like that.
Just such an interesting, like, I think that if you're going to make claims like that, like, essentially the implication there is that, oh yeah, I have a tinfoil hat that money can make anything go away. The implication is that he's implying that potentially money.
Yeah, I know.
Money made my allegations go away.
The nitpicking
Not
is
go
a
watch the
lot.
video and police conversations, lawyers' involvement, evidence of screenshots and logs and extensive research. Obviously, that was published on my channel. I think that it's if you're going to say something like that, you have to have a reason. You have to have a reason. And the problem with what a lot of creators in the community have done over the last couple years is that they'll say that and then they don't actually have a reason. They're more just, it is just like, that's a floated thought. Like Tubbo, I appreciate Tubbo. I don't think Tubbo's an idiot. I think that Tubbo is, in this instance, being a little too beholden to his audience almost, because
I feel like that's crazy to say that I'm beholden to my audience in that situation. I feel like that's crazy. Because it's really like nitpicking and breaking down every sentence. I know now, like, I feel like that is crazy because I feel like that's crazy to say. Because I don't think it's beholden to my audience. And I think if we could get into the brunt of the VOD, you can see where I go back on this stuff in this same VOD. But I don't think we're going to get there because I think he's nitpicking every sentence I'm saying apart rather than the overall message.
It's a disingenuous thing to float that when you have no reason to believe that. You have no.
That's true. That is true.
Evidence to believe that, and no personal experience to back that up. Like he has no experience of me ever doing anything with money. He has no experience of me offering him money or anyone else money. He has no personal experience or evidence remotely to support it. So it doesn't. It's like it's not Tubbo. It's not true. That's not fair to say, Tubbo.
That's fair. That is actually fair, and I think people in my community that don't like Dream will also agree that that's very fair.
We'll continue though.
That is also,
he says it once
like,
more
so
as well.
I'm mainly going to talk. Yeah, about like the tweet and stuff, and obviously the podcast clip that's referencing and everything else. So I feel like that's some good context. So 2021 happened. Okay, everyone kind of so quiet. I can't make it. Everyone stopped talking and stuff, and then
so
over this. Oh my gosh, man! Please let me get to the first point. Last 2024 and 2023, everyone has just been. Their mentality has just kind of been like, yeah, fuck doing anything in private. Let's just make jabs at each other. Let's just start slinging shit. And then...
So I also think that this is something that is an interesting statement from him because first of all, for one, we did not separate at the end of the Dream SMP, and I already mentioned that. But two, he says everyone decided in 2024 that we're just gonna be slinging like shit at each other. But who? Tommy and
who? Tommy, Jack, and Harry, bruh. Who do you think I'm talking about?
Jack and their friends. That's it.
That is literally who I'm talking about.
What if I go find a tweet from me, a negative?
Actually. What I will say...
thing I've said. I don't know if I've said Jack's name in the history of my YouTube channel or Twitch or any platform.
What I will say about this is that Dream has a very interesting way of slinging shit. He does do it, but he does it in ways where it is never traced back to him. For example, when Tom released the If YouTubers Were Honest video, he did go and like and then unlike a bunch of hate tweets about Tom. And of course, I don't have any evidence about this. Of course, I don't have any evidence about this, but I was there when it happened. Like, that is just like the first example that comes to mind of him slinging shit. Of course, it's less indirect. He lets his audience do it for him. You know what I mean? Whereas everyone else just kind of says it.
Of mine since the Dream SMP was happening. I don't know that I have even said his name or acknowledged their existence in any way. And for Tommy, I've said nothing but positive things. I've said positive things about, oh hey, whatever, I even tweet saying, I still have a lot of respect for everybody on the Dream SMP, so on and so forth. I've done.
nothing but positive, but that's kind of just a lie because of the tweet he made before the stream, and also the liking and unliking hate tweets. That is just like straight up not really true.
Nothing but be positive. And it's very, I don't think that Tubbo is trying to be dishonest. I think he's just trying to, obviously it's his friends and he cares about them. He wants to paint them in the best light.
I'm not being dishonest because I'm not talking about you here. This part of the stream was not about you. And if you keep watching in the VOD and not nitpicking this one bit, you will see where I literally talk about Jack, Tom, and Harry repeatedly calling him, like, I'm firing off nonce and shots, which I disagree with. And I'm very openly disagreeing with. I haven't got to that part of my conversation yet because you're breaking down every word I'm saying.
He can, but no, it's them bullying me. It's them attacking me constantly without me responding to them. That's what it is. It's not everyone agreed to, throw shots. I didn't throw any shots. I didn't throw a single shot, even though obviously at this point people are estranged and don't like each other. And I still took the high ground to go, oh, you know what? I'm not going to say anything, even though these people are.
I just think it's really interesting. The language he's using, I think, is very interesting because you got to bear in mind, he is 25 years old as well. And like the language, like bullying and like taking the high ground and stuff like that is, I don't know why. I feel like it's trying to make me feel more sorry for him in the way rather than him just saying his points. I think.
Or constantly referencing me and saying things, and sometimes even spreading lies that they know are not true. So
that's fair. The friend group does have a problem with that, and they do that.
I think that's a point to make is go through, and anyone that wants to go and look at themselves, go through my Twitter, go search the term Tommy or Jack.
No, because you can't say that, okay? Because you notoriously tweet stuff and then delete it. Within minutes, within seconds, you notoriously use private Twitter accounts that people can't check, and you notoriously like and unlike hate tweets when likes were public. Like, there is no paper trail to follow because you don't let there be one, so you can say stuff like this when shit hits the fan.
Through my YouTube, go through my Twitch, anything you want, I promise you'll find not a single time, because it's just not, I don't know, it's not how I am, and it's also not.
This is just not true.
It just hasn't happened.
And that's kind of where we are now, to be totally honest. I think, honestly, this whole thing started with, like, honestly, probably, God, how did this, dude, you're gonna have to bear with me to monetize everything. That chatter freaking gets it. Right. So, I think, for full context, I think this started with a video Tom released titled, If YouTubers Were Honest.
Okay, so, I want to hear.
I still haven't said my point. Okay.
I want to let him talk a little bit more, see if he says anything about it. But
Isn't it? This is where this started. And it was obviously Tom's take on the one-sided Twitter beef between Dream and Quackity. Okay. Cool.
So I think it's kind of important to talk about this specifically because it's just not true. It may be what Tommy told you, Tubbo. It may be what Tommy told you. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know the inner workings of your friendship. I don't know the inner workings of, I don't know, the whole Brighton crew's relationships with each other. I don't know. But Tubbo, this started actually with me sending a message to Tommy about him making pedophile jokes about me before my allegations came out.
Actually, that is true. And I did know, yes. No, that is fair.
Out. And how I didn't like that, and how it was not fair, and how I didn't feel like he was treating me like a friend. That's actually how it started. I'm going to show an interaction I had with Tommy prior to the allegations, which I also, obviously we'll talk about more later, and also prior to the video that came out that Tommy made that I also obviously had a problem with. But I'm going to go ahead and show that. So first of all, here is our message. I don't know if I have it pulled up on my phone. Let me see. Yeah, so I mean, I said, hey, are we even friends, dude, to Tommy? He said, yeah, why? What's up, man? ? Sad face. I said, it just doesn't feel like it. I try and justify it by you being younger or by you just trying to fit in or taking a character too far or whatever, but that doesn't mean anything when it's just a repetitive pattern over and over. And I hold my tongue out of fear of coming across like an asshole because I like to think that I have a very thick skin, but I just feel like shit because of it. I feel like you are you are being addicted.
Again, that is an insane message to send to a 17-year-old, by the way.
To me on accident, and it's just happened far too many times for me to think that it's quote unquote on accident, and it just makes me think that there's a lot more to it. Now, this actually was in response to Tommy making a joke that because basically there's a React channel called React. I'm sure a lot of you know about them. They made a React video to Dream Manhunt, and there was a bunch of reactors in it that did reactions, and I had DM'd pretty much every reactor that was in the video saying, hey, thanks for reacting to my video. That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Whatever. Right. And Tommy, in reaction to that, a secondary video that they did where someone said that and they happened to be a girl, I don't remember.
Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. That's valid. If I was in his shoes in that situation, I'd be upset.
What the exact comment was. I'm sure that people after this will find the clip, but he made a comment saying essentially, oh, of course, what a nonce. Like, of course Dream's going to do that. Like, oh, wait, was she a kid? Like, of course. And
yeah, no, that's fair. But I also think Dream during the SMP did play into those kind of jokes as well. I think it's kind of like, I think definitely on the server he did play into those kind of jokes. And I think also his behavior in the Discord, even off stream, also kind of like made those jokes feel more acceptable and stuff. But I think Tom, being younger in this situation, doesn't understand that making those jokes in private and making them in front of 100,000 people live is very different.
That type of thing was something that I had talked to Tommy about before, and that Tommy had actually done again and again and again and again. This is all prior to, obviously, the allegations came out later. And I expressed to Tommy in private that, hey, you're perpetuating this image that I am a
Chad, stop saying that. Stop being weird.
Creep, that I'm somehow creepy for, DMing a reactor saying, hey,
you can just understand you know what I'm referencing. You don't have to spam it in chat.
Thanks for the reaction. And I don't like that. And that could make me a target to people to give false allegations, which, guess what, ended up happening. And I'm not saying that it's 100% Tommy's fault. It's not. That'd be ridiculous to insinuate. But it is something that obviously was very frustrating. And I sent him, obviously, the rest of this message, which I don't have all the rest of it to show, but I'm gonna go ahead and read it out, and I can show it later. So I said, you've done too much, and I feel like there's a lot more to it. I feel like you have such a dream of what you want your fan base to be, and part of that means shitting on me constantly to cater to the people that despise me just for existing. And that hurts because I know that I wouldn't do that to one of my friends. I don't care about mean jokes or poking fun or whatever, especially due to your character. Literally everyone I know does that to each other, and I don't feel bad when it comes to anyone else. I've always been nothing but extremely positive about you publicly and privately, and you're one of the few people I even talk to at all, even if we don't talk all the time. I just don't talk to that many people. You say all the right things in private, and it always makes me feel good, and I forget about my feelings for a few days, but then it's like I don't even exist as your friend outside of in private. I can't even express how it feels without feeling stupid, because it's not one thing, it's just a collection of everything. I feel stupid even saying this because you can just come back and apologize like you have many times, and I'm supposed to believe it despite the minimal difference in the past. Like, people are getting false grooming allegations left and right, and I ask you not to make jokes like that, and you go on in a few days later and make another one putting a target on my back. And it's not even really just that, it's the fact that I know that if that was Wilbur that DM'd that reactor, or Tubbo, or one of your other friends, or even just another YouTuber that it wasn't cool to hate on, you probably would have reacted positively and said that it was sweet of them or something. But it's me, so it's a creepy joke instead of just being positive towards me other than the 2 days after I say something like this. I don't know, just really upset. It's frustrating, just feeling disrespected and used. I don't know exactly how I feel.
I don't really know what to say, to be totally honest, to that. I don't really know what to say. Part of me's like, yeah, you gotta bear in mind, guys, you can't really use Tom being 17 in this context as like a, because, dude, 17-year-olds still have a head on their shoulders, you know what I mean? It's not like you're communicating with an 8-year-old. I just feel like I personally am not a fan of a wording, and the wording is like, and the way it's being presented live now almost puts me in a footing where I'm like, I want to feel like he's hard done by, you know what I mean? When in reality, this is still all about the grooming allegations and nothing about what I spoke about on my stream.
Just not good. I feel like I've done so much for you and always treated you with respect and appreciation, and I just feel like you don't feel the same way, even if you say you do to me. I'll probably regret saying this tomorrow, but it's how I feel, so take it as you will. I'm gonna go try and sleep. Now, again, I'm not going to read into more of our private messages, but I do think that it's important because this is a private thing that happened that is not public. And so people, when they try and form their opinion or form, an understanding of the timeline of when things happened, they go back to, they say things publicly. And they go, oh, so it was when Tommy made the video. No, this happened prior to that. This was prior to that video. So obviously things build up and things happen in certain ways, and you're never going to fully understand somebody's mindset until they, unless, even when they do show everything or share everything, because you can't understand why, every interaction they've ever had with the person. But I do think it's important to note that obviously I had a very shaky relationship with Tommy because of the way that he treated me publicly.
Yeah. That is fair. think also, in my mind, it feels like it's instilling like a lot of, I don't know if guilt's the right word, but it feels like, yeah, if there was a lot of fake allegations going around at the time, because I don't remember, to be totally honest, I feel like it's a reasonable request to be like, hey, Tom, don't call me a pedophile on stream in front of 100,000 people because of all this other stuff that is going on and all these fake allegations that are floating around. But I feel like the wording of this message is, like, also crazy. You know what I mean? And I think also there's fault on Tom's part for not taking... I feel like dude, starting with like, are we even friends, dude? Rather than just straight to the point and just be like, hey, this is not fucking cool. I feel like would have had a much better effect than this message about feelings.
I was not happy with it. I tried expressing it privately many times, and it was frustrating, obviously. Now I want to continue with what Tubbo was saying to try and see if what he says right after this. I have more to say, but I want to see if he says anything that leads directly into it. And I do think, just to say as well, because I think there'll be a lot of people on Twitter and elsewhere that critique me for sharing private messages. First of all, that was my private message. It was not Tommy's. That was my own private message. Yes, Tommy replied to me saying why.
Honestly, I don't care if he shares private messages, to be totally honest. I think a full picture is more valuable than, like, that, to be honest.
Or whatever. When I asked, that's it. That's all I showed. I showed a couple words. That's it. I don't plan on showing any of Tommy's messages because he has asked me privately before not to. But I feel like that was extremely important to show. But anyway, I want to watch more of Tubbo and see what he says.
That's where this started.
So it's not where this started.
Yeah. Oh fuck, we're going back, guys. We're going fucking back, bruh. We're going back. So that's where it kind of started. I feel like that's been talked about to death though. I really don't need to bring up the whole QSMP versus USMP stuff.
So
I feel like that's been talked about today. I feel like if you're here right now, you have that context. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I feel
so
like that's fair to say.
I'll provide some context because I do feel like it's actually important to talk about for the whole, Tommy's relation to the QSMP versus USMP. Now, I don't plan on talking more specifically about the Quackity situation and whatever. I talked about that in my truth video. I shouldn't have made the tweet that I did. Okay. I was obviously, there's a lot of emotions running, and obviously Quackity and I were really good friends, so it was a very emotional time, and I made decisions that I shouldn't have. But I do think that it's important to mention Tommy's involvement in this, because this is a context that maybe most people do not have, and does lead into the frustration that happened due to...
I feel like, okay, dude, the thing is, with the QSMP and USMP stuff, is that Quackity did fucking nothing, bro. Did nothing. And I don't understand how you can be in so much emotional turmoil when he did nothing but just leave you alone. That's what I don't understand. I'll let him explain now, though.
Tommy's video. So, essentially, obviously, I was working on the USMP behind the scenes. It was going to be a server that, had a translation mod, live translation, which obviously the QSMP did amazing with, and it was awesome, and I think that, obviously, they did a great job. But that was the plan. I involved only a few people kind of in the initial stages of, making this, and one of them was Tommy. So,
I was going to go on record and say one of them was me. He told me about it. Yeah, I heard about it and expressed interest just for transparency.
Tommy was involved. This was, obviously after the allegations. This was after the Dream SMP finale, and Tommy was involved in the discussions about creating the USMP. Obviously, he was a massive fan of doing it. I have, while I'm talking, I guess I'll try and send to my computer. I forgot about those screenshots, but and obviously was constantly asking me about the USMP, about saying, hey, when is the USMP happening? We need to do the USMP, and having tons of private conversations with me specifically about the USMP. And so obviously he was a heavy involved in my my discussions, and then of course whenever. Sorry. And then whenever Quackity, whenever obviously the QSMP happened, Tommy was involved in the discussion surrounding that, and I still genuinely to this day am incredibly confused, about I guess specifically Quackity's intentions and Quackity's decisions and stuff.
That's crazy. Personally, he did nothing, and he's faulted for doing nothing, which is fucking crazy. And I don't understand why Dream doesn't understand that to go on your platform with millions of followers and just basically say everything that he did at the time. I think that is also crazy to now go up there and say, oh, I don't understand why he did the things he did. Bruh, everything you did probably made it worse and worse. He was making a Minecraft server, and it was just met with so much needless negativity for what? And I feel like he was a big like player in where a lot of that negativity surrounding it came from. Because I don't recall a time in the Minecraft community when a Minecraft creator has made a Minecraft related thing and immediately been met with negativity. And I feel like Alex Quackity did not deserve that. And I feel like that's why he acted the way he did. And I feel like that makes sense.
I have no idea. I feel like I'll never know. I feel like there was some barrier that there's something I don't know about, clearly, that would be a missing puzzle piece.
I don't think it's something you don't know about. I think it's just something you haven't comprehended yet.
As to why certain things happened the way that they did. At least I feel like that would be the case. But I want to pull up some screenshots. I'm just going to play Tubbo's VOD real quick while I pull some screenshots.
Oh, you guys know about that. Okay, you know about Dream DM Tom's mum. Okay.
Okay, actually, let's come back to this.
See, and he knows that this is the reason, that is the main reason why I dislike him so much. It's that crossing of personal boundaries, which I don't think is acceptable. The laugh is weird. I don't know why. Admittedly, the way I phrased it is a funny manner because I was trying to keep the overall tone of the stream light as we were starting by doing a timeline which did involve grooming allegations. But I don't know. It gives me a weird feeling.
Because this is actually, I have screenshots of this. This is important. This is an important discussion as well. Okay, so basically, from my perspective, before Tommy's video, obviously I had many discussions with Tommy about the USMP. I can get more of these screenshots. Just take my word for it. He was very heavily involved. He wanted to be a part of it. He was sending me tons of messages about it. Blah blah blah. And actually, whenever Quackity launched the QSMP, I was like, hey, I'm waiting on, I told Tommy was asking me, he was bumping me, he was saying, hey, when is the, essentially he's like, when is the USMP coming out? I want to be a part of it. And I said, man, I'm trying to work things out with Quackity. I don't know what to do. I'm waiting. I messaged him. He's not replying to me. And Tommy's reply was, fuck Quackity. We need to go. You can't wait on him and let him, basically take the shine, essentially. And so, in that moment where that is happening, then Tommy, a month later, releases a video, which is to me, it was like the craziest. I genuinely, I was shocked. I was shocked when this video came out, and I was like, all right, well, interesting.
Yeah, I don't believe that's cap. I think what happens is your perspective changes when you learn both sides of the story. And I feel like this is Tom speaking, only hearing from one side. And also, like, for someone that goes on about evidence, you just said that Tommy uploaded. I thought he might upload today. Okay, give me a second. I'll go see what this is about first. Oh, that's my own VOD's channel. Okay. John A's farming. All right, let's have a look. Dream. Okay, this is 5 minutes.
This video is a message to Dream. If you've been off the internet the past couple days and haven't kept up, basically, if you're one of my subscribers, Dream has called you a slur. So deal with that how you want. Okay,
that's
now
crazy.
Look, I have Dream blocked on everything, and I intend to keep it that way. So Dream, hello mate, let's just dive right in, shall we? Let's talk about you calling all my fans the R-slur. You can't throw around the R-slur, mate. You just can't. My mum worked with adults with disabilities, and since I was 12, I volunteered with her. These are real fucking amazing people who I think of like family, who actually get called this slur. And you do not just throw it around. It's impossibly immature and reckless and sets such a shitty precedent to everyone. Shame on you, man. In your stream you did, you slagged off a lot of my pals. Come on, mate. I mean, my friends are all idiots, but they have bloody good hearts. However, with your group, I cannot believe how the George stuff from a year ago went down. I cannot believe the response to it online. It's disgusting. It's sexist, man. And you and your friends' references and the way you talk about women behind the scenes has been so sexist too. Shame on you guys.
Yeah.
Now, mate, talk about me and you. You've basically spent the past day calling me a dickhead. And look, pal, I have made mistakes. And I'm going to make loads more. But the difference is, I give a shit. I'm trying. I'm putting in effort and I really care. And I take responsibility when I've fucked up. Dream. 4 years ago, you were awful to me. When I was 16, you gave me YouTube advice, and you held that over my head for years. You didn't treat me like an equal, and you made me feel small.
That's
the
fair.
Dream SMP,
and
a
also,
lot of your...
with the screenshots he showed in that text, you can understand how massive messages like that can also make Toms feel, because you do, so you have context from other sources as well.
Success just wouldn't have happened without me, streaming every single night on the server and caring about everything as much as I did. And you made me feel small about that. And I was a kid. Shame on you, man. And you knew what you were doing, because I've watched you do it to other people too. And if you didn't, and that was just an accident, then fucking hell, man. You called me a promoter of all my other projects I do in your Reddit post too. Yeah, man, are you stupid? Of course I promote all this stuff. But the difference between me and you is I actually give a shit. I put effort, my absolute best, into all these new things. I'm going to talk about my brilliant podcast because I'm really proud of it. Or the book I spent months writing. Or comedy. I mean, mate, I've ditched the internet for a year to do the rounds in tiny pubs, to do the stand-up comedy circuit the legitimate way. Because of people like you. People who have ruined this space. And that takes balls. Courage. I'm not just selling USB baby photos or lazily designed merchandise, alright? I'm doing the best with what I have. I'm nearly the age you were when you met me. And if I acted the way you did to a 16-year-old who looks up to you, I'd be so ashamed of myself, man. Now, finally, Dream, mate. You harassed my mum as she was going through a divorce, the worst time of her life. You tried to harm the relationship between me and my mum. And if we weren't best friends, with the shit that you were saying, you probably could have really harmed that, mate. You are like a proper movie villain. I have watched you take advantage of vulnerable people and use them to benefit yourself. I have watched you lie to fans, to me, to people, and take no responsibility afterwards. You are incapable of taking any criticism. You refuse to change anything about yourself. You reframe everything so that you are the victim. 4 years have gone by, and the rest of us have grown, reflected, really tried to better ourselves and learn after going through that incredibly overwhelming experience together. And you've reverted to saying slurs and punching down. It's not just me that feels like this about you either. Most YouTubers do. I'm just very loud about it. I really hope you're not a genuine bad person with a bad heart. But mate, you need to get off the internet now. Go and get some therapy. Spend some time around your loved ones. Go on a walk. Look after yourself. You being an arsehole right now doesn't mean you will be one forever. But fucking hell, man. With great power comes great responsibility. And you just don't ever seem to take responsibility for your actions. Figure your shit out, man. Because how you behave right now is just not going to cut it. Right. Yeah, as I said, I am going on tour, doing my comedy to Australia, USA, and the UK. So if you want to see me in person, making you laugh, and giving you some relief from all of this bullshit, then go to TommyInnit.com. I promise you, it's better than all this shit.
Sake!
I also do have a new
Fuck,
very
he's
funny
still
book
going!
coming out, which seems More appropriate than ever
For
right now. I
fuck's
spent months
sake!
writing this, and it's not shit. So check that out. And me and Jack have an amazing new podcast, Shut Up, I'm Talking, which you can check out.
Holy mother of shill, man.
Right. Back to coding.
Okay, that was a little bit funny. That's crazy. Yeah, I think Tom's feelings...
So I have the video pulled up.
I think Tom's feelings are definitely valid in that. I feel like it's definitely valid. Dude. Yeah. Yeah.
But I want to find this part. So then I just want to play for
Like, that doesn't really change anything about talking about this, to be totally honest. It's just more perspective.
you guys his rendition of what happened while interjecting with my interactions with Tommy. If YouTubers were honest, which also he starts this video. Disclaimer, this video is not for the faint of heart. This is a warning if you're not ready for the truth.
We've done a Minecraft server to combine multiple communities, my communities together, and bring the world together. This is an amazing idea.
This is just how it's just a skit, though. It's like,
Hey, I don't like that idea. It's actually my idea, not yours.
Okay, that's fine. We can both do it, I guess.
Stop ignoring me.
What?
Stop ignoring me. You haven't replied to my DM in a whole week.
Yeah, okay, I just didn't, that's fine, I just didn't really want to.
You're not nice.
No. Oh, okay.
You're actually really bad. I don't like it. I don't like it. You're a bully. You're a bully.
Okay.
I don't like it very much. I don't like it.
Fine,
So-
just leave me be.
You destroyed us.
So obviously, he starts it by having it be oh, I don't like that idea, whatever, obviously, which is just disingenuous.
Hey, I don't
But
like
from my perspective, I see this video and I go, wow, Tommy is on his knees for Quackity because he wants Quackity so badly to add him to his server. This is my look. Okay, this is Dream's interjecting thing, not Detective Dream.
I think that's a crazy thing to say. That's crazy. I think this video was made after Tom had got both sides of this whole story that happened, and I think I just like, what the fuck?
Dream, sorry, I should be an unbiased investigator. But from Dream's perspective, he goes, wow, what a dick. What a dick. He's trying, not only is he trying, he realized, wait, Dream right now is hated. People don't like Dream, so I can shit on Dream. Just like he took shots at, people in this video. He took, Logan Paul and Mr. Beast. Clearly he easy pickings. He wasn't, trying to make a, wasn't going for anybody controversial or anything, just going exactly with what, whatever the narrative, whatever the public opinion was of people. And obviously, even though I was, quote unquote, his friend, he realized that, he could, if he, maybe if he separated himself from me publicly, that maybe Quackity would add him to the QSMP because he was trying to get on the QSMP. And at this point, I had decided not to do the.
I really don't know what to say. I think this is a very childish take on what was just an entertaining YouTube video. You know what I mean?
The USMP, and I told Tommy that. So up until this point, my only messages with Tommy are Tommy saying, hey, when's the USMP going to launch? Hey, USMP's coming up. Hey, so on and so forth, right? So from my perspective, I'm going, okay. And then this video drops, right? Now, this video really, really annoyed me and upset me. And I'm sure that you can understand from Dream's perspective that makes sense. Obviously, not only is it an outright lie, because, he obviously knows, he knows this is not the perception because he's in private, so he knows the conversations. I also think that it's interesting because, let me see, I have a, I have a screenshot.
I mean, he's talking a lot about private messages, which he hasn't really shared yet.
But somewhere. But anyway, it's interesting to me that that I shouldn't try and talk while I'm opening a file. But so it's interesting to me that obviously from my perspective, this happened, and then obviously Quackity didn't add him, so I'm curious, if Quackity knew something, but I'm not. Obviously, I don't actually know. I don't know any of the inner workings of that. But I do think.
It's Minecraft servers, man. It's Minecraft servers. I don't want to downplay real people's real feelings, but this is crazy.
I think that I want to find this screenshot, so you're gonna have to bear with me and give me just 1 second, because I do think it's important. Because a lot of people also say that Quackity, ditched me because of the allegations, and that's why he wasn't replying to me for the server. But that's not the case either. There's definitely more to it, and I want to pull up this screenshot. So give me just 1 second. So I think this is important. So this is what if you don't know the dates of this.
I thought he literally said at the start of this video that he wasn't gonna bring Quackity up and talk about what happened with the QSMP.
Screenshot I'm gonna go ahead and show. This is my last DMs to Quackity before the SMP. So if you know, 3/9/2023 is one day, one singular day prior to the announcement of the QSMP. Okay, 1 day. And Quackity said, "Hey dude, miss you too. Are you coming to the Streamer Awards?" Right? Replying normally, I said, "Hey, been fun talking even though we hadn't a ton of interactions."
Okay, do you want to know how I read this? If this is 1 day before the QS... Okay, right. So he said it's 1 day before... So the QSMP was announced on March 10th. The next day, Dream messages about the USMP stuff. I just feel like with the problems that people have had with, like... Obviously, there's the famous tweet made by Phil about taking credit for success, and obviously it's not false that Quackity grew a lot on the Dream SMP, the same as everyone else. And from his perspective, I imagine if I was him, sat here looking at this, being like, I just announced my big project, real-time translation, QSMP stuff, okay, awesome. And then the same day, I get a message from Dream, who I know carries like help as like an IOU over people's heads about I happen to be doing the exact same thing. What are the odds of that? I feel like with intuition you can understand why the message comes off quite strange.
We had been playing games recently or whatever, and so it was like, hey, been fun talking to you, I miss you. And he said, yeah, I miss you too. Come to the Streamer Awards. This is 1 day before the QSMP launched, right? So it's Quackity. Obviously, we were friends, privately. We made content together, even way after the allegation. I'm not bringing Quackity into this at all. This is.
You just did.
This is not a slight on Tommy. This is to give context to the Tommy situation. So. Obviously, then the next day, whenever he launched the QSMP, I said, hey, I just want to let you know, I've been working on an SMP that will have people from different countries in it as well. So I don't want you to feel like I'm stealing your idea when that happens. I would love to hear more about your SMP, though. Right?
Right. Yeah. It's not really how it comes across, though. Given past stuff that's happened, It's not, like... Yeah, you can give the bod, though. Like, this isn't something you can't really give the bod for. Like, you can give the bod for that.
Right? That's my message to Quackity about it, saying, hey, I hope to hear more. Obviously, at the time, I thought that
Guys, I'm not nearly as far through this as I thought I was going to be. I know I said I was going to call Dream at noon EST. I'm wondering if he will still want to call after watching the video Tom just dropped. If he's watching the stream, Dream, feel free to message me and let me know. But I haven't got through as much as your VOD as I think you would have wanted me to get through before we call on stream. So just let me know if you're still down.
Yeah, I had maybe the naive assumption that, Quackity would be a part of my SMP, and I didn't know about Quackity's SMP, so it's that's how it worked out. But anyways, this is, obviously, Tommy knows this. Tommy knows about these messages. Tommy also knows about, our interactions, after that. And he also was privately behind the scenes saying, let's do the USMP. They can compete. It doesn't matter, et cetera, et cetera. As I'm trying to make things work behind the scenes, I'm obviously messaging Quackity, and him portraying me, saying like, no, it's my idea. It's not true. My messages and my text to Quackity, which I think I shared a while ago, I was, hey, let's figure out something to make this work. Essentially, yeah. Why aren't you communicating? Let's communicate. Let's, I'm fine. I don't even know if I said I'm fine with not. I think I said I'm fine with not doing it. It's not worth our friendship. Whatever. But I think that there was something that happened here, and it, obviously, I can put my tinfoil hat on like Tubbo and say I think it could be Tommy. I think there is a chance that it's Tommy somehow in this regard, because I don't know.
Whoa. That is crazy. Whoa. Where'd that come from?
Oh, what does Quackity think? Does Quackity think that I'm, is Tommy in his ear saying, Dreams, you're doing this server, and he's, telling Quackity things or something? I don't know. I have no idea what's happening. All I know is from my perspective, I'm going, okay.
I think Quackity is his own person who can make his own decisions based on looking at the plethora of actions you've taken without the need of external influence from someone else to come to a conclusion.
I have this cool server idea. I want to involve all my friends. I make it, and then I'm talking to Tommy about it. Quackity launches a similar idea, and I go, oh shit, I don't want him to feel like I'm trying to rip him off or something. So I reach out to Quackity. I say, hey, whatever. And then obviously months go by behind the scenes where there's no replies. And then I obviously out of I don't know. Obviously this was after the allegations, but it's still something that I was getting people saying things to me about. And so it was something that was very, I was very sad, very frustrated, very confused about the whole Quackity situation. And I thought, oh, it might be, if he's not replying to me privately, maybe he'll reply to me publicly. That was stupid. As I said in the truth video, in other videos, I'm sorry for that. It's just something I shouldn't have done. I don't like,
He's doing a lot. He's saying a lot of what I'm struggling to get to the points of what he said and the highlights that I've seen on Twitter because he's talking so much. And when he can just move on to the next thing.
I think unprovoked, in that case where he wasn't saying anything publicly, clearly for whatever reason it was, he didn't want to interact with me. I still to this day don't know what those reasons are, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's, he has his reasons for doing what he wants. But anyway, that was, a big reason that I was so upset.
Yes, that's all you had to say. Wait, it doesn't matter. He does have his own reasons for doing what he wants. And now we can move on. That was all you needed to say there.
This video was that it was, if you, given that context, it's not that it's not funny. It's that it's lies. It's so not funny that it's over into the lie standpoint. I'll play more of it just so you guys can say. But.
Hate, man, it's no hate, it's just love, man, it's just love. I think you're a bad person, that's all, but it's no hate.
Just an insane response to this.
I didn't say anyone to hate on you, man. It's all love. It's all love from me. I just think that you're the worst person ever. Wear a smile. Wear a smile more. Smile more. Big friendly dreams.
But this is so clearly satire. It's so unserious, man. It's so unserious. The vast majority of satire that is made is based on like current affairs. And this is just that.
Big friendly happy dream. Because you fucked it. You fucked up. So
see, he's laughing now. He does find it funny. He understands now that this is satire.
You just not really anything to do with me anymore. Also, while I'm here, I've got to ask, will you buy any of my plushies, please? It's only $350. Everyone can afford one.
So I think that obviously there was a disconnect here where, if you watch this from the very, very beginning and you say Dream versus Quackity and then Tommy's perspective and my perspective, he makes it out to be this when his opinion privately wasn't, not only was it not this was not his opinion, this was not what he expressed privately, even in showing support to me privately, support to the USMP privately. It was in my mind such a selfish, this is just me being completely honest, selfish, money-grabbing, no backbone move. It is. He wanted to join the USMP, and then when the USMP, and he, to the last second, was like, no, fuck Quackity, fuck the USMP.
It's not, I don't get these arguments that he's doing it to make money. I'll say what I said yesterday. Every UK creator's entire finance is published by the UK government. Tom's not doing this for money because he doesn't need any more money. Like, I never will get that argument. What do you mean for cash, for money? It's just entertaining content. It's just entertaining.
We can make it, whatever. And then when I decide, I say, you know what? I don't want to do the USMP. I don't want the, I feel like there's too much drama, whatever. I don't want to do it. Then he goes and does this and drops this video.
Well, maybe from, I imagine from Tom's point of view, just maybe, he's seen your reaction to everything on Twitter and he's seen how everything has happened. And maybe he's gone and spoken to Quackity and then gained a new perspective and another side of the story and then released this video.
Obviously, what am I to think? What am I on my perspective to think, right? And so obviously, when this happened, I sent Tommy a scathing message. I don't remember exactly everything I said, but I said like, what if, I just basically said what I'm saying now. I was like, bro, what a lie. Like that is a lying fake. This isn't true. You said this, here's your opinion. Why are you manipulating your audience? Essentially, like, yes, it was scathing. It was mean. It's not something that obviously that I even after I sent it, I was like, damn, maybe that's a.
Notice how at the start of the stream, he was saying how he's never said anything but positive stuff to Tommy. And he's never been like, and he's always been like really nice to him. And then here he's like, I sent a message, I was scathing, I was mean. Like, okay.
A little too harsh because obviously Tommy is learning as a creator. Tommy is young, et cetera, et cetera.
He knows that. He acknowledges that and then still continues to act the way he does.
But It doesn't matter. I'm sitting there
Why doesn't that matter?
going, what do my feelings not matter? And then of course from this perspective, this was during a time when I was actively being doxxed, I was actually actively being harassed. There's people showing up at my house, putting trackers on people's cars. And Tubbo mentions this later and says like, I don't like that Dream uses that as sympathy, but it matters for context because Tommy is.
Yes, it matters for context, but the thing is with doxing and swatting, okay, it's terrible, and everyone agrees it's terrible. Like someone, I hate them. You don't want that for someone. You don't want that for someone. But is it more likely that you were being doxed and swatted because you had a same idea for a Minecraft server as someone else? Or is it more likely that you were being doxed and swatted because of all the plethora of other bad things that you have done? So it's like taking context from another conversation and bringing it into a new one doesn't really, like, I don't know, you know?
Someone that has behind the scenes and in many occasions says that it's not like, if you think that your action is going to cause anything like that, even if it's not your intention whatsoever, that you should never do that action, right? Which some people have that opinion, like about tweets as an example, like where we've had disagreements on like, oh, you shouldn't quote retweet someone or whatever because it could cause them harassment. And he's always been on the side of no matter what, if there's harassment to be caused, you can, you want to avoid it. And so I think that in a world where he's
That's fair. Yeah, you want to avoid harassment at all costs, even if it's someone you dislike. I think that's fair. Like, okay.
being honest in this video and where, it's his actual opinion and, so on and so forth, then I still would be like, oh, it's going to cause problems. And if you care about somebody, you wouldn't want to do it. But it's the fact that it's not true. He knows it's not true. And he's pandering to a side of his audience, to try and, I don't know, to accomplish what? I don't know, I don't think it was just for YouTube views. I do genuinely think it was to do with him being scared of being on Dream's side of like the USMP issue.
I just don't think it is. I think that's looking at it from your own perspective and microcosm point of view. I think it's just like a very narrow view on events and its conclusions pulled from a very narrow perspective. Dream just made a community post. He says, I'm not sure why Tommy has decided to attack and lie about me in front of his entire audience, but I guess it gives an opportunity to let it out. Crazy Minecraft beef, I guess. I'll be making an upload response videos to this too. Given it's serious, not fun times. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Like, I'll call him later and I'll talk about that. I'll just keep that tab open for now.
That's my speculation. My speculation is that Tommy was afraid of being on Dream's losing side.
Yeah, but okay, but I don't think this is necessarily valid because this is just a very narrow view of events. Like, it's kind of detracting the possibility that Tom could gain other perspective from people who aren't Dream. I think.
The USMP situation, and how can you make it clear I'm not on Dream's side, even though he was, is to do a video like this. That's my personal thoughts. Obviously, it doesn't mean that it's true.
But he's got such an us versus them mentality, which I don't think he needs. Like, things are so much more multifaceted than this monotonous us versus them. You know what I mean? It's almost like any kind of, like, issue he steps into, it's always like a you're with me or you're against me, when you can very easily... Like, there is a range for this of, like, reasonability where you can really agree with one thing and you can slightly agree or you can slightly disagree or really disagree. You know what I mean? It's not this us versus them 24/7. And I think when saying stuff like this, it would be beneficial for him to take into account that other people can gain perspective of events that maybe he doesn't have from other people.
Could be completely wrong. It's a guess because I have honestly no idea. But then what happened after that, obviously, is Tommy's mom, which is an interesting thing. So I want to go ahead and I'll switch back to.
Yeah, see, this, and Dream knows that I really don't like that he did this. He knows I really don't like I did this because I've spoken to him about this before. So this isn't like a surprise.
To Tubbo to have him say this, and then I will reply to that. Because also, it's just, I'll let him speak.
You know what I mean? Oh, you guys know about that. Okay, you know about Dream DM Tom's mum. Okay, so you do have the context that surrounded that video that happened there. So you do have that context. Huh? Yeah. So this is where this. Okay. So onto the podcast. Onto. Shut up! I'm talking now. Where what Monka? Yeah, what we don't. Yes, we do. No,
I'm just gonna let him play this all out,
Basically,
and then
this is
I'll
one of my
talk about it.
gripes. I obviously I can't speak for how anyone else feels because obviously these are just my thoughts and opinions and stuff. But I believe that
I
appreciate
him
for leaving that context in.
Personal boundaries, and personally, that is that I would not. I'd be mad. He did what? Explain, please. Yeah, basically when Tom dropped the if YouTubers were honest video, Dream DM Tom's mum and was like, I don't exactly know what it says because it was a message, and I'm like, that's a massive overstep of personal boundaries because like you have friend boundaries and then you have like your inner core circle, and I'm like, from that point on I was like, yeah, okay, what the fuck.
So
but obviously it was on, dude, it's hard to explain because
so I let this clip play out before responding because I think it's important to have the context and the way that he says it, right? Now, obviously, I feel like almost no matter what, even, I mean, maybe not in like a crazy world where
I stand by what I said there. I don't think I said anything unreasonable there.
Tommy's doing something like insane, but I feel like there's almost never a time to unprompted, like if Tommy was to just text my mom, hey, get Dream in check, like that's not cool. That's obviously a pushing of boundaries no matter what. That's not what happened.
What, sorry? Deadbolt keys? Yeah.
That's not what happened. It's very disingenuous to phrase it like that. So I'm going to go ahead and explain the context of that. And I'm also going to show the...
I don't think that was disingenuous. Tom tweeted, oh, okay. Okay.
DM that happened. Because yes, I did DM Tommy's mom, but...
See, that's an insane sentence. That's already the line that's been crossed there. What did Tom say? Oh, God. Wait, why is... Oh, my Twitter's broke. Okay. There we go. I just want very famous YouTubers to, like, when I was 16, stop leaking DMs of what they've sent me. A bit awkward. Is that too much? Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Like, okay. The dyslexia is wild. Bruh, I'm trying. I just want very famous YouTubers I liked when I was 16 to stop leaking DMs of me being a bit awkward. Is that too much to ask? Yeah, okay. Teenagers are awkward. That is fair.
Here's the context as to why. So first of all, I should be playing F5. Now you got to see Detective Dream. But essentially, Tommy's mom is an active Twitter user. For those who don't know, she has a Twitter account that she posts on, and everyone knows it's Tommy's mom. She's not anonymous. She doesn't whatever. She has social
Yeah, that's fair. Most people in the world do have a social media account.
media, and everyone knows that it's his mom. It's not, she tweets out, she says things, she replies to his tweets, she interacts with fans, whatever, right? Whenever this video dropped, Tommy's video dropped about, the USP, my fans were obviously very upset. Some of them were being over the top, some of them were, but they were very emotional because in their mind, for a lot of them, it was like, oh my God, disc duo, Tommy and Dream, they're no longer friends, essentially. I mean, they would make that assumption and they would have assumed correctly based on this video. And so a lot of my fans were extremely upset. And they were tweeting, and I'd have to, know the exact context, but here's, an example of, I think, let me see if this is, so like, here's a tweet, that Tommy's mom made, and she was actively replying to fans, right? To, my fans. And I'm not saying that these people were being, whatever, but
I don't think that gives you the right to be able to use private channels to communicate with people's inner circle.
this case, this person says, your son's behavior is not appropriate at all, which is why I bring, because she's obviously replying to somebody that, the same person that's, tweeting publicly. And I believe it's inappropriate for me to respond to people who include, and they said, like, why do you, they were critiquing her for responding to fans, and she's still, arguing back and forth with these people. Now, obviously, a lot of this, what I'm about to say is you could technically say about me, so I guess maybe it's only my opinion because she's not she's his mom and not a content creator, but why are you on Twitter arguing with 16-year-old Dream stands about the fact that they don't like Tommy's video? Why is that happening? Why is that a thing that's happening? That shouldn't be a thing that's happening. That should just not be a thing that's happening.
Yeah, and also, 25-year-old men should not be messaging the mothers of their friends because they've upset each other. Like, that's not something that should be happening. Admittedly, that is okay, it was just a video. All of this just over a video is a bit odd.
But the thing is again, people could say that about me and say, why are you arguing with, certain haters, that whatever. So I also understand, the sentiment that she shows in this tweet.
Yeah,
when she said,
so he does get it because he does do this same thing. He does get it.
On this tweet that, I think if I mention I have every right to respond, because I think they said like, your mom didn't raise you right or something, which is
crazy, which is such a rude thing to say, which is such a rude thing to say. Dream deleted the post, did he? Okay. Cool. Spoken about it. You can stop going on about it now. It kind of just reinforces what I was saying about how he always tells people to go and get receipts and go and find evidence while he actively removes the paper trail of things happening as they're happening.
Rude, and that's not something that I don't support. Someone saying that, but they're just mad, and they're it's like a random kid on Twitter probably saying it. And then she's like, but she says something that I actually agree with. I think if I mention, I have every right to respond. Why on earth should I be silent and simply accept name calling and rudeness? I definitely wouldn't accept it in real life.
That's based. I feel that's based, and I feel like that's a fine thing to say. I think my opinion would change if Tom's mum had millions of followers on Twitter, but she doesn't.
Preach. So
he can't see. The difference is Tom's mum doesn't have a core community of ride and die supporters that will back for her no matter what. That she is tailored to think in the same way that she does. And she doesn't have millions of followers on these social media platforms. And I think he's now trying to use this example to justify when he's done this in the past. But I'm saying that they're different because that reply there has 18 likes. When Dream does it, it's viewed by thousands and thousands of people, if not hundreds and thousands. Don't get me wrong, Tom's mum does have a big Twitter account, but it's different. It is different. With scale, the responsibility rules change. They really do. And I feel that's a lesson I learned very early on in my career, with when I would often make fun of people who say dumb things in my chat. When I suddenly had way more people in my chat, I stopped doing that because the rules of what is responsible to do at scale change.
Why that's exactly what Tommy, had expressed. That's one of the only issues Tommy had ever expressed privately to me, was with me replying to people in that exact same scenario. So I actually agree with her on this.
No, but it's different. Tommy expressing his concerns with you using your platform is different from Tommy's mum doing it because of the scale. Again, the rules of responsibility change at scale, especially on the internet.
And so as she's actually replying to Twitter accounts, she's replying to stans and fans that are talking, that are talking about Tommy's video. I sent her a DM. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put my DM up on the screen, and I'm gonna read my DM. And I will say, before I read this DM, that after the fact, later on, when Tommy told me he was upset that I DM'd his mom, because he essentially just said, it's not cool you DM my mom, whatever. And obviously this was after his video, so we were not friends at this point. I apologized to Tommy. I said, yeah, you know what?
Yeah, well, that's good of him to apologize. That is good of him to apologize. I think he also needs to apologize to Tom's mom, but I don't understand why he did it in the first place, I think.
I didn't look at it like that. I see how you could look at it as me going over your head. I wasn't going over your head. She was replying to people on Twitter, and I messaged her.
But Twitter is not real life. A private message is that border between what is online and what is in real life. Because people use their private messages to... You know what I mean? Responding to people in the town square is very different to sending someone a letter.
In regards to that. And she was expressing opinions about the video, about Tommy. I said her on this. And so as she's actually replying to, Twitter accounts, she's replying to stans and fans that are talking, that are talking about Tommy's video. I sent her a DM. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put my DM up on the screen, and I'm gonna read my DM. And I will say, before I read this DM, that after the fact, later on, when Tommy told me he was upset that I DM'd his mom, because he essentially just said, it's not cool you DM my mom, whatever. And obviously this was after his video, so we were not friends at this point. I apologized to Tommy. I said, yeah, you know what? I didn't look at it like that. I see how you could look at it as me going over your head. I wasn't going over your head. She was replying to people on Twitter, and I messaged her, in regards to that. And she was expressing opinions about the video.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
about Tommy's video, saying, you know, like, oh, she thinks it's okay, and that, that it's just comedy and whatever, right? So she's expressing her opinion, and I wanted to let her know my opinion. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'll show you.
But why did you feel like that was an okay thing for you to do, to express your opinion on a video her son made? What are you saying? What are we saying? Dream made a new tweet. Okay, let me have a look. So he deleted his community tab and has made a tweet now? Okay, let me pull that up. I will have a look. By the way, guys, I do own a Minecraft server called the Realm SMP, and there is a big event I spend a lot of time making. Where's he tweeted this? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He deleted it before I could see it? What did it say? This is also what I mean about the paper trail issue. Did anyone have it? Does anyone have it? Or was there never a tweet? There was never a tweet. You guys are just baiting me out now. Come on, be serious.
Those DMs. So this is my DM to Tommy's mom. An essay, I know. As always.
I really don't know what to say. I don't know why he's showing this. I wouldn't show this. It doesn't, like, I don't think this context is ignored. It feels like filibustering.
So I'm gonna go ahead and read it. I said, I'm gonna go ahead and put off,
See, he hasn't got into any of my actual gripes, so I don't really know how to respond to anything.
I just thought I'd let you know that I don't agree with lots of people replying to you, and I don't want you to be attacked at all. First of all, that's how...
That would have been a great thing to mention, like, publicly, and, like, rein in your audience a little bit.
I start my message to her, is me saying, hey, just so you know, I don't want you to get attacked. I don't support anyone that's attacking you or saying mean things. I don't support that. I said, I will express that I do agree with some of the people replying because Tommy knew that would happen and knew what I had happened with my family as well. As he has critiqued me strongly for my tweets that cause doxing harassment, saying, you know it's going to cause doxing, so why do it? Even though I always reply that it's not my silly reply that's the problem, it's the person doxing or whatever that's the problem.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is true. The doxing and the swatting is always the fault of the person that are doing the horrific acts. You know what I'm saying? That is true. But also, there is a responsibility to not expose people to those kinds of people. If you have a big audience and you're like, in my audience, I know that there are people who actively get a kick out of doxing and swatting. And I risk putting other people in front of those people. This is what I'm on about with responsibility at scale.
Like you said about his video, that's never what his opinion has been. His video is outwardly dishonest as he knows far more about the situation and he takes a side with his skit, which he knew would cause tons of issues. I also don't agree that it was that's in between them, and then I say after it, I also don't agree with people that it was an ableist portrayal, and I don't agree that he wants my family to be harassed or doxxed. I will reiterate though that it
Of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. No one wants that on anyone, man.
Has already and will cause more problems and harassment for my friends and family, and obviously myself, and that I have had people reach out already from my friends and family expressing how dishonest his video was and how many issues it's going to cause with no pluses. I got a text from my brother, from George, from almost everyone I know that was involved at all in the situation that knew the context to the whole USMP situation, being like, whoa, why is Tommy just lying to his entire audience? Literally,
Again, I don't believe that the QSMP was the reason for this dox and swatting. I just do not believe it was over a Minecraft server instead of the offensive jokes Streams has made in his past. I don't believe that it was instead of the grooming allegations, and I don't believe that it was instead of basically other slander that happens of Dream on the internet. I don't believe that the Minecraft server is the catalyst. I think these things happen at the same time.
I wish I could find those texts and show you. Maybe I could. But I got texts from my family members being like, why is Tommy lying? Essentially, that had been in conversation with me, obviously at dinner, another time over the past month, saying, hey, here's what's happening with the QSMP. Here's what do you? My family would be like, hey, what are you working on? I'm working on a live translation mod. We're doing this and that. Oh, we saw what happened with Quackity. What's going on? Oh, yeah, no, I don't know. I'm trying to DM Quackity. Here's what.
It was though, but hear me out. Is that just another thing which adds on to the plethora of thing? Like, you could say it was though, but where Dream often goes a lot on about the evidence of why that is the case. Okay, he very regularly asks for receipts and displays receipts like this. I've not seen any evidence that the doxing and swatting was caused by the QSMP versus DSMP versus USMP stuff. Like, he's saying these things and he very regularly asks for other people to back it up with evidence and stuff. I'm just asking the exact same thing of him that he asks of everyone else that says stuff about him. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I don't think, like, don't get me wrong, the Minecraft community in particular is prolific for doxing and swatting and DDoS. Absolutely prolific. I think 3 of the 10 biggest DDoS attacks and DOS attacks in history are all on Minecraft servers. I understand that there is that side of the Minecraft community. Okay? I understand. But I don't think that, first of all, I don't believe that Quackity's community is that same Minecraft community. I think Dream has a lot of people that hate him for loads of other reasons, and this just gives them a reason. This just gives them another reason to continue to dox and swatting. Because this isn't a new thing that started happening to him when the QSMP came out. This is a persistent issue that he's had since the start of his popular career. And I think to use doxing and swatting as a pawn against Tom, Quackity, and the QSMP doesn't make sense. I think it just gave people that already hate you for the other stuff you've done more reason to dox and swat you. But I think it was inevitably going to happen whether the QSMP even existed or not, because of the other things you've done.
What's happening? Here's Tommy. Tommy even had conversations sometimes, like very rarely with like Drista or one of my family members. And so I obviously, in my mind,
I'm just gonna pause this and actually message Dream real quick because I did say I would call him at 5 and I'm 30 minutes behind them. Hey, are we still on to call today? I understand that a lot is going on, and also I am not as far into your VOD as I thought I'd be after an hour and a half.
And I'm thinking, okay, I want to make sure that she his mom is expressing a public opinion about his video and interacting with my fans, and I want her to know what my opinion is. And I think that
part of me is like, then say it publicly. But also part of me is like, responsibility with scale. But I think the absolute wrong thing here is to message and blur that line between offline and online. I feel like public would also be really bad, though. It's not... There is a certain extent when you have such a big audience and you have such a large platform, you kind of have to roll with the punches. You just have to sometimes take it sometimes, you know? I feel like the message is just so wrong.
In my mind, I wouldn't do it because I wouldn't want to upset Tommy, but I would not do it because it's some weird, crazy overstep of boundaries. She's on Twitter actively tweeting at people, and I privately reach out saying, hey, just so you know, you're saying stuff about this video that involves me and you're interacting with my fans. Here's my opinion. I think that is, in my mind, it's very reasonable. Again, I think that...
Yeah, but I think this channel of communication has to go through Tom to Tom's mum. Because you know each other. And you have this estranged friendship and beef between each other. And like I feel like he needs to understand how would he feel if Tom messaged his mum. Okay, Dreams just said, hey, sorry, working on a response to Tommy, so probably not the best. It sucks, I would have loved to chat. Thanks anyway. Okay, I understand. I thought that would be the case. I thought that would be the case. I did think that would be the case. If you finish working on the video, I would still like to talk.
That if I could go back, I wouldn't do it, but primarily because clearly it really upset him, and it also upset his mom, which I don't want to do that. I know my intention with this message was not at all to upset his mom or upset him. It was literally just, hey, you're saying this publicly, you're getting attacked by people publicly. I want to let you know how I feel about that. I want to make sure you know that I'm not okay with that. I want to make sure you know my personal opinion on the video, and I want to make sure you know the impact that that's having on me and my family right now. I think that's incredibly fair, and it's people. There's people on, I think even on, the whole Brighton group and Tommy and his friends side that use this as like a way to say that I am some manipulative, horrible person, or use this as a.
I mean, it's pretty damning evidence of that, I must admit, Dream. It's just not a normal thing to do, and it's not an okay thing to do, which is why this might be used as evidence to make you look manipulative, because even with context, I believe it's a manipulative thing. Even with all of this explanation you've just done, I still believe it's a manipulative thing.
As like a backing to say, see, he's so manipulative. He even went to your mom to try and get you to, whatever. It's like, that's not what happened. That's just.
In essence, it's not what happened, but it is like the nature of what happened. You know what I mean?
It's very disingenuous to imply that in some way me sharing this message with her is like manipulative. And I think that Tubbo, obviously in this case, it phrased it like I just DM'd his mom out of nowhere because Tommy.
No, but I know. Just because your intentions was it to not be manipulative and your intentions were to make it to give your perspective on the situation, it is inherently manipulative to message someone's mother that you're arguing with. Like, that is inherently manipulative. And also the way you message Tom and you mention your feelings so much, and it's always like me-centered feelings, me-centered feelings, me-centered feelings. There is not any room. There's not any room to consider other people in the situation's feelings.
Tommy wasn't replying to me, which isn't what happened. That is just not what happened. And again, I don't know if that's what Tommy is telling Tubbo what happened. I don't know. I'm guessing not. I'm guessing it's just there's some.
For the record, I got read this exact message. It's not what Tom is telling me is happening. I read this exact message and formed my own opinion. I don't know why he's always insinuating that I'm getting my opinions from other people. I am very independent, and I'm very capable of forming my own opinions. But I feel like he doesn't comprehend that I'm my own person outside of the people I talk to.
Miscommunication. Maybe Tommy's not communicating as much. But that's not what happened. It's not what happened. I did not DM Tommy's mom because Tommy wasn't replying to me. And
no, I know, but you kind of in a way did, because this message was sent because you didn't message Tom to tell his mum about the stuff that she was saying on Twitter. Instead, you went directly to her. Like, in a way, and he's speaking with a lot of emotion, which is making it kind of hard to understand his core point. Like, I feel like he doesn't understand the boundary. I just feel like he doesn't understand the boundaries like other people do. And I think that's down to have dealt with so much internet stuff 24/7 for years. To his credit, he has dealt with a shit ton of internet stuff, mainly negative, for years. And I think to an extent that does fuck with your head. That does fuck with your head. I didn't deal with maybe 1% and it fucked with my head. And I think he genuinely believes that this is an okay step to take when I don't think it is. And I feel like it would be very disingenuous of me to not at least validate Dream a little bit and say that, yes, I think he's a little bit brain broken. Well, he is neurodivergent. I think this is neurodivergence aside. I think this is just how dealing with that much negative internet stuff fucks with your head in a certain way. And you see it a lot with how creators fall down the alt-right pipeline as well.
And my message to Tommy's mom, as you can see on screen, is just a very nice, normal message to somebody that is actively engaging in conversation online with my community.
Yes, but this is not in an online space. Yes, you've messaged over the internet, but there's a big difference between the communication happening online in the town center, like I said, and in a private letter. But this is many things, but is not normal. And that's also what I mean when I say, I think to an extent, the negativeness he deals with on the internet has wired his brain differently. Okay? And this is not normal. And I think the fact that he thinks this is normal is the problem.
It's not. It was a very normal, reasonable DM.
Yes. To a friend of yours, not to a friend of yours mum, while that said friend and you are having a falling out.
But I do think that, again, I wouldn't, if I could go back, I wouldn't do it. But not because I think it was that, because I wouldn't want to upset Tommy. I didn't, and I obviously clearly did. But anyway, I think we can.
This is like 5
watch
years
more of this.
long of like little things. We're still on the intro of my stream. Literally death by 1,000
I don't
cuts,
know.
Dude. Like, it's literally death by 1,000 cuts. Like, there are so many things that have stacked up to this point. There are so many like little things. And to honestly know all of it is just the most insane thing ever. The most insane thing ever. Like, God, I repeat myself so much. It's so draining. There's just so much.
I don't know what he says here. I'm just letting it play out.
Now. So
I do agree. There's a lot of like lore, and everyone doesn't.
That was like first public shots, and then Tom has been on his era of just like, he's on his sling and shit era. Love that for him, obviously. Yeah. What I will say
Lore
is
is
I'm trying to be
crazy.
fair before I get crazy. I'm trying to be fair. The Brighton friend group, I must admit, does stir the pot a lot. This is my friend group. They do.
The understatement of the year, but
see, that is the context I wanted him to have, rather than pausing like 10 times within the first 5 minutes, because then he would have had the context of knowing that the stuff that I was saying at the beginning was not about him. And everyone in my community is very aware of how much they stir the pot and everything. There are some things they stir the pot about where I'm like, I don't give a shit, but also like there's some things they stir the pot about and I'm like, well guys, this is I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The Brighton crew shocker. We do a bit of stirring.
And I will say as well before I can.
Oh my god, I didn't even get to the point. Okay.
Continue. Okay, just I think this maybe something I should have said at the very beginning of the stream. 2 things. One, I know a lot of you watching this, or even people seeing clips of this, or whatever. I know a lot of you don't like me, or you think very negative of me, or you have these opinions. And sometimes those opinions are formed based on years, like Tubbo said, years and years and years of information that's gone into your brain, or experiences, personal experiences you had, whether it's with me or my fans or with anybody. But you have to, when you're evaluating a situation, that's why I'm kind of pulling out the Detective Dream fit, is I'm looking at it from Detective Dream, right? Yes, I'm interjecting as Dream, and I'm showing, I'm giving Dream's opinions, but at the same time, I'm also providing the evidence and the facts to the situation, because you can't, there's been a big trend over the last couple of years where people are either forming their opinions based on their audience, or have an opinion that's formed based on something that they don't want to share publicly.
I disagree. I think people have opinions, and the audience mirrors the opinions of the creators. I firmly believe that. And I think to say that people are changing their opinions to match their audience, I think takes away from the humanity that is streamers and creators, rather than them being businesses. You know what I mean?
Because they know that people would disagree with their opinion, and then they just say behind the scenes, or they say, well, I don't know, I just think this, and or publicly they'll say they'll imply it's because of very negative things. Like somebody from the Brighton group will imply that, or even outright say, essentially, that they don't, they don't like Dream because Dream's a creep, or Dream's a weirdo, or Dream's a pedo, and that's not okay. If you don't,
yeah, no, that's not okay. That's not okay. That's not okay. And I've said that's not okay. And I've said it many times that I don't like it. I think it's stupid to repeatedly call Dream a pedophile when it's not the case. Phil tweeted, oh god. What did Phil say? Oh god. Philza, please be your most base take. Please be a based, refreshing take. Come on, PH1LZA. The kids I tried my best to protect in 2020 are all grown up and now standing up for themselves. I might best tear up. God, it's just, that's very real though, because that's so real. Wait, he actually is, like, he is such a good example of a responsible adult and a positive influence in an adult. Like, he is though. Like, I feel like Phil is like the good guy. Like, just the good guy. He actually, oh, Phil. Oh. He actually is the best.
If you don't have evidence to back up the reason that you think that, and you're just thinking it because of your own.
Oh my god, if you don't have evidence to back up the way that you think that, and you're just thinking that, Dream, meanwhile, deleting tweets, scrubbing the records clean, making it impossible to gather evidence to have that opinion. It's the most frustrating thing ever. Like, even during this stream, making that community tab, deleting that community tab, calling all of TommyInnit's fans the arseler, deleting that tweet, like, oh my gosh. It feels like a bit of a slap in the face. And the way it's phrasing, he's phrasing it to make himself sound so reasonable by removing the context of how he acts online.
Negative perception of Dream over the, or whatever. You don't like that I'm mean on Twitter or, whatever. That's not fair. That's not fair. And you just can't operate like that. It's not, that's.
You can, Dream, people can dislike you because you're mean on Twitter. That is fair. That is fair. I'm sorry, it just is fair though. People can dislike you because of how you act on Twitter and if they think you're mean on Twitter. Because that is just human nature. And that is so fair. And to say it's not fair is like perpetuating this, the viewer must feel hard done by for me mentality.
It's not cool. It's not fair. It's not right. There's no,
it is,
it's not
though.
how anybody
it is
should
fair,
operate. It does a great
job. It's fine and it's right. Because individual people can have whatever opinion they want about you, man. Based on how you act and the things you do.
Of talking about this in this, in this stream, I think Tubbo is obviously biased because he has, they are his.
I am biased, and if you get further into the stream than 12 minutes, you can see where I explain my biases because we're still on the intro, and we talk about how these are the best friends of my best friends in the world, and we talk about how I am loyal to a fault, and you just haven't got there yet.
Friend group, but I do have a lot of respect for Tubbo, and I have a lot of respect for the way that he has handled this drama in the past.
Thanks,
he's one of the people that hasn't been throwing shots. He's one of the people that hasn't been implying creepy things about me or my friends or whatever. He's one of the people that has stayed more not even neutral, just like fair.
I appreciate
fair,
him
like
saying
honestly,
that.
genuinely
I do
fair.
try to be
I think
fair.
that Tubbo has had genuinely good critiques of me, genuinely good critiques of Sapnap, genuinely good critiques of George. He has had valid critiques that me and Tubbo have even talked privately about.
We have
some of those things in the past, and I think that's entirely fair. It's fair. You can totally not like somebody, don't like whoever you want. It's personal opinion, doesn't matter. But don't imply that you don't like somebody because of illicit means. If you don't.
Yeah, I genuinely think the friend group needs to stop calling Dream a fucking pedophile for cheap laughs, because I think it's a serious thing, and I think the amount of times that happens waters down when genuine accusations of people being a pedophile come out.
Don't have any evidence to support those feelings, and or just be upfront that it's just based on this, that way people don't speculate and make up rumors and spread things behind the scenes that just aren't true. Obviously, I'll talk more about some phone calls I've had. I'll talk more about the behind the scenes rumors soon.
Okay.
But I do think it's important to say that my intention with this live stream is not at all to spread hate to anybody. I'm sure there will be hate spread. That's exactly what happened before.
I know your intention of this live stream isn't to spread hate, but also just like, again, I don't think he understands the responsibility at scale rules. I think he would just really benefit. I just want to, like, I genuinely want to sit down and talk with him, and I'm disappointed we're not going to get to do that today, because that was genuinely what I wanted to talk to him about today. Because, like, I feel like it would just be so good to have someone in his circle that doesn't put up with the same amount of negative stuff on the internet that he does, and brain doesn't operate in the same way as his, to just to be like, hey, responsibility at scale, hey, you might have thought this was a normal thing, this was not a normal thing, and this is why, this is other people's perspective. I don't know,
Where we were talking about Tommy's mom replying to people and Tommy's video and whatever. The intention of this is to clear up misinformation and also break the barrier that there has been between the community and creators. There's been a massive barrier right now where there's this big barrier between the creators and the community, where they're not sharing information between each other, and so because of that, both sides are making assumptions and I don't know, like causing rumors to spread about everybody, not even just me. I'll touch on this later, because there's been
it's not even 13 minutes into my VOD, man.
Rumors spread about these people as well. And the difference is, I don't go around.
Sorry, wait, what?
There's this big barrier between the creators and the community, where they're not sharing information between each other, and so because of that, both sides are making assumptions and I don't know, like causing rumors to spread about everybody, not even just me. I'll touch on this later, because there's been rumors spread about these people as well. And the difference.
Did he just insinuate that there's serious rumors, such as people being, the ones he listed, people being creeps, people being nonces and pedophiles, about my friend group? Because there isn't. And that is an insane thing to say off the back of going, it's so messed up and it's wrong for them to keep making shots at me and calling me a pedophile, basically, to then immediately turn around and say there's rumors about them as well. Serious severity. That's crazy. For the man that always goes on about bring your fucking receipts.
It says I don't go around perpetuating them. I don't go around spreading them. And I think that is a big difference. Anyway, we can continue with what Tubbo's going to.
I think. I don't really know what to say to that, to be totally honest. Just rumors in general. He doesn't perpetuate rumors in general about our friend group. I think that's just a really weird thing to say, to be totally honest.
Gonna say here.
Yeah. Like, okay, so, collecting my thoughts. Where are we? Where to begin? Okay.
Like,
we need to start with the podcast. God, does this really start with Misgive? What year is it? Oh my fucking God. Stand by that. That's so funny. Okay. Right. Oh my fucking God. So, also, I have not read the Reddit post. Okay. So it starts off with, oh my fucking God. Right. I'm in deep. I've spent this time.
So honestly, I think I'm just going to skip through this.
This is the exact thing his community gets upset for me if I skip sections of massive context. This is the exact thing that his own community gets upset with me for when I do streams like this and skip context like this. But I just, it's fine.
Part where he's saying it begins here, and instead of that, I'm just going to explain from my perspective where it begins. Right?
Okay.
Obviously, from my perspective, it begins with what he said throughout this, and also what has been, said throughout this live stream, is essentially that obviously there was a lot of stuff beforehand, and then for the last year and a half, there have been people like Jack, Tommy, Harry, others that have been,
No others. You named all three. That is just exaggeration. I can't think of any others that are invested enough in Dream and in the circle that take shots. I can't believe Average Harry got a shout out on the Dream main channel, though. That's crazy.
Taking jabs, bullying me, attacking me and spreading.
Oh, Max. Okay, valid. Okay. Maybe there are others. My bad.
Lies about me, and that's been happening over the last year and a half. So obviously this people saying Dream started this. It's like ridiculous. Like I yes, in this instance I was not technically involved. Obviously my name was mentioned, but I was not technically involved. But I did not. This was not people saying
his name wasn't mentioned.
like Tommy lives rent free in my head. Like, no, that's not. He's been jabbing at me in videos, podcasts, on every platform essentially for the last.
That's reasonable. That's reasonable, dude. That's so reasonable. Like they have been firing off and calling him a pedophile for about a year and a half. Okay, like that's reason. I feel like we can all be reasonable and understand that. Oh, XQC did mention him. Oh, that's my bad. I did not take that in.
Last year and a half. I've never done anything. I've actually been even privately been kind to, Tommy hit 50 million. I sent him a text saying, hey man, congratulations. I remember when I hit 50 million, it was great. I think that's my last DM or any private interaction with Tommy. Obviously we were not friends at that point, but it was just me trying to be friendly. Anyway, so obviously, yeah, what happened between, what happened on Twitter right now, was, there was like drama with like, Tommy said something about, Miscommunications and I'll be honest, like, I think that there's different, strategies and stuff to how you get attention online. I think that there obviously you can start drama and beef, and that's been a way for a very long time, whether it be through diss tracks or through arguments or whatever. And Tommy obviously like Tubbo said, that's been Tommy's strategy recently, has been getting and like not with people that don't.
My words so far removed from context because he skipped over the part of the VOD where I provided said context. I said Tommy's in his slinging shit era. Good for him. That's all the context Dream has at this point. When in fact, I then go to explain, let him sling all the shit he wants because of the terrible mentors he's had. I think he's earned the break.
Deserve it usually, or critiques that don't don't deserve it. He'll talk about Logan Paul, or he'll talk about Mr. Beast, or he'll talk about whatever, and that's how he's been recently. That's kind of how he's been operating recently. Now I think that this is an important conversation. So I'm gonna go ahead and show. I'm going to go back a little bit more than what Tubbo's going back from.
Okay. What context did I miss, Dream? Let me know, man.
So I want to talk about the Logan Paul situation. And I'm going to have a very unique...
Oh my God. Where is the relevance? This started because you called 15 million people the arsler.
Take on this as someone who obviously has interacted with Tommy and has my experiences with Tommy. But I'm on Tommy's Twitter, right? So obviously Tommy, Logan Paul obviously deserves a shit ton of criticism and for a lot of the shit that he's done, a lot of the negative.
Yeah, like the scamming his viewers out of millions of dollars. Yeah, that little thing.
Things that he's been involved with, whether it be related to crypto or related to different companies or whatever. And so obviously Tommy, knowing that, decides to take advantage of that, makes a tweet. He says, like he tweets about Tommy having... Yeah,
that's crazy. The Prime advert in the Gaza conflict section is fucking crazy. That's like valid, man. Like that's an insane fucking ad placement and insensitive.
Saying Prime, and showing that Logan Paul's doing a Prime ad during like the Gaza conflict thing, which is terrible. He should not do that. Deserves criticism. And I don't think that this tweet by Tommy is a problem. And of course, Logan Paul says that offline glaze and shows, tweets to show that
more screenshots of Tommy being 16 years old and being nice to idols that then turn around and turn out to be terrible people or shit on him. God,
Tommy's like messaging him, off the screen. And then of course Tommy, they continue their beef. And then, of course, Tommy gets mad at him and says, why do you keep posting private messages of me being kind to you? Are you stupid? Now, the unique take that I'm going to have here is that, first of all, Logan Paul's completely in the wrong. I mean, that's not unique, I guess. But the unique part is
then why are you bringing him up to make yourself look more in the right? If you've just acknowledged that Logan Paul isn't completely in the wrong.
What Logan Paul is showing with these messages is something that his, Tommy's fans or other fans that were involved in this just, didn't really clock or think about, is that these problems that you have with Logan Paul and that I have with Logan Paul, they date back, right? They date back. They're from years ago, very public. Everyone is aware of them. Everyone knows that they've happened. Everyone knows about the suicide forest. Everyone knows about the crypto scams. Everyone knows about these things. These
a crazy thing to bring up because it's just not what any of this was about.
These are things that have happened. Tommy knew about these things, but even when knowing about these things, he's in his DMs, calling him, inviting him to stuff, trying to get invited to stuff, being friends with him, talking to him. Now, again, this isn't to support Logan Paul. Logan Paul's a dickhead. He shouldn't have done what he did. He shouldn't have done the fucking Prime ad during Gaza. That's a shit thing to do. And Tommy's tweet isn't, initially about it isn't bad. But, does this...
Okay, but here is crazy. Really? Really?
Not show that Tommy is disingenuous? Does this not show that Tommy is disingenuous?
No! No, it doesn't! It doesn't! If you are talking to someone when you're a teenager, and then that person in the future does something terrible, you can definitely make fun of them. And it says nothing about your character, and you can definitely call them out on their bullshit. He was actually 18. Fine, he's an adult. Like, that's crazy. It doesn't make him look disingenuous. The fact that you think that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. To use Logan Paul and Tom's messages with Logan Paul, another creative inspiration that turned out to be terrible, to make yourself look better and be like, this is the same situation, however, I am not terrible and I wasn't an inspiration that took advantage of Tom, is crazy. And also, like, there's a certain element of where YouTube is all about, like, who you know and what you know. And when you're a starting out creator and a growing creator, and these big dogs reach out to you, there's an aura of starstruck, like, oh my God, teach me everything you know. I want to learn. I want to be good at this thing that you have made a successful career out of yourself for. And I don't know how Dream thinks that this makes Tom looking disingenuous, first of all. And I don't understand how Dream thinks this makes himself look good.
Tommy is in Logan Paul's DMs being friendly with him, even after all these terrible controversies. And then the second he can get public clout from it and get public attention, likes, and views from shitting on Logan Paul, then he does it.
There is also an element as that the stuff from Logan Paul was years ago. And he did, for a long time, go on a remaking his reputation thing. If you remember correctly, he went through a phase of remaking his reputation, and he did a lot. Do you not remember that? Of course, I don't like him, but I can understand why Tom would want to talk to someone who has been on YouTube for so long, who has been so successful, to learn and grow. I do understand that. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to say. And I don't think that makes him look disingenuous. And I think also it's bold to assume that everyone knows about controversies of creators past. Given Logan Paul's was massive and in the news, I must admit, when I first learnt of Logan Paul, it was after I knew Tom, and I didn't know about the Suicide Forest stuff. That's only context I've learnt from being on the internet for longer. Okay.
That's disingenuous. That's not cool. If Tommy was, and that's why when I said the no backbone comment, which obviously Tubbo, talked about on my thing, this is the stuff I'm talking about.
This isn't no backbone. This is so, that's not what that is.
He has no backbone. It's not, he doesn't have any problem with what Logan Paul has done.
You're telling me the basis for the Reddit post of no backbone is because of nice text Tom has sent to Logan Paul that you think is disingenuous, which I believe the average person doesn't think is disingenuous, and I believe the average person believes people can grow and change. Like, in my heart, I genuinely believe that Dream can also grow and change and not act like this.
Wants to gain the attention and the benefits of shitting on him, because he knows that everyone will give him likes and everyone will give him attention and views for shitting on him.
You're making it sound like Tom isn't crazy successful and this is his only lifeline to save his career, which isn't true, because before any of this happened, he just finished going on a sold out America tour for his Annoying at First show. This isn't what the motive doesn't make sense.
which good for Tommy. But that's something to be pointed out, and that is a pattern that has happened across my interactions with him and his interaction with Logan Paul. And so when my issue with Tommy from before was his disingenuousness. He'd be making jokes about me, like jokes that are not okay, making pedophile jokes before there was problems like that, that obviously contributed to an image of me being a creep or whatever that people.
It is also important to note, again, like I said earlier, Dream plays into these jokes both off camera and sometimes on camera, but then Tom just took it too far, being 17-year-old and going to secondary school in the Midlands in the UK. Like, let's be so real.
People were saying back then, and then behind the scenes be like, oh, no, we're best friends, we're besties, whatever, let's call about YouTube. And just for context, guys, I know obviously, there's the whole Phil's, tweet thing, which I guess I'll talk about it well at some point. But I will say that I don't know how many people know this, but me and Tommy pretty much called almost daily, maybe every other day for hours talking about YouTube.
That's true.
He has documents with tons of YouTube strategy things.
That's true. That is also true.
Obviously, we never had any, there was no contract.
That doesn't invalidate the amount of work that Tom's done to get to where he is, though. Important to note.
I never had any, I never gained any money from Tommy. I didn't make a single dollar off the Dream SMP. It was out of.
Oh, be so for real. Oh my God. Actually, I'm gonna say this. Right, I'm going to the Dream SMP Discord right now. If I scroll up an announcement a little way, let me find it. Like, the Dream SMP not only increased everybody, including Dream, to the point where they were getting such insane views, the ad revenue alone was millions of dollars. To say you made no penny from the Dream SMP is insane. Because first of all, Bad Boy Halo hosted the fucking server! You didn't spend any money for the Dream SMP either! Throw some respect on Bad Boy Halo's name. Where is it? Because there was a point where the Dream SMP at some point was going to have a Feastables sponsorship. Which I'm going to just say, because there was... Yeah, this was something... Yeah, they're going to do... Yeah, there was talk of sponsor. The Dream SMP was a tool to make money, and it made everyone so much money. And it's so untrue to say you made £0 from the Dream SMP because you streamed on the server, very little, but you did stream on the server. I'm pretty sure I remember you doing a 1 sub for 5 seconds subathon on the server at some point. Like, to say you've made no money off the Dream SMP is insane. And I think it's to play for sympathy points. I can't think of any other reason why you would possibly say that, other than to try to get more sympathy points and try to paint Tom in a more disingenuous, unrealistic light. The Dream SMP made everyone so much money. Like, life-changing amounts of money. You say you made no money off of it when you clearly did, but you also, by saying that, insinuated that you paid for the hosting of the server and paid for stuff with the server when Bad Boy Halo was hosting it on his machines. That's a crazy I can't believe he said that. It's like next level. It's next level just untrue.
Friendship, and also me, the kindness of my heart, wanting to learn, wanting to talk to Tommy, that I had those calls. And so
the way he talks about those calls and doing that is like it's the same vein that he takes the credit in the tweet that he referenced earlier about Phil. Like, the way that these conversations are happening and being spoken about is like feels strange. Feels strange. I can't quite put my finger on the exact word I'm looking for, but kindness is not transactional. And I think it's important to mention you did these good deeds. Bragging about these good deeds doesn't make them any more good. Your kind acts don't need to be repaid because that's what kindness is. And to do kind actions, to only expect something back and expect loyalty, is manipulation by definition.
Whenever, we're talking, and then also, I guess I'm getting a little bit off track, but people in saying that that I love taking credit for people's success, like, what credit have I taken? I've not taken.
The tweet when you put an arrow on the graph pointing at Tom's subscriber growth after he met you, insinuating that all of that growth was because of you, that is when you did that.
Credit for anybody's success.
Except for that time I just said.
The only thing you can remotely point to is that one tweet, which was obviously a joking thread between me and Tommy, but also
It wasn't joking. It had undertones. It had serious undertones. It had serious undertones. Because Tom went and spoke to everyone in the friend group like, is he being serious? Because it had serious undertones. And and it didn't come off joking. And the fact that we, behind the scenes, all believed that you genuinely meant it as it was and not as a joke kind of speaks to the extent of the issue that exists. Because if we behind the scenes all genuinely believe you fought and did that, it probably means that your actions instill that feeling in us that you believe that we owe all of our success to you. Because the chances are that everyone is the problem and not just the way that you act is the problem. It's just not likely.
Initially started as Tommy taking credit for Philza's YouTube. Tommy replied to Philza.
But the difference is between that they were in a call at the time and talking about it. You just fired this off, bro.
I'll go back to it. I'll get back to that. Don't worry. But sorry, it's frustrating. It's so frustrating. But anyway, and I've said this. I've actually probably word for word said this, but I'll say it again. I do not take credit for anybody's success on the Dream SMP or anybody that I've done content with.
Then why did everyone believe you earnestly meant that when you tweeted that out? Because there's something about your actions that made everyone believe that, and I just don't believe what he's saying here to be true, to be totally honest. Of course, everyone can form their own opinion, but I think he's just kind of like very madly speaking with a lot of emotion.
The only reason I made content with these people is because they're talented, successful people.
And I think if you had said that to their face in private, that would have gone a long way. Rather than saying it when it makes you look like a better person on your own stream.
That's it. The only thing that you could remotely give me credit for is shining a spotlight on them. That's it. Obviously, yeah, when I was getting large viewership at the beginning of COVID and so on and so forth, I shined a spotlight on some of these creators by having them join the Dream SMP or making content with them.
You did do
they would have eventually been successful no matter what, because they are successful people and they are talented creators. The only thing that I did was...
And you should have said that to them at the time to make them believe that that's what you thought, so behind the scenes people didn't necessarily think that you did think that everyone owed you for their success.
Point a spotlight and go, hey, look at these guys are successful, these guys are cool, these guys make good content, and they made videos with them and made did live streams and stuff. That's all I did. So I've said this before, but I'll say it again, I never have and I never would take credit for the success of anybody, even people that I make content with and strategize with every single day. Even people that I channel manage George and Sapnap and my own channel, and you'll never go find a clip of me alluding to the fact or saying outright or in any regard implying that I made George or made Sapnap, because we made each other. We work together. We are a team. We have equal contribution.
Yeah. I don't really know what to think. I really don't know what to think, because I think something in me kind of fundamentally disagrees with what he's saying here. And yeah. Yeah, okay. Tom posted another video. Shut up. I refuse to believe that. I feel like he's said enough at the moment. Surely. He didn't? Oh my god, chat, can you stop baiting me out, please?
contribution to each other's success. Without George, I would not have succeeded. Without Sapnap, I would not have succeeded. And I believe that all with each other, it would have been, it's the same thing, vice versa. So anyway, we can talk about that more later, but I do think that it's really important to note, I guess in this,
I just fundamentally disagree with a lot of that, so I don't really feel like I can say anything, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it is really important to note that it's not. I don't think that Tommy is, a dick for doing this, but I think that it's just disingenuous. And Tommy, I want to, I guess, like, speak to Tommy here. Tommy, I know you're like Jack or whatever. You're probably seeing red, or you think I'm. Honestly, I don't know what you think right now, but no one likes to hear people say things like this about them, and I am being very negative, obviously. But I think that at heart, Tommy is a good person. I think Tommy makes great content. I think he has been. He's very dedicated. He's insanely motivated. He works hard every day. He spends so much time on everything he does, whether it be his shows or even with the Dream SMP. He had a lot to do with the success of the Dream SMP. I don't think the Dream SMP would have gone 1/1,000,000th as big as it was without him. I can say those things and still.
So you say that, right? Just gonna point out a little inconsistency here. You say the Dream SMP wouldn't be nearly as big as it. In the same breath, a few minutes earlier, you said you didn't make a penny off the SMP. But if the SMP would have never been as big as it was without Tommy, you would have never seen a kickback in views and growth on your own channels. So therefore, if you're acknowledging that the SMP would have nearly been as big without Tommy, you must acknowledge that you profited off the Dream SMP like everyone else.
Still have these opinions that I'm putting out there in a negative light. I can still think, hey, I give props to all these things. I think that this is something that without being addressed or without being called out on, that's not going to change. It's not going to change. Anyway, I think that I'll go back to Tubbo's thing. But yeah, so anyway, so for me, so I'll kind of go through. So Tommy, obviously Logan Paul stuff. So I'm seeing this stuff, right? And in my mind, it's disingenuous. It's whatever.
That's wrong.
And then we get all the way back up to the most recent things, which of course people in whatever way they want can try and I'll go through like Tommy's stuff, obviously, but yeah, obviously Miscommunications, I don't care, whatever, they have drama, I don't really care at all. Obviously, XQC, he says these guys are all cringe, sorry, he reacted to Tommy and his diss towards Miscommunications, and of course, I don't think that's bad of X to say. He wasn't like personally attacking Tommy, he's like, oh, all these guys are cringe. And also, any of you that know XQC know that this isn't like, he's not like, fuck TommyInnit, I hate him, what?
Then if you didn't care, why is this when you got involved? That's what I'm not really quite understanding.
Whatever, like that's not the vibes. This was just
And why, if you didn't care about this, did you feel the need to call every one of Tommy's viewers the arsler then because of that?
He's live on stream all the time, reacting to stuff. He sees a tweet. He goes, these guys are both cringe, whatever, right? So then, obviously, Tommy says to be more cringe than TommyInnit. It's pretty fucking hard, but you pulled it off, pal, right? And then he shows a picture of fucking XQC wearing a Donald Trump shirt, which is fucking cringe, right? You have a shirt of Donald Trump. I think even XQC would be like, yeah, putting Donald Trump's face on a shirt is cringe, right? So then, and of course, then,
right.
but of course, obviously, X replies with, saying, how is it doing a stream with how is it a diss doing streams with, with the president? 'Cause obviously you can have your opinion on Donald Trump, but obviously doing a
okay, interesting
stream with the president is something that almost anybody, even political commentators that hate Trump, would want a chance or want.
Yeah, I will say it is cool to do a stream with the president of the United States. That is cool. That is a crazy opportunity that online yappers get to have.
An opportunity to do a live stream talking to Trump or any president really because they want to ask questions or anything at all. So I don't think that that's necessarily the win that X thinks it.
I personally can say I wouldn't. But like, bro, hold. Why are you holding? You guys doing something weird?
But I do think that that's what he's saying by it. And I think that it's interesting. Obviously, people took that and were running with that as, so I jumped in because, XQC is getting, shit on for being a Trump supporter or, whatever. And I want to say this. So first of all, I think it's important to note that I don't know XQC's political, alignment. We haven't talked politics. I don't know.
What do you, he makes it very public. He's wearing a t-shirt with Donald Trump's face on it while shaking his hand on your stream while you're saying this.
No, I don't know his political stances, but he's a Canadian. He's from Canada. And as far as I know, he is not a big, massive Trump supporter. I've never seen him make a tweet supporting Trump. I've never seen him make replies supporting Trump. I've never seen any of that. I think that, so in my mind, it's, and obviously people that, obviously would, people that don't like XQC or don't like, or Tommy fans or, whatever, are going to turn and be like, oh, XQC is a Trump supporter, therefore fuck XQC. And I think that that's...
Why would a non-Trump supporter wear a t-shirt with a picture of his face on and go on a live stream and shake his hand? Just out of interest. If anyone is aware, let me know.
Unfair. Like Trump, actually, he's a Canadian. He's a Canadian. He can't vote. He hasn't expressed anything publicly of Trump.
Why does it matter that he's a Canadian? I live in the UK, and I am firmly against Donald Trump. I don't think... Right? Like, the far-right politics, it exists everywhere in the world, and it exists in Canada, and it exists in Europe. Like, I'm so confused.
And the only thing that he has said in that regard right there was him saying, hey, like, I got to do a stream with the president. How is that a diss? And obviously X mentions me. He says you went from dick riding dream for a living to making jokes to teenage girls. Lock in. Now obviously I don't even know the context to any more of that. I don't know anything about I don't know X's political, things, nor do I really care. I don't know X's opinion on Trump. I don't know X's opinion on any politics because we haven't talked it. And I don't care because I'm not a political streamer. I'm not a, whatever.
Why wouldn't you care if you were friends with someone that supported Donald Trump and taking abortion rights away from 150 odd million people? Why wouldn't you care? Why? You know what I mean? I feel like that's something you ought to care about, given your 80-odd% female audience. Especially. And their rights. That's crazy.
I play Minecraft. That's it. But my thought was, oh my god, this is like the 10th person I've seen Tommy, attack in the last, however long, the last, I don't know, 6 months or 5 months or whatever. That's like he thinks is easy pickings to get, get Twitter likes on or whatever. Obviously with his initial reply. And X is my friend. I like X. X is my friend. And I'm saying, okay, so this is happening. This is not only is, Tommy, fuck Tommy. Tommy's doing this to me, and he's doing.
I think I think you guys kind of get any thoughts I have on that. I don't, this part of the stream, he started off very reasonably, I must admit. In this broadcast, Dream started off incredibly reasonably with this response. But as he's gone on, he's got more and more, like, unreasonable and detached from what I think could be considered reasonable.
Doing this to my friends all the time. Now he's like spreading his wings because he's getting attention from it. And he's starting to do it to more people. And so mine had nothing to do with me jumping in. Had nothing to do with like Tommy's specific tweet about this, and nothing to do with and nothing to do with like the drama specifically between X and Tommy or between Miscommunications and Tommy. Other than that, thinking that they're all kind of stupid and that Tommy's just like Tommy's being rude. He's just he's starting beef and starting drama, shit slinging for like no reason really. I mean, I guess
no reason. Okay.
Other than attention. And so that was the only reason I felt any need to say anything was me being like, oh, this is annoying. Now obviously I'll go to my tweet in a second, but I also would like to talk about this tweet for a second. So
you're skipping out. So he's rearranging the timeline right now, which is never good when you're talking about drama. And it's always when you rearrange the timeline, when you're trying to put a set of events out, and you rearrange the timeline, I think the only reason you'd have to rearrange the timeline is to change how you're perceived through the series of events. It's the only reason.
So, first of all, getting into the disingenuousness, Tommy and I have talked about politics very vaguely. Tommy and I have talked about specifically Trump.
Yeah, he has made it clear in private he's not a Trump supporter, I must admit, and I have heard of this. I have heard of this and the conversations he has had.
Because obviously there was drama, 2020 or whatever. And Tommy knows my political point of view, and Tommy knows my opinions, and knows that this is just a lie and an attempt to get people to shit on me for, being a Trump supporter and being, that's the reason I got involved, when he knows that's not the case. He knows that I got involved because of, my problems with him. He knows that I got involved because he's been, shooting shots at me for a while. So it's just very like, it's a W, whatever, you get 100,000 likes, like cool. But it's disingenuous because he doesn't care about the fact that he's lying.
Honestly, I have no idea if he's actually a Trumpy or not. I swear down, I genuinely have no idea.
That's the reason I got involved, when he knows that's not the case. He knows that I got involved because of, my problems with him. He knows that I got involved because he's been, shooting shots at me for a while. So it's just very like, it's a W, whatever, you get 100,000 likes, like cool. But it's disingenuous because he doesn't care about the fact that he's lying.
Roll it back. I didn't hear him say he's a Trump supporter, guys. I did not hear him say that. Roll it back. He did. Guys, I feel like... Okay, I'm rolling back. I feel like this is...
First of all, getting, into the disingenuousness, Tommy and I have talked about, politics very vaguely. Tommy and I have talked about specifically Trump. Because obviously there was drama, 2020 or, whatever. And Tommy knows my political point of view. And Tommy knows.
What I don't understand is, what I will say, is why doesn't he just say he's not a Republican if he's not? Like, I don't understand why he's tiptoeing around the subject. I feel like it doesn't just harm to be like, no, I'm not. In the upcoming election, I didn't vote for the Republican Party. You know what I'm saying? He could just say that right now. And then we could just move on from this entire discussion.
This is my opinions. And knows that this is just a lie and an attempt to get people to shit on me for, being a Trump supporter and being, that's the reason I got involved, when he knows that's not the case. He knows that I got involved because of...
he did say shit on me for being a Trump supporter. Okay, I did. Yeah, I heard it that time. But I think he's saying that as reference to being like, and he knows that's not the case. He knows I'm not, and he knows it's a blatant lie.
My problems with him. He knows that I got involved because he's been, shooting shots at me for a while. So it's just very like, it's a W, whatever, you get 100,000 likes, like cool. But it's disingenuous because he doesn't care about the fact that he's lying. He doesn't care about the fact that he's being dishonest. He doesn't care about the fact that, he knows that this is not why I got involved. He knows.
I don't understand why he just wouldn't say I'm not a Trump supporter. He's doing so many words. And he's saying so many words, it's making me forget what he's already spoken about and forget for the context earlier on in the stream.
That, that people are going to make lies about me because of it. He knows that, so on and so forth. But he makes the decision that he's still going to say it. And then also saying he finally cracked. He finally cracked? It's like he's been
crazy.
Hitting me and hitting me and hitting me and hitting me. And I finally, I snapped. I had he's proud of, first of all, that's not what happened, but he's proud of in this phrasing, he's proud of causing a mental break, a snap, because he's been, prodding me with.
It is just kind of like a phrase though. So you finally cracked, huh? You know what I mean? That's it. He's getting pinned down by every word and instead isn't looking at the sentiment.
And spreading lies and stuff for the last... how can you tweet that about someone that you even at one point ever looked at as a friend, let alone
Yeah, I don't believe Dream's a Trump supporter, and I absolutely don't. I can't believe that someone with an 80-odd% female audience would be a Trump supporter. I don't think even from his own selfish self-interests of how he makes money. I just don't see it.
Someone that you claim to have cared about and so on and so forth. How do you do that? It's so whatever, right? I think that just from the mental disregard, obviously. Now I'm gonna go back to my tweet because I think that my tweet is important to talk about as well. So first of all, here's my tweet. I deleted it so you guys can look at it.
Why are you laughing?
In all its glory. And then I'm just gonna talk about it. So obviously, first of all, I didn't make this meme. I found this meme, and so I think that's it's not that important, honestly, but I think it is.
It's not important.
It's relevant. But what I want to say about it is a couple things. So one, first of all, I'm autistic. I also have ADHD.
Doesn't matter. Difference in using a slur derogatory and reclaiming a slur. Massive difference, and especially publicizing it in front of that tweet has 4.4 million views, or directing it at 15 million people.
I'm not, I guess how do I say, I'm not ableist. Like I'm not.
You can be autistic. If you make fun of someone in a wheelchair, you're still ableist. That's the example I use. You know what I mean?
I guess that doesn't automatically mean that, but like I'm not, anyone that knows me knows that I'm not trying to discriminate against,
Maybe not intentionally. Give him the bod. It's still a stupid fucking thing to post.
Disabled people. Like that's obviously, that's not my intentions whatsoever, first of all. Second of all, I last, literally a year ago, less than a year ago, all of Twitter was up in arms, retweeting, celebrating, lighting off fireworks when Nicholas Cantu.
Oh, it's just such bullshit, man. That's just not what happened. Dream, over the course of that year, did so many things that made so many people dislike him. He made so many people, even outside of his massive community, dislike him, that basically knew nothing about him but the things that people disliked about him. And on the internet, in different communities, different levels of language is prolific. So, for example, in FPS and in like year 9 British boys dialect, the arsler is used very, very regularly to mean idiot. Okay? And because over that year, the hatred for you and the things you've done that people dislike outgrew the just you. People from outside of communities, where in those communities it's more appropriate to use such language, are also insulting you, which makes you feel like, oh my gosh, the only people who hate me are people who were in my community now don't watch me because of all the bad things I do and now only watch Tom, when in fact, the bad things you've done have outgrown you.
Was the slur-slinging slasher.
That is so unserious.
The slur-slinging slasher. He was calling me every word in the book. He was tweeting out stuff. He called an Uber driver many things that were terrible, slurs.
Okay, playing the Uber driver card to be like, yeah, this was an innocent bystander that was hurt by this. This was all so horrible.
And during that process, many people, including Tommy's friends, many of Tommy's close friends, including people that you like, you may not know this, but like Jack and Nicholas Cantu, good buddies. They were great.
Receipts? Like you always asked? Tubbo, you're so biased. I'm only biased when like it just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And also, I think if you watch the whole stream instead of just coming in and say I'm biased, I've given him the bod a lot of times. And the amount of times Dream has asked for receipts of stuff people have said, and now he's saying stuff and he doesn't have receipts is crazy.
Great friends. I'm sure he doesn't want you knowing that because of what happened after that, but that was also something that adjusted my opinion of...
Where is the evidence of that, though? You can't just say that. Like, you know what I mean? That's the exact same thing you get upset at us for doing.
Jack back then was that I was like, wow, how are these guys friends? Like, who is this guy's like, this guy's terrible, right? So then of course that's going to adjust my thoughts on like Jack. But anyway, these people supporting, retweeting tweets that, say, call me, slurs and them, so on and so forth. Now that's not me saying, oh, everyone else did it, therefore it's okay, right? People also are taking my words as that. That's not what I'm saying.
And I don't think any of the friend group condoned the slur use of the voice actor of Gumball in that video. I think they liked that video. Okay, Average Harry maybe did. But it's fucking Average Harry. He says the most horrendous shit ever and somehow still has an audience. Like, come on. Nah, I'm trolling? Okay.
First of all, I'm still to this day, but I have, after watching what Tubbo said later, I'm less confused, honestly.
Right.
But I genuinely, after I was getting shit on for using this word, was confused because the same people that are literally in my replies getting mad at me for using the word, had in the past said, hey, Dream, you can't critique Nicholas Cantu for doing this because he's neurotypical, because...
Yeah, but it's not the same community. What's socially acceptable in the Call of Duty community is not how things operate in the Minecraft community. You could say that's a double standard. You could say that's a weird thing for me to say, but I think the community you're insulting is very different from the community that would applaud people calling you the R word. You know what I mean? community doesn't matter. How can community not matter? Different things are socially acceptable differently depending on what country you are in, depending on what socioeconomic class you come from. Like, how does community not matter? All social context comes from community and external factors. And what is socially acceptable? How could that be the case? Community shapes what's allowed to happen in that community.
Because he's neurodivergent, because of this and that. Now, I'm perfectly fine. This is a word that's not in my vocabulary. This is a word that I don't use. This is a word that I think that generally, and I've said this before, I think that content creators and people in general should avoid using words that...
But why did you use it if you genuinely believe that?
Their audience, could find offensive just because of that. The bigger of an audience you have, or the more people you interact with, if a word is going to, no matter what the word is, even if it's not, regarded as a slur, if it's something that's going to upset your audience or the audience you're talking to, you should not use it.
He's based
in the same way that if
based.
there is a streamer or a YouTuber
that is based, man. He is based here. Like, yeah, I agree with everything he just said.
that makes family-friendly content and doesn't want you using curse words in their videos and hasn't told you privately that that's okay and is actually upset by it, you also should not use those words, because those, obviously not as bad as slurs, but they are words that make the particular audience that it's being put out to uncomfortable. That's it. I think that's been my opinion. That will always be my opinion. I didn't change my opinion by making this tweet. Obviously, one, it's...
You just forgot your opinion when you tweeted this, and then gained it back after the fact?
The meme that I found, and two, I don't know, people are in my mind, I said before, giving double standards, which I think is totally fine. You don't want, if it's never okay to say the word, or if, obviously you're, in this case, like people said, you're using it as an insult towards people, and you don't, if you're using it as an insult towards a group of people, then you shouldn't use it like that. That's fair. That's totally fair. And
that is fair. That is fair. He's speaking truth, but I think sometimes there is double standards when it comes to how people act with Dream, but I just don't believe that this is the case here. I think it's pretty widely accepted, and also it would be different if he was if rather than it being Dream SMP stands and Tom's community, I feel like he could just say sorry and be yeah, it was a stupid thing to tweet.
I understand why people, especially I understand why people would be upset by it, and I had no intention of upsetting. I had no intention of upsetting disabled people. That was not my intention. My intention.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that was not his intention. I feel like he's never done, in his career and the stuff he's made, I believe he's never done anything intentionally to cause offense to disabled people. I believe what he said just then. But I don't understand why he's not apologizing for this tweet.
Was, maybe not upsetting, but I guess
intent versus impact,
attacking
exactly.
Part of Tommy's audience that still to this day are the congregation of the worst Dream SMP stands that are left standing. That all.
See, you can say that if you acknowledge your biases first. I say biased stuff, but I say I'm biased before I say it.
Congregated to Tommy because he puts up with and allows and supports people that spread lies and attack other creators.
Dream low-key did a very similar thing to that when his community was prolifically the most difficult to manage on the internet, and people in the past have openly criticized him for that exact thing.
They still spread pedophile allegations and lies.
See, and that's wrong, and that is wrong
about me and other streamers that have far less of a platform than me, that could really have, I am so lucky to be in the position I am where I have the platform I have to be able to respond to the allegations and be able to have people actually see my response. Most people, if you get a false allegation made about you, you don't have a platform big enough to have enough people see it to where you can actually live your normal life and not have people shout at you on the side of the street or attack you or whatever because they think you're a pedophile. Luckily, I have a large enough platform that I was able to put out a video, the truth, that was able to go through and enough people, obviously has 13 million views or something to have seen it to where that doesn't happen. And that's something that, I've essentially cleared my name within the community, but not within Tommy's community. And so my intention was essentially, you have two options as after the Dream SMP ended, becoming a stupid TommyInnit fan, or stan, or growing up. And obviously,
The low-key, the double down just then is crazy.
I was frustrated. This is something that, obviously it's not nice. It's not something, I don't think that any of the things that Tommy said are nice, but it's...
Just listen, it's hard when he says the most insanely emotional driven stuff, and he says so many words that I forget his original point.
Not nice. And I think that I totally regret having used the word, or not having made a different meme, or I don't know, like cross it out, or whatever. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. That's not something that I don't want people feeling upset. And my biggest thing was I don't want it to be a reasonable assumption from people that I don't like them or would discriminate against them because of anything really, but obviously because of the obvious things, because of race or sex or so on and so forth. And the same thing applies for, like, I don't want anyone to think that because you're neurotypical or whatever that I don't like you, or that I...
Guys, I'm gonna give him the bod. I'm gonna say he misspoke. I'm gonna say he misspoke because at the start he said he didn't make it and he found it. He said made then. I'm gonna give him the bod, man. Like, that's not that deep, okay? Okay? And then if he ever does come on stream and wants to call, I'll just ask him. Okay? Give him the bod, man. The benefit of a doubt goes a long way, dude.
I think differently of you. I don't think that. This was an attack on a particular group, large vocal group of Tommy's audience that I have a lot of problems with, that actually Tubbo mentions in his stream, which we'll go back to, that perpetuate and spread false...
Okay. You're taking my words out of context. What you've done now is you've applied context for something which is not what I was mentioning. We are not talking about the same group of people.
Lies about me, and Tommy supports it. Tommy probably, I don't know if he likes it, but he follows accounts that does it. He retweets accounts that does it, and that is an issue, obviously.
Dude, what's the bet right now? He's talking about Mills on Twitter. I just feel like that's the case. That law bitch, dude. What's the odd that that's exactly who he's talking about right now? That's crazy.
In my mind, that I think that obviously makes me view Tommy negatively for that, and also view his audience in that regard negative. I think it's very different separating, I guess maybe I should have said stan instead of fan as well, but anyway, just to say, that was also not an attack on Dream SMP fans in general. Like, I think people were also saying, oh, I thought you supported Dream SMP fans and so on and so forth. Yeah, I do. I don't think that every Dream SMP fan from back in the day was weird or cringe. I don't think that every stan from back in the day, or even on the Dream SMP, was weird or cringe. I don't think that. I've never thought that. Obviously, anyone that has watched 2 seconds of my content doesn't think that. Obviously, there was cringe behavior at different points. There were stans that were incredibly cringe, and there still are stans that are incredibly cringe. That'll always be the case. I'm sure that I'm sometimes cringe if I'm all decked out in, like, football, supporting my football team's gear, and I have like a stupid fuzzy pants on and a hat. Or, yeah, it's for an outsider, it's like it's cringy, and it's based on obviously the context of whatever you love.
Oh God, I really don't know what to say.
And so it was not an attack on saying, oh yeah, all the Dream SMP stands, you can grow up and still be a Dream SMP stan. That wasn't, or fan of Dream SMP. That was not I wasn't saying, oh, you either grew out of it or you whatever. It's like it's more like maturing.
Like, what I don't understand is, even though him and Tom don't like each other, they still have such a big viewer overlap, because all we ever see is the vocal viewership on Twitter. But he attacked the non-vocal viewership. Like, him and Tom on YouTube will have crazy viewer overlap. I don't understand.
But anyway, yes, that's kind of an explanation for the lead up to my tweet. It was not to defend Trump. Obviously, that's...
Also, I just want to say, these spinning fans in the background, that block animation is so cool. Sorry, I'm a Minecraft nerd at heart.
In my mind, just like ridiculous. And it also was not, and it wasn't me attacking Tommy out of nowhere. It was something that has built up over time, something that Tommy obviously has been, it's been happening for a very long time. Anyway, I want to go back to, Tubbo.
Back to me? Oh my God, are we more than 15 minutes in?
Here we go.
Oh my God, we're less than 15 minutes in, and it's been an hour and 20 minutes. And he skipped over the most important context of when I said what I'm on about. Which quotes Tom saying, I've never genuinely hated anyone.
I'm going to skip ahead in this because I think he just talks about everything.
We're skipping more context?
Okay. Talked
about. So I don't understand. It's a genuine reaction. What I'm saying.
So yeah, then he goes to my Reddit post, which I think is... which I Oh, by the way, I
Reddit
deleted this before.
post
I deleted this
haven't
post.
actually read yet.
I deleted this post before anyone had seen it. Like, I made a post and I was like, and literally I thought I might do a live stream. That's what I thought. I was like, okay, I'm deleting it because I might do a live stream. So some of kind of, I mean, it was very short still, but anyway, so he talks about my Reddit post, which I'll like.
I haven't actually read this. I thought I'd just read this on stream, so you know it's the genuine reaction. I'll open the link in a tab where I can blow this up bigger. It says, genuinely still confused on what the rules are. Honestly, not trying.
I guess I'll skip this because this is kind of what I already talked about.
You're skipping my criticism though, where I explain the difference between using a slur and reclaiming it and directing it in a derogatory sense towards a big group of people. Go viral.
I just want to know what he.
Yeah, I think that's also bad.
Actually,
I'll
let
like
it
that needs to be said. But like I said, it's.
Well, I think it does need to be said. I think he says right there. Tubbo just says, multiple people go viral calling me the R word and other other words, and that he goes, obviously that's bad. I don't think that needs to be said. It kind of it does need to be said.
Why does it need to be said?
If your community is taking part in that, and it's something that Tubbo I'm sure would agree with, and that Tommy in the past at least would.
My community doesn't take part in that.
Agreed with. If your community is taking part in it, retweeting things, liking things, it's very it's something that you can obviously say, clear up. I don't think that a lot of Tommy's fans think that. I don't think that they think that. I think that they genuinely would think, yeah, if it's Dream, it's fine. Genuinely,
I think that's an insane take, and I also, like Dream has said so many times in this stream, I'm gonna say, okay, if you're gonna say something like that, no speculation, back it up with evidence. Back it up with evidence, like he has said so many times while I've been watching this stream. Because that is all speculation and interjection.
I think they would think that. Like, I think that's what they think. So him saying...
Then back it up. So, instead of just saying that to make yourself seem reasonable without having any evidence.
Obviously they don't think that. It's like, yeah, they do think that. They do think that. They don't look at me as human. It's just the truth. A lot. That's
fair. That is an issue a lot of streamers have with their audience viewing them as just like. That is fair. That is an issue that happens.
A lot of like the Dream haters, whatever, don't look at me as human. They look at me as a terrible person that's done all these terrible things. That's evil. Therefore, I don't deserve to be treated like I'm a human or I'm whatever. And like I think that's something to be kept in mind or mentioned.
Yeah, but you've said that, but you've not explained why people might think that about you. People might think that about you because of your old jokes you made. People might think about you because of the people you are friends with and what they have done. People might think about that because of how you react very sporadically and unpredictably online with a large, powerful platform that makes people on edge and uncomfortable. Like, you can say that people think this way about you, but you're not explaining why people might think this way. So then it puts you in a way more reasonable frame when you're not explaining why people think that about you. Have different language and basically different social standards, I think, is the main thing. And it's about being in tune with your own audience and not so incredibly detached. Everyone explains that it's okay because they're neurodivergent. Yeah, but see, I don't buy that. I think
that's fine. We talked about my like reason.
No, this is the important thing I said that I really wanted you to hear. Wait, don't skip it.
For that, so it's the same. I think he talks about Nicholas.
You know what I mean? No, I don't. No. People just be saying shit on the internet. So like, people see they get in hot water. No, he's jumped to immediately me saying people be saying shit on the internet and not when I clarified the difference between the slur usage. I'm like, oh yeah, I can say this because this and this and this. Like, I think it's stupid. Massive difference. I don't know a slur. Like, I can use the F slur for example and get fucking stupid. But it just didn't. Making 50 could come out.
Sorry, I'm trying to find.
And then I saw this Reddit post and you for using it are the same people that light off fireworks when Nicholas Cantu was that. That's the voice actor of Gumball, right? Well, I don't even remember what he said. I can't believe that. I actually can't believe that. And in that clip, I gave him such the bod, man. I gave him such the bod in that clip as well. And I explained from his point of view. And I explained everything. This is why I wake up and his audience thinks I'm the most unreasonable person ever. Because he skipped over the context where I've given him an insane benefit of a doubt and basically an out. Was the slur-slinging slasher, including Tommy's closest friends? Did he say the F slur? He called him the R. I don't even remember the clip.
He said a lot of stuff. I think Tubbo takes us through each of the things I want to go through, which is why I want to watch Tubbo's. But if he doesn't, then I'll kind of go back and forth.
Tommy's closest friends. I think he's taken the wrong thing from that. I think probably. Obviously, I didn't speak about this because, again, I didn't really care. Didn't involve me. You know what I mean? I think, basically, it's not... You know, they're my boys, and I'm biased towards them, bruh. You could laugh at it. It's true. And I'm biased towards them, okay?
Come on, get to the point.
Also, come on, get to the point. Are you being for real after I've just sat through 1 hour and 20 minutes and you watched 13 minutes of my VOD and then skipped over my important criticism I wanted you to hear? Okay. Also, in the back of my mind, I have a little bit... Now, I don't know if this is because I do have some kind of underlevel...
But like, why is Tubbo bouncing around saying that's not cool? Yeah. That's not cool. He's like trying to set up a way to say it to where his audience won't get mad at...
I said it wasn't cool! In the part of the VOD you skipped! You can't say that after literally skipping over the context you get so mad about when other people remove for you. You have just done to me. I don't understand how you can be serious. I don't understand how you can seriously say that and genuinely believe what you're saying.
Him for saying that it's not cool to sling slurs at me? What? Why?
I literally don't even know what to say. I said that exact stuff that I think is cool, and I think it goes without saying that it's not cool.
Why is that the case? Like, why can't you just say, yeah, guys, that's not cool?
He's painting me in a light which makes it seem like I'm spineless, and I don't stand up to my community and I will go along with what they say, when I have proven with my actions time and time again that that is not the case. Because he doesn't have the information, because he didn't bother to watch the 5 minutes of me talking about it and giving the context.
Like, it's also funny because I bet you there's some streamers right now, like, or people watching this that, or creators even watching this that are like, Dream, exactly, this is what we said to you years ago, you know, whatever. And it's like, okay, that's fine, that's fair. So apply the same standards. That's fair, that's fine. Apply
the same standards. You actually can't make it up to a certain extent. Apply the same standards when this entire time, A, you've been talking about how everything you say has to have receipts and then you're not providing. You're only providing the receipts that paint you in a good light. B, you always talk about having the full context before drawing conclusions, which I do every time. And then you paint me in a light like I am unable to say stuff because you have then skipped out on the full context. C, claiming that you only have ever said positive things about people while actively deleting the paper trail of negative things you've said and done. And then being like, there's no evidence of me ever saying that online. Yeah, because you removed it. I think this is insane. And then to be here and be like, why is he dancing around just saying, don't say slurs at Dream? That's fucked up. Don't say slurs at Dream. Like I said in that VOD, which he skipped over.
And I think that sometimes it can be hard when you're in the moment to realize something or to reflect well on like your audience or reflect well on like an action of yours, especially if you're getting like what's it called, like positive reinforcement from like your audience. If you're doing something that's, you know, that's bad, sometimes you can get, which definitely happened to me whenever, you know, I was obviously
it's not about the audience. You just skipped over the context. You're painting me like I will bend my knee to my audience 24/7, which people who are actually in my community, obviously there's way more of you fuckers here than there ever normally is because of what we're doing. It's just like, oh.
blowing up, is you can get positive reinforcement on stuff that you should not get any positive reinforcement on from your audience. And then it can influence your opinion. Like, even if someone else is...
Interesting you would say that right now, where you're getting all of this positive reinforcement for doing stuff that you criticize other people for doing. That's also interesting.
Telling you, like, oh, hey man, that's not good, or whatever. It's gonna bias your brain, and you're gonna try. It's like the cognitive dissonance in your mind of like separating yourself from what's actually right and what feels right because you're getting praise for it. Okay. Essentially, it's like it's the same thing here. It's like, why can't just say
my cognitive
just say
dissonance
cool.
is the problem
instead of it's taking a minute for him to get to where I remember him saying it, but it's taking like a minute to get there.
Wait. So you remember me saying it's not cool to call you slurs? You then go on a 5-minute tangent about how I didn't do that, when in fact, within the same minute I did? Underneath level. It's just so ridiculous. It's just so ridiculous. Of resentment for Dream for how he's treated some of my closest friends. You know what I mean? But also, obviously I don't like the use of slurs and I don't condone it, but also, Nicholas and oh my god, if he'd stepped watching the VOD for 5 more seconds, I just said it. Also, like, a child actor that was drunk in an Uber, and part of me is like, dude, I don't know, like, you know what I mean?
I don't think that this is unfair. I just think that it's just interesting watching the excuses for someone else that
Dream, I've given you so many excuses and outs in the context you've clipped, and I've explained to you, and like, I applied the exact same benefit of a doubt I am applying now to Nicholas being a child actor, knowing that he was drunk and knowing the kind of stories that come out of Hollywood about child actors. And I think that's a very fair bod to apply in this scenario. The same way every time you say something reasonable, I've said that was really reasonable. That was really based. Every single time whatever.
Was doing something in a very, very negative way, and then the not the same level of thought, or like, hey, maybe Dream has been getting attacked and has been pushed to his limit, and wasn't thinking, or
oh my god, it's almost like that's exactly what you skipped over. Me going, yes, over the last few years my friend group have been publicly calling you a pedophile. I hate it, and I've told them I dislike it, and I have said that they shouldn't be doing that, and that's why I understand why you've done this, and I gave you that bod. But instead, you're pretending like I didn't give you that bod and skipped over that context to make yourself look better. This is like the exact same frustrations I have, man.
Whatever. It's not. There's just not the same scrutiny. Like, I don't think this is an unfair take. I've said it. I said it in my truth video that I think that Nicholas Cantu was drunk and and so on and so forth. And I think that it's probably not a great representation of exactly who he is.
Yeah, exactly.
But also a lot of what he did was after the fact. Was like after when he wasn't drunk anymore. It was
that is also
months
true.
Later.
But you didn't reference that.
Tubbo doesn't know. I'm sure Tubbo doesn't know the intricate details of the situation.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
No, what you've heard horror stories. See how he just applied the benefit of a doubt to me there for not knowing the full extent of what happened with Nicholas Cantu? That is the exact same benefit of a doubt I applied to him in the context he skipped. The child actor industry. And I'm like, you know what? Dream in that situation was like the full-blown adult, and what? Nicholas was like 19. I'm like, okay. Like,
I think maybe I'm wrong. I think he was 20. I think Nicholas was 20 and I was 22 or something. Maybe 23.
Okay, so maybe, yeah, the age argument there, I agree with him there. Maybe that's less valid. I thought there was more of an age gap between them. I just operate in my mind that Dream's 25.
I guess I was 23 maybe? Really? 23 probably. It was 23 and 20. It's like, yeah, I mean, like, sure, like, yeah, I was the adult. And also, I guess I acted like the adult. I'm the one who I made sure he got home safe.
That's true. He did act like the adult, except for when he filmed it and posted it online.
I didn't fight him even though he was like literally physically attacking me. I made sure the Uber driver was fine. I got contact with the Uber driver and made sure the Uber driver got like paid. I guess it's not a critique on me. I was the adult in the situation. I shouldn't have had to be, but like I was.
Why? No, I don't agree with that. If you are an adult, you are always the adult in every situation. He didn't film it, then how did we see videos of it? Dream didn't film it? Okay, I believe that. Dream didn't film it. Nicholas asked him to record it? Okay, I didn't have that context. Sorry. That was wrong of me to say. I didn't mean that. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. My bad. Yeah, I feel like you should if you're an adult, you should always have to be the adult in every situation, I believe. Online, clearly like going fucking crazy. In the back of my mind, I'm like, don't get me wrong, 19 is still an adult. Still an Nicholas asked him to post it though. Okay. Fair enough. That's fair enough. Adult and still responsible for your own fucking actions. And I think
moves on from this.
I don't like what he said, and I think it's fucked up.
He
just skipped but I think more. He's glad. Oh, you skipped the part where I don't like what he said, and I think it's fucked up. Okay, there was more about that. Latched onto the wrong thing. I think the Brighton gang wasn't necessarily celebrating him for the terrible things he said. I think they were celebrating him because they fucking hate Dream.
There we go.
This isn't the gotcha, man. This isn't the gotcha, man. That's
There we go. Okay. Cool. Yes, I agree. They're celebrating. They're celebrating someone doing horrible actions because they hate Dream. They hate.
They're not celebrating the slurs he's saying, and the stuff that he said. They're celebrating that someone's finally calling you out for the bad things you do. He doesn't like. Both can be true, you know. It's not this or that. It can be both. You know what I mean?
Dream. That's like that is their reason. They're like, yeah, you know what? It's fine to do anything you want because we hate Dream. We'll give you likes, give you retweets, we'll give you support. We'll be in your corner as long as you don't like Dream. Then
he doesn't believe what he's saying. There is no way. There is no way he can believe what he's saying.
Yes, your actions are totally justified, and you know whatever. And that's just like how can that be like a reason and not be looked at as like, wow, that's pretty bad. Like that's.
Why is that pretty bad? Again, like I said earlier, you've removed the context of why these people fucking hate you to make yourself look better and be like, and it comes across like, oh, they just hate me for no reason. This is so fucked up. They condone the use of slurs against me because they hate, and they hate because they hate just because they fucking hate me. Why do they hate you? Again, you always ask for further context. Again, you're still skipping through the context I provided in the VOD.
That's a bad thing to do, to be supportive of these actions because you hate some.
Not supporting of the slurs, supporting of someone calling you out, man. It's different. Both can exist. It's not this black and white thinking.
But so strongly. And then also the question really goes down to like why, like where does that hate like spawn from, right? Like where does that hate, you know, actually come from? And I'll talk more about, again, private calls or just conversations that I had with you know, with Jack and other people. But I do think that it's important to note that yes, I agree with what Tubbo just said. Yeah, they did it. They supported him because they hate me. And then they're also, if they loved me in this situation, they would have been like, awesome, yeah, Dream, great tweet, which isn't good. There shouldn't be any double standard there. Either way, it should be bad. But it's not. It's not, according to their group of friends.
Because of all of the shitty things he's done.
Like what? I don't like. I feel like there's some things that you know. Obviously, I'll talk about this more later.
Like what? Okay, right. Like what? The offensive jokes he made ages ago. The way he takes credit for people's success in the tweets and how that we couldn't tell that that's not what he genuinely thought. The calling every TommyInnit fan the arsler. Oh god, what else has he done, dude? You can also hate him for how he handles situations with those closest to him. There's just so much, man. He apologized for all that, yeah, but that doesn't mean that people have to accept his apology. Apologizing is a good thing to do. People do not have to accept your apology, though. That's just a fact of life. It doesn't undo what is done. It tries to build bridges back. That's what apologizing does. And also, I will say, he has not said sorry once in the entire 1 hour, 32 minutes I've watched of this VOD so far. Just want to say that. He has, but not earnestly. You know what I mean? He hasn't said sorry earnestly. He hasn't said the action he's done and then apologized for that action. He said the action he's done. He's done if, buts, and maybes for about 15 minutes for each thing and then go, yeah, I understand. You know what I mean? He did. And send me the clip that doesn't include if, buts, and maybes before.
But it's interesting. I'll talk about this more later. I think it's interesting when people say things very vaguely.
Oh, okay. Valid. He did say, I regret saying and posting the thing with the R slur, and he did say sorry. But it was after a massive explanation, dude. Like, come on.
And then get pressed on their actual reasonings for something. It's interesting what it usually...
I'm in the strong opinion that my mum wouldn't accept an apology if it had an if, but, or an and attached to it. She wouldn't accept that apology. And I think that is a good rule of thumb for apologizing in general. You should apologize without an and, if, or but. For it to be earnest.
Usually boils down to. I'll talk about it more later because it will be interesting. I have a lot of interesting stuff to share, which I think you guys will find very intriguing.
And I think that was just a vassal for that hate. I don't think they were celebrating him being the slur-slinging slasher. Like, be
I mean, they were, but...
Like, be... Then give an example. Like what you've asked everyone else to do for everything else. Then give an example. Don't just fire off the odd comment. Then give an example. Be so serious. Because...
They were celebrating because they were going, wow, he's saying very hurtful things that could...
Give an example, again. Because... Like, this is getting crazy.
They're essentially, at the end of the day, what they were celebrating was someone that was using slurs in a derogatory way against someone that he believed those slurs impacted.
I don't really know what to say because he's not giving any example. So I'm just going to let him say his piece and then move on to the next thing.
Because he obviously was saying that I was gay and stuff, even though I'm not. He was saying that I was gay. He was saying...
So let me get this straight. You release multiple Pride merch drops. Yes, 10% of the proceeds go to charity, but you also make a shit ton of money off of cultivating a LGBTQ audience while doing stuff and acting gay with your best mate. You release a Pride merch drop with the caveat that 10% goes to charity, make a shit ton of money, and you always go, I'm unlabeled, and your community always echoes, real people can't queerbait. Okay? After you have made so much money off the Pride community by releasing Pride merchandise, just to now say I'm not gay is unbelievable. I don't even have words for it. People will be like, 10% of the revenue from the Pride merch drops went to charity. Yeah? Okay. Do you know how much fucking money merch made in 2020? Like, guys, I'm talking millions of dollars. So 10%, yes, 100K goes to a LGBT charity. He still made $900,000. Just to now say, oh yeah, I'm not gay, after your community defends you so heavily on this, being like, you're unlabeled, you're questioning, you're deciding yourself, which is so fine. And that is so fine. But now just to go, oh, which I'm not. He kept calling me gay, which I'm not. After making hundreds of thousands of dollars of Pride merch drop is dirty. Whatever.
Saying, that I'm autistic, whatever. And so he was saying slurs that were targeted to me.
And people were like, how is the DNF.gay merch link valid? Why are you bringing this up on the stream? Now we have more context.
To attempt to hurt my feelings, which, I didn't really care because, again, he was drunk and whatever. But they were celebrating that. They were celebrating the intentional, degrading and belittlement towards someone.
No, they're celebrating someone standing up to you and your scary follower base, man.
one that was, you know, with the intention of being, I don't know, like being ableist and being homophobic and being whatever, even though you know, he doesn't, you know, Nicholas Cantor doesn't know my like sexual orientation and, you know, whatever.
Okay, the backtrack.
But anyway,
I think he just, unironically, this is a very uncharitable view from me. I'm about to give, full disclaimer, I'm about to give a very uncharitable view, and this is one time I'm not going to give the bod. I think Dream has made a lot of money from keeping his sexuality ambiguous. And I think that's the only reason why he won't just be like, I'm outright straight. And again, that's a very uncharitable view. Very uncharitable. But it's just disappointing. Because I just really don't like that that's happened. And I don't like that the domain dnf.gay points to a merch store. And I don't like that he's just said, I'm not gay, Nick, and then followed up with, Nicholas doesn't know my sexual orientation, with the backtrack. And then I feel like queerbaiting in real life, and real people can't queerbait. I genuinely believe that. I believe real people can't queerbait. I genuinely believe that. However, when there's money involved, and you can make a shit ton of money off of the pride community, I think there is an incentive for you to act gay when you are not, to make money. And I think that exists, and we already know that exists with the amount of corporate sponsorship that pride parades and events get. We already know that there is money in pride. Now, it's uncharitable, and I will say, my personal dislike for Dream, like, biased is showing, and it's a very uncharitable view, but it is genuinely what I think.
So I'll keep watching, but
it's okay or it's not okay. The double standards are infuriating.
I think that I want to see what he does here.
People who are choosing to ignore him. I don't like that mature environment like him for how he crossed personal boundaries and entered like, personal circles of my friends in a closed door environment, not on the internet, to get his own way.
So you see how he says that? So he's talking about Tommy's mom. How is that true?
What do you mean, how is that true? You message privately, not on the internet, behind closed doors. It is true to what I said.
In a closed door way, not on the internet?
It was in a closed door way, not on the internet. It was in a private message.
It's just, again, I don't know if Tubbo is misguided or if, I think realistically Tubbo's probably misguided. I think
what?
Realistically, I don't think Tommy has like lied to him or anything, or maybe he has.
I've read the exact message that you sent.
I don't know, but like him saying that, like he said one of the reasons he doesn't like me, and then he says this and says that it's because I manipulated, went like behind closed doors to try and get his mom to someone that wasn't replying to me. When like I obviously went through it earlier, explained, showed screenshots, whatever. Like that.
I read that exact message and came to those conclusions on my own. I don't know why he gets this thing that I've been lied to and fed selective information to tailor my view of situations. Like he has enough foresight to be able to think that I would have my view misguided, but not the same foresight to understand why people might not like him or why people might not want to speak to him, is what I don't understand.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. I didn't go behind closed doors and, any of that. That's just not, none of that happened. Like, she was actively involved in the community discussion.
A private message is behind closed doors, and it always will be. It feels infantilizing, dude.
And then I DM'd her, and then I also apologized to Tommy about that later.
That's good. You also should apologize to his mom. It's a weird thing to do.
And then obviously later on, like way, more recently, like Tommy's mom made like a shady tweet about me, and I DM'd Tommy's mom, about me having DM'd her before, and I DM'd her mom, being like, yeah, I shouldn't have DM'd you before. I didn't know it would have upset you guys, whatever.
He did.
I sent that to Tommy and said like, hey, just so you don't feel like I'm going over your head, here's I did message your mom once, but here's what it was. And this was like, obviously again, Tommy and I weren't friends, so.
I don't understand where the need to like message his mum keeps coming up. How can it happen twice and you still think it's a fine thing to do?
Yeah, it is
but
interesting.
Then again, I am
misguided,
hearing, so I'm not really sure.
Him phrase it like that, because like none of what he just said is true.
I can't believe everything he's doing is unintentionally, and he unironically thinks and acts this way, and he's oblivious to why this is an issue.
Bro,
like leave her alone, bro. She's like 50-odd years old. I'm being so for real.
And I don't think he's intentionally lying. I just think it's just not true.
and get information that he wasn't getting out of people who were choosing to ignore him. I don't like that betrayal.
I don't understand that. Like, get information.
Get information. When I say get information, I mean you're opening a channel of communication where information is exchanged. To get information is like you are opening that channel of communication for the purpose, like you said your own self earlier, you open that communication to give your thoughts and feelings. That is an exchange of information that Tom's mum wouldn't have received if you didn't message her and cross that personal boundary and instead went through Tom, who was choosing to ignore you.
What am I?
My closest friends. I have a problem. I also have a problem with details. I'm on about when he messaged Tom's mum after the If YouTubers Honest video will come out. I think that's crazy. That's a crazy betrayal of trust because he got, I imagine, now I might have to fact check this, take this with a grain of salt. I imagine he I said I didn't know this was the case before I said it. I was unaware it was a Twitter DM. I remember it being a text. And this was now retracting. I understand how he got it now. He just clicked message on the profile. I was under the impression that he got a phone number, which was wrong. Got Tom's mum's phone number during the worst of the doxing and the swatting during 2021. Which, by the way,
didn't happen. I don't have her phone number. I didn't.
That's fair enough. I didn't know.
Message.
As a piece of like, gotcha. So often it makes me so mad. I imagine
this is him talking about the doxing. Like again, him saying that it's just not true. I don't even have Tommy's mom phone number. I didn't get it during the doxing situation. I don't have it at all.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you bring up doxing and swatting as like a aha. Can I have sympathy? I've been having a lot of doxing and swatting happening to me. Like, that's what I'm on about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Tommy's doxing swatting. I'm talking about you.
I DM'd her on Twitter, where she's an active Twitter user, as Tommy's mom.
Yes,
like,
I didn't know that.
Again, it's like, in their mind, and I do think that this is partly, I think this is probably people, not even necessarily Tommy or Tubbo, but within the Brighton friend group that are going through and being like, they hear, like, Tommy says, like, oh yeah, you dream DM my mom. And then, you know, I don't know, somebody, like, just insert British person number one is like, oh my God, he DM'd your mom. That's manipulative. Oh my God. He did it because he wanted to manipulate you. And he wanted.
But to DM someone's parents to DM someone's mum who you're not friends with is manipulative. And I can't believe that he doesn't see that.
He did it because he convincing her to then she grounds you and she takes away all your electronics. Like, bro, like Tommy was an adult. I DM'd his mom, who's an active Twitter user on Twitter, when she was replying to fans of mine about a situation involving me, giving her context to my opinions.
I don't even have anything to say. He's having like a mental break.
That's it. It was not some crazy manipulative strategy. Like, it doesn't make any, like, and I also understand how, like, if you view me through this lens of like this horrible, terrible person, that like you'll jump through hoops to get to these like assumptions.
I'm not jumping through hoops. I think to message someone's parents, especially the parent of someone who you and don't like each other, is manipulative. In any context.
But it's not true. It's just like, it's not based in reality. It's based in this weird universe where like I'm this, like, I don't even know. Like, I think I said it last time whenever I was Detective Dream, actually. It's like, yes, guys, you know what? You know what I've came to do this stream? You know what I've came to do this stream, guys? I've came to admit, finally, all of my evil plan, it's come together! All of the members on the Dream SMP are under NDA, and they have been for years. And I've been siphoning every dollar they've made from all of the clout that I gave them, because I made every single one of them, and I have their parents' numbers, and I will have them executed. Executed! If they say another bad word, they will perish. I will kill all of them. And also, secretly, I hate all of you, because of your gender and your sex, and because I'm homophobic. I hate all of you, and I always have. You got me, but it's too late. It's gone through. The plan has been executed. I'll see you guys soon in hell. Like what? Like I genuinely.
sneak snack take or something right now. I need a sneak snack take or whatever the fuck I just watched. I need some water. I'll be right back. That is so... I'm gonna say it. That's really fucking funny. That... Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Like, I will say, yeah, the Dream SMP member NDA stuff is fucking bullshit. That never existed and never has. There was a talk at one point, this is also about the Feastables sponsorship that never happened, of getting people contracted for minimum hours of playing on the server in exchange for a percentage of the gross Feastables Dream SMP sponsorship. I will say that was a thing that genuine happened. That was just like minimum hours of activity on the server to qualify for group sponsorship money, which is that's quite reasonable. I'm gonna be honest, this isn't the you think it is. Like, if you have a sponsorship on a server, it makes sense if people are being paid a salary to commit a minimum amount of hours. You know what I mean? This isn't a that's just genuinely business. But there was never any NDA or anything like that. How many hours? Dude, it was a shit ton of money and it was like no hours. I don't remember the specifics.
I don't understand what this image is in their head. Like, that's also some of those things I said. Like, we never had an NDA. We never had any contracts on Dream SMP. There was no NDAs, which was another like rumor that people made up after.
People did just make that up. I don't know who the hell made that up.
Afterwards. And like some SMP members spread that. Some Dream SMP members spread that. Like, I'm pretty sure unintentionally that was something that Hannah Rose spread. Like, and again,
Hannah Rose? My goat? My goat, Hannah Rose? The name drop? The disrespect on my goat's name? Why the name drop there with no evidence? And then he goes on about Tom weaponizing his community to hate Dream. And then he's just gone and name dropped with no evidence. And okay. Welcome back, everybody, to Hypocrisy 101.
Hannah, I'm not dragging her at all. I think she just heard the rumor from, I don't remember who it was, but it was someone else, and then ended up like saying it to people, and then it became like a thing. And it wasn't like, that's not true. It's
Okay,
just like a rumor mill that like goes, and then it adds to this image where all these things stack up. You're like, oh my god, this guy is evil, and he's a pedophile, an evil, racist, homophobic pedophile. And it's like, guys.
Dream, oh my god, stop talking. Oh my god, stop talking. What is he saying? Oh my god.
Please, step.
Why would he say that? Why would he make that a soundbite? Why would he make that a clip? I don't understand.
Step back for a second. Step back from your echo chamber. Sit down. Go back and like, if you have thoughts or things that you think, oh my god, all these building blocks to what you believe make up this evil agenda, this evil person. It's like, just question them. Question the building blocks. Because every time I get into a phone call with somebody, I'll tell you what happens. I'll talk more specifics later. This is what happens. I've gotten on phone calls with many people.
Right.
And there's one or two scenarios. Either one, there's like 5, 6, 7 different rumors and lies that I clear up in like 1 minute. That I go, wait, what? That's not true. Here's screenshots, here's evidence, here's this, here's that. And they go, oh my god, I got lied to, or oh my god, I didn't know that. Or the second scenario is that whatever they're talking about publicly, I push them on it. They don't know. They don't have anything. They say nothing, and then they go, oh yeah, I mean, I may be exaggerating a little bit on like that, but I still don't like you for these other reasons. It's like, well, okay, then don't like me for those reasons. Don't make people think that you don't like me for these other horrible, nefarious, terrible reasons.
Well, what I will say here is that, okay, maybe people like you for other reasons, but here's what I will say. All that other stuff that people can say they dislike you for is public, that everyone knows about, and it can be widely believed to be untrue. If people have genuine issues with you for reasons they dislike you that aren't public, that is a lot harder to say. Like, I have reasons for disliking you that aren't necessarily fully public, which I don't want to just be like yes, this happened, take my word as gospel. You know what I mean? And I imagine a lot of other people have private reasons for why they don't like you. And let's say there's a rumor going around of, the Dream SMP members were on NDA. Like, it's not, like, as serious as the reason why they might dislike you. So it's a lot easier just to tag on to that.
Or whatever. Literally, those are the only two scenarios. I've never had a call that ended any other way than those. And I'll talk more about that later. But yeah. Anyway, to me, it's like, yeah, it's aggravating. It's aggravating.
Dream. Because you're having a friendship falling out is weird as hell. It's weird as hell.
Yeah, this like didn't happen.
Because obviously you're not friends anymore.
It
because of all this shit that's happened. Why would you? It literally did happen. Could you show the screenshots of the messages? It's still weird as hell. I still stand by what I said. Message someone's mom. That's my personal. I don't like it.
And again, just to say, like again for Tubbo, genuine answer to that. I think I explained it earlier, but here's the concise answer. Tommy's mom has a Twitter account. She's involved in the community. People know Tommy's mom. She was interacting with Dream fans and stands. She was in arguments with I think she had 5, 6, 7 tweets back and forth with different fans. She was talking about Tommy's video and saying her opinion on whether or not Tommy's video was okay or ableist or whatever. I DM'd her. I let her know my personal opinion on it and let her know that I didn't like people attacking her. That's and no DMs after that.
I know, but that's still a weird thing to even message her to begin with. That's my issue. Still a weird thing to even message her to begin with. Especially if you and Tom aren't friends. Like, even my best friends who we're on the bestest of terms, I wouldn't message their parents because it's a boundary. It's a boundary. She was posting first. It doesn't matter. To message someone's parents when you're on bad terms with them is weird in any situation.
That's literally what happened. And I showed the
except for 2 days ago when I called Ames's mum on stream and I asked to get matching colonoscopies with our cheeks up like 4 mountains in the operating room. Except for when that happened. That did happen.
Clear, but that's just what happened. So it's not what you're saying. The context to it, and
in my defense, we're boys.
It's not true. You said I got her phone number. You said that I did it as a manipulative tactic towards Tommy. It's like that.
Yeah, okay. The phone number thing was wrong. That is very valid criticism of what I said. I was under the impression it was a phone number. I was wrong. I was 100% wrong there. But I also did say before I said that, take this with a grain of salt, and I also prefaced it by saying, I imagine I framed it in a way where this is very plausibly untrue before I said it.
That just didn't happen.
People betray the trust of my closest friends. It is still a trust to play.
And I'm like,
that is so, it's just, and that's one of many weird things. He's going to ask for proof of many weird things now. I can feel it coming. I have my own reasons for having a problem with Tommy going around being he didn't. Internet police. He knows there's many weird reasons. Dude, I don't think Tommy's being the internet police. I think he's just slinging shit at people that do shitty things. And also, he has a podcast and a platform to make money to talk about it, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I don't know what else he says here.
Lies about me constantly. Did he just skip more of it? That's crazy.
So listen to what Tubbo says here. Just listen to this. This is such an interesting
He's taking extracts out of the wider context.
Just listen to this.
Tommy that lies about me constantly. That's okay. I understand that a little bit. Dream has the public perception that he's put all of the grooming allegations to a bed in a massive document, in a massive video, which is 40 minute in a 40-minute video called The Truth. Okay, you can go watch it. When it came out, however, whether people choose to believe that video or not is crazy, because also...
But even also, it's ridiculous. When he says that, guys, okay, for those of you that are watching and don't know this, that's not a matter... There's not a matter of opinion there.
No, it's not a matter of opinion, and I completely agree. But people need to go and draw their own conclusions based on evidence and stuff, rather than just immediately believing everything, the exact same thing that you also encourage people to go and do.
There's not a matter of opinion. The people that made the allegations came out and said that they lied. It's not a matter of opinion
That's
anymore.
fair.
That happened. I made my video, and then that happened afterwards. People came
That's
out
fair.
after the fact.
Yeah.
That's not a matter of opinion. That's a matter.
Dream thinks that I think he's a groomer, which I don't. Okay? Like, but I'm still encouraging my own audience to go and watch his video and take in the facts for themselves and come to their own conclusions. Because it's the exact same thing he asked everyone else to do.
Of fact. It's also a matter of fact that my video is full of documentation, evidence, screenshots, whatever, which is why that ended up happening.
Yeah?
Literally, my video has multiple phone call conversations with the police. My video has legal records and search history on it. My thing has every single DM that I ever sent with the person that was accusing me, so on and so forth. My video is chock full of all of the evidence. It's a factual thing. So even in the way Tubbo's wording it, I think that if Tubbo had any doubt that that I was guilty, that he would not be saying things the way that he is. He's saying things the way that he is because he knows that I proved myself.
No, I'm saying things the way I am because I firmly believe that viewers need to go and take in the information that you put out and draw their own conclusions. Like exactly what you asked everyone to do. Everyone to do when you drop that video. You were like, yeah, don't just follow herd mentality. Watch it and take in the facts yourself and come to your own conclusions. I don't think Dream's a groomer, man. But I don't want you to just hear me say that and then not go and watch that video and not take in all the facts for yourself and not do exactly what he asked everyone to do when he released that video. I just think it's ridiculous that I'm doing actually what he has asked me to do. And I'm not just saying it because I want to pander to the people that are hell-bent on him being a pedophile. Because the world's a better place if there are less pedophiles in it, everyone.
Innocent. I cleared up the allegations, but his audience is part of an audience, which part of his audience, some of his audience, not all of Tubbo's audience, but some of Tubbo's audience and a lot of Tommy's audience are still of the opinion that we don't care about the evidence. We're still going to call him a pedophile.
It's just not true. When you released that video, you asked everyone to take in the facts for themselves and not follow herd mentality. That goes both ways. I think just because I'm not encouraging people either way, I think you think that means that I'm pandering to people that are following the herd, that you are a pedophile when you are not. Because you asked when you dropped this video, everyone to watch the video and form their own thing. Form what they think on their own outside of herd immunity. And I'm like, bruh.
And so Tubbo is dancing around with the fact that he doesn't want to upset his audience.
I'm not dancing, I'm doing what you asked.
And that's, you know what? Like, I understand he's in an awkward position, but
It doesn't put me in an awkward position. I feel no obligation to think the same as my audience. There is nothing about this that is awkward.
It's not fair to me. It's really not. And he does obviously express multiple times, like, which.
How is this not fair to you? I've actively been the most charitable towards you out of everyone in the group and given you the bod the most times and encouraged my audience to go and watch your video and draw their own conclusions like you asked me to do in private and like you asked everyone to do publicly. How is this not fair to you?
I'll play somebody says, like, I don't like when people accuse them of joke about them being pedophiles because you need evidence and so on and so forth. But he just read that I'm saying, Tommy going around, like lying constantly about me. And then he goes, yeah, I get what Dream's saying because, yeah, Tommy does make it seem like he's a pedophile, essentially. I'm like,
yeah, and it's bad.
Okay, well then obviously you understand why I don't like Tommy. Like,
of course I understand why you don't like Tommy. I'm not saying I'm not. You're just saying I'm bending my knee to my audience to form an opinion that I think will appease them. When I'm saying that's not the case. I'm saying I'm doing exactly what you asked when you released that video. I strongly believe Dream has enough money to genuinely make any.
And this is just another. I talked about this earlier, but it's just like it's such a.
My bad.
It's that take is just so destructive.
Should not have said that. That is my own personal tinfoil hat, like the Hollywood music industry, the film industry, like that is my own personal tinfoil hat, and I shouldn't have said that. Which also, I think also plays into now Dream downplaying who Tommy is as an adult and making him feel inferior. Also ties all the way back to when he was so relentlessly taking credit for the people that he helped around him success.
So how is that?
How is that the case? He's going to say, how is that the case? That's the case because if everyone in private thinks that you think you owe credit to everyone, that you own everyone's credit, chances are it's your actions and not everyone has just come to the same obscure, weird conclusion.
That's also interesting. I'll mention here, it's like, Tubbo says that. He says, so relentlessly taking credit. Tubbo, I know you're going to react to this, or at least you'll have opinions on this.
I am.
Right in this moment. Other than the one fills a tweet. Other than that, give me a singular piece of evidence. A DM, a live stream, a video, a tweet, anything. A singular piece of evidence where I even allude to the fact that I made someone's career or took credit for their career. It doesn't exist.
See, now I'm challenging him on stuff. I need to provide undeniable evidence, but he doesn't have to when he just spews stuff out. And basically, I can't, because it's all VC conversations of people being like, why did he say that? Is this actually what he thinks? And then it's the private perception of the streamers around him that thinks the fact that he thinks it was a joke and all the private perceptions of the streamers around him thinks that it's true and this is actually what he believes demonstrates why his behavior makes people think that. And that is the issue. Like, the undertones of how you act matter. Like, I don't have another glaring public example of that being the case, because it's more a way you make people feel rather than actually what you say. I don't have Quackity, I don't know. I don't have that example at hand. Maybe you guys can be detectives and find other examples, but I myself don't have that.
It doesn't
I feel like
exist. And you know,
to say it doesn't exist is crazy, though. And also it's like, yes, everyone else is so unreasonable, and I am so right. Okay.
How I know it doesn't exist? Because I didn't do that. That one comment chain that everyone, obviously multiple people, talk about is the only time that they can even talk. And, also, like, obviously I called with Jack after, his podcast where he said like every time he takes credit for people, he sees red or, whatever. Right. And I asked him, I called him and I said, hey, I want to talk about this because I just genuinely don't know what you're talking about. And I want to know kind of what you're talking about.
Connor, what did Connor say? Is Konar here? I missed him. Dream and Call Me Carson made me, not gonna lie, Connor. Fuck's sake.
And I asked him, I said, you're saying that I relentlessly, essentially what Tubbo's saying right now, it's like you're saying I relentlessly like take credit for people. Like what I don't know, where did I do that? Like I don't, obviously, like I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just like I don't want to do that. And I don't want people to feel like that. So even if it's something that I did or said that like made you feel like that, even if I didn't intend that, like what is it, right? And Jack's reply was that he was like 99% just talking about the one tweet thread that everyone knows about and is public and everyone has talked about. And then said, he's like, I don't know, there was one time like in when I first joined the SMP where like we were in a private call with you and George and Nick and like you and George were joking and you made a joke to George about having made his career or something like that. And I'm sitting here like, you're joking, right? Like this is a joke. Like,
I mean,
actually, this is a joke. Like I'm like, okay, what? Wait, that's it. Like
downplaying a little bit. Like, okay, he's joking with his best mate that he made him. Yeah, that's fine. But to do it in front of other people and then wonder why people have the mentality that you still credit about you, I'm wondering why people think that's crazy. Even just from your own words you're saying. It's just demonstrates a pattern.
Like, that's it? No, I don't have any other examples, but it's like, that's it? That's the example? The example is that, like, allegedly, apparently, literally my best friend that I live with, I made a joking call I made a joke in a private Discord. I'm like, all right, I mean, I guess I don't remember that, but I guess if I did that, then I guess I shouldn't have made that joke around you, maybe? Like, because obviously I don't want you to feel like, I wouldn't want Jack feeling like, he actually thinks that.
Yes,
like,
no, that's valid,
we don't, me and
that's valid. You shouldn't make that joke around other people that don't know you as well. Because this is how this perception of you travels. You know? And this is why when you did tweet the picture of the graph with the arrow of when you met Tommy, and then what happened, this is why everyone couldn't tell if you were being serious or not.
George don't even like joke about that. And I asked George as well after this call. I said, George, do you remember that? And he's like, no, I don't remember that. So I was like, something that George isn't upset about, that wasn't obviously done in a negative way. We literally work together every day and live together. And Jack's like saying that every time I do this thing, I do this horrible like taking credit thing all the time. Like it's like there's no examples of it. Like, and I understand. Like they're not trying. Like I don't think Jack's trying to be a liar, and I don't think that Tubbo's trying to be like a liar. I just think that they like, you know, they have like that one interaction, and then obviously they look at.
I don't think I've said anything untrue. I think it's wrong to just blatantly go such and such is a liar. They are a liar. I don't think I've said anything inherently untrue. I don't think I've said anything 100% untrue in nature. I think that's bad to say. And it downplays what everyone else is saying about you. And also, Tommy's mum's DMs, the phone number. No, but I said in the moment to take it with a grain of salt, and that I imagine this to be the case, and it's likely not.
At that negative that tweet thread and go, oh my god, you know, which by the way, I've never had any conversation with any of them about, so they don't know any, they've never heard, they don't know any of my context, they're just like making assumptions, and then go, oh, he must do it all the time, like he obviously that's what he thinks, he must think, you know, this one time we had this tweet thread with Tommy, therefore he thinks he's better than everyone else. It's like, guys, please, Tubbo, you just said that I relentlessly take credit for everyone. I can go give tons of examples of me doing the exact opposite, including to you, because I remember there was a tweet on Twitter where somebody replied to Tom.
Yeah, I knew he was going to bring up this example, because when I said it on stream yesterday, this is the example that came to mind.
To Tubbo and said, like, Dream made you. And then Tubbo replied to that person and said,
yeah,
I'm really thankful for everything he's done for me. And then I replied to Tubbo and said, Tubbo, no, I did not fucking make you. I don't remember.
Yeah, but see, why would my younger self feel the need to reply to that tweet and be like, yeah, I owe him a lot? Like, if behind the scenes I didn't feel like, and many of the other people didn't feel like that you felt like everyone made them. You know what I mean? It's the indirect actions kind of contribute to a bigger feeling that is shared amongst people.
I remember exactly what I said. I'm sure you guys can find the tweet, but I said, Tubbo, I did not make you. You made yourself. You're incredibly talented, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't have added you to the server.
And that was very
so
kind.
I can,
and then since he said that, I didn't necessarily feel that anymore. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But it was like, also, that was only said in public as well.
Top of my head, name multiple instances where I did the exact opposite and even fought off people and argued with people that did that, but I can't, there's no instance of me doing that, because I don't think that, and two, I didn't ever say that, or even privately, anything. That was not an opinion of mine that I had, or one that was shared.
You never said, I'm just gonna keep
I said earlier on the stream, but I don't take credit for any of their, anyone's success on or after, during, or before the Dream SMP. Like, the only thing I did was point a spotlight at people saying, hey, these guys are talented, these guys are fun, and we did live streams together, and that's it. So I don't know, like that, it's just that like, it makes me see red, guys. I see red because I'm just like, where's it come?
Dude, we need the Jack Manifold reference. I love that for him.
From like, what is the reasoning behind it?
Which is just another thing. It's another cut of the death of 1,000 cuts, man.
And they say this a lot, like another cut of the death of 1,000 cuts. And I really think that there's realistically like, I don't know, 30 cuts or something.
That's a lot of things for people to be upset with you about.
And of the 30 cuts, like half of them are like made up, and then of the other 15 cuts, 10 of them are
15
things that
is
the public
still a lot
knows
of
about,
things.
and so it's like but they're acting like it's not. And the other 5 cuts are things that are just like misunderstandings where no one wants to, like no one talks behind the scenes, so they don't want to whatever. I'll give a good example. So I had a call with Tubbo, and in that call, he revealed something that I had done. I don't know.
Something you had done? Is this about when I thought you kicked Amesy from the Dream SMP Discord?
Guys, he made a revelation. He said, Dream. I said, why do you not like me, Tubbo? This was 6 months ago or something. He said, Dream, I don't like you because you banned Amesy from the Dream SMP Discord.
I didn't say banned. I said kicked.
When she asked you about the pedophile allegations. You didn't reply to her, and you banned her. I said, Tubbo, I didn't do that.
That's also like not. That was also like. He's also removed like the other 3 things I listed.
He goes, you didn't? I go, no, I didn't. How'd you hear that? He goes, well, I heard from Amesy. I go, well, that's just not what happened, right? Like, I didn't do that. It's like, 1, that's stupid. And 2, I had many text conversations with Amesy about it, and we talked about it on text about the allegations, and I talked to anybody about it. And obviously that would make me look really guilty if I did that, but I didn't do that, Tubbo. I promise. And he goes, Dream?
And to his credit, he didn't. I saw the Discord logs. He didn't, man. I was sent the Discord logs. I was like, I'm not sure I believe you.
Do you have any evidence that you didn't do this?
Which I think's fair, me asking for evidence of that. Like, he asked for evidence of everything else, by the way.
No. I mean, I can look. Let me look in the Discord. I'm gonna go to the Discord. I'll get the logs. Get the logs. Tubbo, the Discord logs. They're not there. They're just.
The Discord logs were there. You sent them to me. I'm 90% sure that there was evidence that Discord doesn't wipe audit logs.
There's no logs.
Yeah, I guess he didn't send them to me.
Why'd you delete the logs?
I don't think I said that, did I?
This is real, guys. This is actually what happened. Okay, this is not this realistically. This is what happened. Okay, this is not like a recreation, but this is word for word essentially what happened. I'm gonna continue.
Connor says check the Dream SMP Discord. Oh, it's Connor Eats Pants saying reunion 2025.
Dream, why'd you delete the logs? Why'd you delete the Discord logs?
To be fair, Discord doesn't wipe logs, so someone would have had to change them.
It's very mighty suspicious that the Discord logs would be deleted.
When Discord doesn't.
So Tubbo, I mean, I didn't delete them. Maybe somebody else did. I don't know. They're just gone. There's no Discord logs.
Yeah.
I go and look in the logs, and I look at them, and I go, I mean, yeah, here they are. There's nothing there. And he goes, well, Dream, I don't know if I can believe you because there's no Discord logs.
I think that's fair, though. I think that's fair.
I said, and I Googled it, and I go, Tubbo.
Discord does wipe audit logs after time? Oh, okay, well then that's also fair. I haven't, like, in my Discord, I've got audit logs going back to 2019. So I'm like, that's strange.
The logs are automatically deleted.
Maybe it's...
Here's where it says, Discord automatically deletes them. Why don't you just ask Amesy?
I went and asked Amesy, and Amy said it wasn't the case, so...
And then he asked Amesy, and she said, yeah, I didn't do that. So, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, what the, like, Jesus.
Yeah, but you're now framing this like the only thing I said I didn't like you is because I thought you kicked Amy from the Discord, when I also mentioned in that call the stuff about texting Tom's mum. I also mentioned in that call when I was younger, inappropriate, like, conversations and stuff that happened in VCs and, like, not safe for work, like, drawings and stuff were sent. Like, that was, like, the most minimal thing about why I disliked you could have brought up. You know what I mean? That was, like, the most minimal thing.
Jesus Christ! It's just like, this like, fucking ridiculous.
Like, this was not the big reason why I disliked him. This is, like, the one fault with my reasoning for disliking him that he's, like, pigeonholed on.
It's like, I don't know. And then later, it's like so ridiculous because then later, like, oh my God, like, okay, so then let me start again. So then later, you know, obviously when all this stuff is happening, and then like all the George stuff happens, right? And I'm thinking in my mind when that first happens, I'm like, oh my God, it's fucking Amesy. It's fucking Amesy. She started this all. She lied about me banning her from the Discord. She lied about.
Wait, sorry, what? Wait, I don't even know what to think. First of all, why are you name dropping if you're gonna make the accusation, the same baseless accusations that you get mad about Amy being involved in what happened with George and Katie?
Out the everything. She lied about it. She lied about Discord. She's like, you know, talking to fucking Katie Bugs and them, and you know, whatever. Like, and this is it's all Amesy's like master plan.
That is such a insane thing to fucking say. Live in front of thousands of people. You're telling me I don't even know how to comprehend what I've just heard.
And she's doing all of this, right? And so in a Reddit post, I didn't say her name, but I said, like, I think there's somebody going around spreading rumors.
So you do, part of you generally does believe that there's something like that is the case.
And they said I banned someone from the Discord, whatever, right? And then AMZ DM'd me and said, hey, I didn't do that. It was a misunderstanding. My point is that it can happen on both sides. Like, this isn't just a them sometimes doing it. But like I have done it sometimes where like I made assumptions off of something. But also I think my assumptions are slightly more valid in a way. I'm like, yeah, okay, well this, you know, like they're like, they just believe off the cuff that like I'm this. Also, it just shows what they think of me as a person, obviously, because they're just like, Tubbo's like, yeah, I mean, it sounds like something Dream would do. Just he got asked about the allegations and just fucking banned him. It's like,
yeah, I mean, but why? But what you've removed there is why would I think that's something you would do? Huh? Why would I think that?
no, that's just not. That's not what happened. But let me see. I forgot our conversation. I'm not gonna show any screenshots, but yeah. And then obviously Tubbo never came back to me and said like, hey, I talked to AMZ, and you know, she said that.
Oh, I did talk to Amy. Amy said it wasn't the case. I must have misunderstood what I heard. It's literally that is on me. All of this miscommunication is on me.
She didn't.
Not on Amy.
You know, do it or whatever. So I for a long time thought that it was AMZ that had lied about it. I intentionally lied about it or something, but obviously she didn't. She just, it was a misunderstanding. She didn't lie about it. According to what AMZ said, she said that she doesn't know where it's coming from at all. That like, you know,
I feel like part of him does like underline believe that Amy is like. I feel like that joke had underline like what the fuck.
Yeah, that she wasn't banned by any means. And yeah, I mean, obviously she wasn't because AMZ messaged me when she left, which I told Tubbo. I was like, AMZ, I was like during this conversation where Tubbo's like again, I'm like partially making fun of you, Tubbo, but like I'm not. I'm just making fun of the situation. It's kind of funny. Like I'm under interrogation.
Okay.
And he's like, well, Dream, what evidence? What evidence do you have that you didn't
But you do that exact same thing to everyone else, man.
do this horrible thing? I go, well, Tubbo, here's a screenshot of AMZ telling me, hey, I'm leaving the Discord. Okay, anyway, that's like a recreation.
But like, why are you pigeonholing on that and not like the weird not safe for work images you guys would share with each other in VC? And why are you not talking about like the like in that same level of detail when I was mentioning like I think it's not acceptable under any circumstances to message people's parents if you're not on good terms with them.
Creation of, and a lot of these phone calls where I have with people go like this. Like this is how that's how they go. It's like, Dream, you did this horrible, disgusting, no good thing, didn't you? Didn't you do it? I go like, well, no. Like where did you hear about that? I didn't do it. And they go, well, it's been baking. I've heard it from many people. Well, who did you like? I want to like clear it up. Well, like everybody knows. They all know you did this thing. I go, can I have any more information? No, we can't give you any more information. Unfortunately, nothing. What about, is there like evidence or no evidence? Nothing, not one bit.
There's just so much to like unpack. Like I think he genuinely needs like a bit of like someone just to say something, like to stop him sometimes. Like I feel like this is crazy to act like this almost in the exact same breath as bringing up the George and Katie stuff. I think like this is crazy to now act like this.
Well, then why do you believe it? I do. Because of all these other things that you did. But I didn't do any of those other, no, you did.
Dude, that is so fucking downplay, bruh. You bring up because I believe it because of all those other things you did. Well, I didn't do those things. So it's just I don't know how to explain it. Like everything I criticized him for in our private phone call was true except for that Amy was kicked from the Discord and he is only focusing on the fact that Amy was kicked from the Discord and none of my other gripes. I cannot. It's so disingenuous. It's just like trying to deliberately skew a narrative. It's like deliberately skewing a narrative, you know?
You did. No, but I did. You did. No, I promise you. No, you did. The evidence is out there.
Guys, by the way, I think because we've got so much of this video left, I'm gonna miss the Realm event. But I'm not done talking about this yet. So please do go and watch and support the other creators on the Realm. You can find all of them at therealmsmp.info. And you can go watch this amazing event that the developers have done. I tried to delay it a lot, but because there's other creators who are streaming as the parts in the event, and also that it has a strict time schedule and time slot, I don't think I'll be able to get through this and then be online for my slot for the fight. This is the link to go see every other creator on the Realm and see who is online on the Realm. It also shows the interactive map and everything. Please do go and support the event because the admins put so many hours of work into it, and I'd hate for it to be overshadowed by this. So go and support all the creators on there and drop a follow because, yeah. Okay. Next.
Where? I want it out there somewhere. Someone has it clearly because they're saying it. It's like, it's frustrating. It's frustrating because it's like evidence based on evidence based on evidence. Like it's like, well, this person said it, therefore that's my source, and then my source is a different source, and then a different source, and a different source, and whatever. And it's like, okay, all right, whatever. Anyway, let's continue with what. Let's see what he was saying.
For the record,
here.
I just want to go on record and say, all my other gripes with him that I said I had in our private phone call, he agreed happened and understood. The map is down. It probably crashed. So, as expecting, I'm going to get a lot of but obviously I had no intentions at attacking every Dream SMP fan. You see, that's fair. That's fair. He can see he fucked up because he knows his audience is also almost entirely at one point Dream SMP fans because it was his fucking...
So, I mean, that's not true. I'm not going to harp on it too long, but I mean, I didn't stream a single time on the Dream SMP.
Well, that's just blatantly true. You did that 1 second subathon on the Dream SMP. Also, you were the first person to stream on the SMP. We're just saying falsehoods? Okay.
I made one video ever on it. It was a charity video, and it was on my second channel, on my main channel. I think, like, of a portion of my audience, it's maybe, like, I don't know, 1%, maybe less of my audience on YouTube and elsewhere is from Dream SMP.
It's just blatantly untrue. It's just blatantly untrue. I don't know what to say. I think even his own community can agree that that's blatantly untrue as well.
I think that on Twitch and on Twitter that, yeah, the majority of my audience probably is from Dream SMP. But even then, it's still maybe a barely majority because obviously I had a lot of other stuff that I was up to and I didn't stream.
Like what? What other stuff other than Manhunt and Dream SMP?
Stream the Dream SMP. So I did speedrunning, I did events, I did MCC, I did so on and so forth. But anyway, that's not too important, but still, I think it's good to mention because that's not why I just don't want the Dream SMP fans that are, you know, that look fondly back on the Dream SMP to think that I think that they're all cringe. Like, obviously I don't think that. And I've, based on my expressions in the past, I don't think that. I just think that certain people that still have the same behavior that they had when they were kids and, or when they, you know, just were massively in love and there was, you know, with that Dream SMP and there was COVID, that still have those same tendencies, I think that they are cringe. And I just think that it happens that a lot of them have accumulated in one particular place. That's it. No offense. I mean, offense, I guess, but no offense.
The Arsler, though? And he effectively did insult them. You know what I mean?
I want to say, I don't know what else he says here.
For being ableist, Lamau. Why is the Lamau there? I don't understand. Why the dude? You just don't believe a word of what you're writing, man. I would doubt this is even written by him. I bet it's written by someone.
That's also something I get a lot. It's like ridiculous. Like, I doubt it's written by him. It was written by like a PR.
In my defense, I thought that because he himself said he's stepping away from all of his social medias and he's got a team to handle them all. That is a very reasonable thought that crossed my mind. Very reasonable. His own words is that he's stepping away from social media and a team's handling it from now on. And he wonders why he gets that a lot. It's because of the own thing he says.
PR team. Like, no, it's like my Reddit account. Like I guess how do I improve that? Like it's because it's part of their image. They're like, it's like I watched
our image. It's what you've said.
Like as an example, it was just so funny because like I watched like I think Pyrocynical, which no hate to Pyro, but I watched like Pyrocynical's reaction to my The Truth video, and in his reaction, he said multiple times throughout the video, he's like he's almost mad that I'm like proving things wrong, and he's like both times right, he's like his PR team did a real good job on this one, a real good job, yeah they did a great job, they need to be paid extra for this one.
Why is he watching commentary videos reactions to his Truth video? Okay, whatever.
I'm saying like, what? Like, just say bro's clearing his name, first of all. And second of all, for those curious, like that video I wrote myself. I didn't have a single other contributor for the right.
Okay, but the reason why people say that is because of how much you say you're stepping away from social media and you're going to have a team handle all your socials. And that was part of a response to your now proven false grooming allegations.
Of that video, the editing I had some help for scenes because like one, it was a massive video, but the video myself, I literally scripted up and wrote the entire thing by myself with zero input from any PR people. I sent the video when it was done to a couple people beforehand just to make sure that I wasn't doing something like stupid or missing something completely. I don't know, 5-10 people to have them like watch it to give me opinions. But that's it. So it's like I have this big PR team is like it's just another it's another lie to try and like, and I don't think Tubbo's not doing this, but it's like it's a lie that's been built up.
It's not a lie, it's your own words, man. As part of your initial response to your now proven false grooming allegations, you said you were stepping away from your social media and it's going to be handled by your team. Your words. This isn't a lie. This is the consequences of saying the things you say. And now it's got me thinking, well, if that never happened to begin with, and you just kind of said in your initial response to your now proven false grooming allegations, that you just said that for the sake of being like better off, it was just added on with no sense of genuineness, then what does that even mean? How am I even meant to process that?
To say like, oh, Dream, I don't know, like Dream, here's all these, like Tubbo said, like the 1,000 cuts or whatever. Here's like one of these 1,000 cuts. Like Dream has a massive PR team that like makes him look the best they possibly can.
Your words, not ours.
That's like one thing. And it's like his NDAs with everybody on the Dream SMP. It's like another thing.
Didn't say that. There was never any contracts except for the one that was discussed about the potential Feastable sponsorship that never came to fruition.
It was both lies. He has, I don't know, he like sues everybody. It's like, that's also a lie. Like I've sent one legal letter to anybody, and it's a public knowledge that I did that, and it's in my video. I've never, outside of that, threatened anybody, like legally, or sent legal letters to anybody. Like obviously like my merch or something maybe has like for on that regard, but that's like totally different to me. It's like a different company.
That's terms of service.
So I think like that's like there's many lies like that build up to this image of me where it's like, yeah, and then he did this and he has this and he has that, and it's like just none of these things are true. So they're all like the baseline to why I'm this evil person, and just none of it's true. There are things that I've done that are bad. There are things that I've done that I regret. There are things that I've done that you cannot like or be like, yeah, that was not the smartest. But like the whole like evil narrative is based on things that aren't true, and most people like Tubbo, in my personal opinion, the things that I've done that are wrong or that I've learned from or grown from or whatever, those are things that that like him in another world would forgive me for or would be perfectly fine with.
And that is so real, by the way. And I still believe that like he can just go on past this stuff. Tubbo, your event, I said I'm not going to be able to make it, sadly. I still believe he can go on past this and just maybe, like, in my mind, I'm never gonna probably fuck with him again, to be totally honest. I can't see that happening. I just can't. But also, like, I'm a firm believer that everyone can grow and change. You know what I mean? Everyone can. Yo, Max, thanks for the raid. Everyone can grow and change, dude. Absolutely everyone. Like, you kind of got to believe that as a Twitch streamer with the amount of absolute trash you get in your chat and then years later get an unban request. You know what I mean? But I only believe the things I believe, based on his actions, which he seems to discredit over and over again. Oh my god, overworking, dude. I'm overworking.
Or in the past did forgive me for, or was perfectly fine with being friends with me for, because he realized that everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect. Everyone says things they regret. Everybody has things.
And I still believe that. But the fact that you haven't changed in years, my hope dwindles. My hope dwindles.
Said when they were kids or stupid things that they regret. Everyone has moments where they blow up or they say something mean, or everyone has those moments. And so it's frustrating to know like that so many friendships and stuff have been affected by a whole pile of lies. Like and I think
by calling all of this shit a whole pile of lies, it invalidates any valid criticism. And to not acknowledge that there is valid criticism, just go, pile of lies, it's all a pile of lies, a massive pile of lies, is insane.
I think partially, honestly, this sounds ridiculous. It's partially because I played the villain on the Dream SMP. Like, partially, that's why.
What? Okay, calm, level-headed reaction. Calm, level-headed reaction. There is no way he genuinely thinks that. That is clip farming. That is clip farming at its finest. That is clip farming at its finest. There is... Dude, man, sign him to FaZe, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, you don't really think the fictional Minecraft character you played, has any involvement in the terrible things you as a person has done of why people don't like you. You keep calling it a pile of lies, and you keep asking for evidence. We give you evidence, we say why we don't like you, you ignore it, and then nitpick it word by word, look for the tiny fallacy in the statement, and then just dogpile on that and ignore the rest and move on and talk about it like it's sorted.
Because everyone like has this like, oh, Dream hurt all our favorite characters. Like, even if it's in the back of their head and they don't realize that's why, it's like they're like, yeah, Dream's this evil manipulative guy.
No one thinks like that. Like, beyond the viewers of the Dream SMP series when it was happening were teenagers, 14. Since then, they have grown 5 years up. You think that is going to last for 5 years? You think you have that much of a deep impact on the personal psyche of the viewership? Is insane.
I did all these things like, well, like, guys, that was a character. Anyway.
Fucking else, bro. It was a dig at Tommy fans because somehow the worst of the extra MP message fans all contributed to make up lies and shit on other creators. Look, man, I will say the Inniters are.
Oh, I'm not showing it.
I have so many of Tom's viewers come in my chat every day and ask where the fuck he is and what he's doing. They're annoying and they don't like you because Tom doesn't like you.
Well, they didn't like me.
The shitty things you've done.
Okay, that's the biggest thing I disagree on right there. Or one of the biggest things. He said essentially, Tommy's fans don't like you because Tommy doesn't like you because of the shitty things you've done.
Yes.
Tommy's fans didn't like me before Tommy and I weren't friends.
Yes, because of the shitty things you've done. And also because Tom knows you've done shitty things and he'll take shots at you for the shitty things you do. Hence his audience doesn't like you.
Tommy's fans hated me before that. Literally, Tommy messaged me like, okay, that's why I don't like the whole, it's just about the allegation thing. Because obviously the allegations happened. Tommy and I were friends for a very long time after that. I kind of broke off our friendship at a certain point because I was upset with Tommy. We kind of were still friendly, but we weren't like good friends anymore. We didn't call anymore for YouTube from like, I don't know, up until, you know, even leading up to the USMP stuff. And then he started doing live shows. And he had a couple times, because this was before I addressed the allegations, he had a couple times where people yelled out like Dream's a pedo or Dream's a nonce or whenever he was like talking about me. And he texted me about that and said like, hey, this sucks. Like, I don't want, I love you, man. I support you. I want to be there for you.
Classic UK crowd, dude. That's crazy. Again, I don't agree with it. I think it's a weird fucking thing to do. And I think I think it's a very mature thing of Tom to do, to message him and be like, hey, I don't like it when people, when I'm doing shows, are screaming that you're a pedo. And I think that's a very reasonable and a mature message to make and be like, yeah, that's not on. I just want to let you know I don't think that's on. But apparently, according to Dream, Tom has no backbone integrity and is also dishonest. So, his own words, not mine. We can go back 4 hours, but my brain will be fried.
For you, but like I can't have, if people think that, essentially, if people think this about you, I can't publicly do things with you, right? Like almost word for word. I of course was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'm sorry, Tommy. I wish this wasn't how it is. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to, I want to make a response. And obviously there was there was
Also, I feel like Dream could have avoided so much of all of this if the response video came out sooner than years later. I can't, like, you know? The annoying thing about all of this is that it could have been so avoidable. He was not allowed. What disallowed him from doing that? And I'm gonna say exactly what Dream has been saying so many times. Where is the evidence of that? There were legal process notes where, like, legal things, but that does, the FBI was involved. Yeah, I mean, that is in the truth video, and it is in his video, but like, I'm frustrated on his behalf a little bit that it was so long before his response video came out, because so much could have just been avoided. This isn't me throwing shots at him. This is me frustrated at the situation as a whole. Because I don't know when in YouTube history, like, allegations such as that have ever taken that long to be responded to. And I think that uncertainty was so damaging.
Reasons why certain things didn't happen at the time. But anyway, so that obviously was conversations that me and Tommy had, and I don't fault Tommy for that. But it's not the other way around, Tubbo. It's not that, oh, Tommy's fans don't like me because of Tommy. No, a lot of the worst Dream fans that became Dream haters or that were just Dream haters congregated around Tommy. Some of them because of the Dream SMP.
Because he makes shots calling you a pedophile, man. That's why they do that.
Some of them because of me playing a villain. Some of them because of things that I did that they just didn't like. But then they were like,
none of this has to do with the Dream SMP and you playing a villain. Absolutely none of it.
Now I want him to not, because he did this thing I don't like, he's a terrible person. He's to, be in jail or, whatever. And so it was the other way around. It didn't happen the opposite way. And like I saw people like shocked yesterday, like the other day, being like, why is Dream tweeting this? I thought they were friends, like Tommy fans. Because most people don't know that we're not friends. Because I was fairly quiet about everything, and then even when Tommy has always, it's funny because Tommy has always made negative jokes about me even when we were friends. Like, people can't really tell the difference, which is kind of sad.
And also, they are also individuals, and they can form their own opinions based on whether they believe your grooming allegations debunking video or not, or whether
what does that even mean, though? It's not a matter.
No, you're saying it's not a matter of opinions. Drawing conclusions based on evidence you received is different from. I shouldn't have said opinions. I should have said drawing conclusions. Drawing conclusions. And like needless shitting.
Like, it's not a matter of belief. It's like there's no way Tubbo thinks that. Like, it's not people that are
No, but when you released the video, Dream, you asked everyone to watch the video, not follow her mentality, take in the evidence, and form their own opinions. This is me encouraging people to do that, or like draw their own conclusions rather than form their own opinions. This is like he's getting so caught up in like the language I use rather than actually what I'm saying.
On it, like saying I'm a pedo or something. Like they're not. It's not a matter of them not believing something. They're just they either not done the research or they are intentional.
But also, you can't make people interested in like this is the issue with the internet. Just internet as a whole. You can't make people interested in your response video, and you can't like once people already in their mind don't fucking like you, you have to like earn them back. And like paired with all the other reasons people don't like you, it's very hard for you to earn them back. And yes, it sucks. And yes, it's like, it's a lot easier to do damage on the internet than it is to do damage control on the internet. Like you can deal a lot more damage before repairing a lot more damage. And I think a lot of this is like, he encourages people to watch the video, form their own, come to their own conclusions. But he doesn't like it here when I'm encouraging people to do what he asked.
Spreading misinformation. It's one or the other. There's not a believing in this situation.
On Quackity for his SMP, or they can also form their own opinion on you. Basically, like, I don't get it, man. There's just so many different things. Like, there's so many. The wider audience that isn't your core group has so many different reasons or like gripes or different bones to pick that like it's too many to list, and I can't even get my head around how many things there could be.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, I think that a lot of it I addressed in my The Truth video that if people didn't watch, they wouldn't know about, whether it be like Manatreed or it's talking about like my face leak or you know, even like my comments on like doxing or whatever. I think that video is a good job at going through a lot of the biggest critiques people have had for me. Obviously, that doesn't mean that there's not things people have. There's obviously critiques people have had about me, about you know, things I've said or clips from, you know, before I did YouTube or whatever where they have problems with. I'm like, that's fair. I think that's fair if you don't like someone.
So now you're acknowledging it, but it's after you've gone on your rant about piles of lies. So it's like it's been like it just feels so downplayed. You only bring up the stuff which is actually the issue after you've done so much filibustering and downplaying.
Or don't want to watch or don't feel comfortable supporting someone's content because of that or whatever. It's like, that's fine. But just if you're honest about that, then it's fine. But most people aren't honest about that.
Out here is crazy. What do you mean most people aren't honest about it? I honestly, Dream, I don't think you're a groomer. I watched the video. You made excellent evidence that made me believe this isn't the case. I encouraged my audience to do the exact same thing like what you asked me to do. But the crazy thing is, this stream isn't about the grooming allegations. This stream is about the shitty stuff you've done, which isn't to do with that. I would argue whether you have an autism diagnosis or not, about why is he just skipped me talking about the autism group being diagnosis? Like he's a pedophile about why is he skipping? He just doesn't want to talk about my actual criticism. Why is he skipping over the whether you have an autism diagnosis or not? What I said is, I think there's a difference between using the R slur to reclaim, and there is a difference between using it derogatively. And then I use the analogy, I'm dyslexic. If I insult someone in a wheelchair because they're in a wheelchair, that's still ableist. And he's just skipped over it. He's dodging my points, man. Make up lies and shit about other creators. Like, okay, I get why he might be mad about the lies. Like, about, well, lies, again, I don't know. About...
Like, what?
Lies, I don't know. That is me talking about other people's private, personal experience with you. No, you're not gonna make me this be like a lies. I think all the evidence in the truth video is lies. No, because you've just skipped over the context where I said that wasn't the case. This is me going about the lies about creators behind the scenes saying stuff about him where I have no idea whether that is the truth or not. So lies, maybe that was me giving the bod that the chances are the gossip is lies. That is me giving Dream the bod. And he's chosen to take this in a way after removing the context that, like, what? I'm so hard done by. He thinks I'm a pedophile. No, man. You can't skip the context and then react shocked that you don't have the context. That group being like, he's a pedophile all the time, which again...
What? Like, that's glossed over. What does that mean? Yes, I'm gonna be mad about the lies from your friend group about me being a pedophile. What do you mean? What? Like, that actually, like...
Skip the context, bro. You skip the context. You skip the context. The exact same thing that you get mad about. And then you've muted and paused the video before I got the chance to explain.
Tubbo's not trying to be, again, I think Tubbo's just trying to help, like, be fair to his friends and, like, be positive to his friends. But, like, can we please just...
This was literally me giving him the benefit of the doubt, but he is just so hell-bent that I'm attacking him 24/7 when I'm, in fact, giving him the benefit of a doubt, which he skipped over when he skipped through the video.
Listen to this and acknowledge what he's saying.
About other creators. Like, still okay, skipping. I get why he might be mad about the lies.
I get why he might be mad about the lies.
Yeah, like, about... I don't like lies. Again, I don't know. About that group being like, he's a pedophile all the time, which again, I don't...
Like, yes, Please, I would hope you get it. I would.
Yeah, I do. And I said I did in the context you missed over. When I'm saying lies, I'm talking about the exact same stuff you were bringing up. Oh, everyone on the Dream SMP was under NDA. Oh, yes, that must be the case. Like, I can't believe this is for real.
Hope is understandable. Hey, I spent a lot of time and effort and everything to clear my name and to try and put that behind me. And you're perpetuating a false narrative. It's like, yeah, I get it, but like, come on.
I'm not perpetuating a false narrative. What you are doing right now is creating a false narrative by removing the context of my words to make you seem like you're worse off. And you've not listened to a word I've said, and you've skewed my words in a way that makes you look good.
Like, there's no but there. That's terrible. There's no but. It's terrible.
Oh my God, there should be no but there. Like, there should be no if, but, and every time you apologize for something bad you did. Wait. What? I don't like. I think.
And like, I think Tubbo's saying that is incredibly honest, and I think that is. I'm glad that he like put that out there because that's clearly his thoughts. That's what he's thinking. But I just think that that's like that almost needs like self-reflection in a way where it's like, yeah, that's horrible. Tubbo, imagine. I know Tubbo had one like false allegation pop up and he was on stream.
That is true. During the subathon, some random ass Twitter user, basically accused me of getting them really drunk at a party, and then I drove them home in my car that I can drive with my driver's license that I had, and I forced myself onto them. That happened. And then they revealed that it was written with ChatGPT, and it was a social experiment. So I do get it.
It like freaked him out and it was terrible. Imagine that still to this day, just because my fans don't like you or because some fan group doesn't like you, even if they have the most valid reasons in the world to not like you, imagine they're sitting there bringing that up and
your audience do sometimes bring that up when referring to me time to time. That is a thing that I've seen happen. And now everyone's going to be like, where's the evidence? Obviously, I don't screenshot when people tweet negatively about me, guys.
And lying about it and and then if they're confronted about it, they'd say, I don't care. I'm going to say it anyway. Like that, yeah. And then it's very easy to understand.
Joke about people being pedophiles unless we actually know for sure. Because, dude, why?
Yeah, Tubbo saying this is amazing. Thank you, Tubbo. I really appreciate you saying this.
Like,
This is true. It's the truth.
Man. It kind
It's
of
all right.
It feels watering down.
It's very serious, and you can't. You need to have evidence for claims like that or things that you're saying like that, or you can't.
I agree with
like
Dream on this.
hate me for whatever you want. If it's true, that's fine. I don't care if you hate me because I don't know, because I live in Florida. I'm a Florida guy. Like I don't care if you hate me because of that. I don't care if you there's valid reasons to hate me and there's invalid or like less valid reasons to hate me.
So now you're starting to mention the valid reasons to hating you, but it's after it's been like 2 hours of downplaying. So it doesn't have the same, it's not a fair representation of the argument.
But you can hate somebody for whatever reason you want. Like someone could just, you just don't like their vibes.
He's
That's
being
totally
based
valid.
right now. Like, and I can understand why Dream would be frustrated if he sees an entire community calling him a pedophile. What I don't understand is why he wouldn't talk about that when the repeated public shots of that lot of my friend group calling him a pedophile come out.
Yeah, so I think that is the most valid thing that that Tubbo has. That's the most valid critique that Tubbo said. He's basically saying, why did you say something now and not the other times that they were like lying about you being a pedophile?
Yeah, go on,
and
come on.
Honestly, my honest answer is that I don't want to bring up or bring attention to the like false pedophile allegations that could have ruined my career, that I already put under the bridge, already put out under. So obviously, yeah, the time when there's a public beef that I can finally let a vent out into or whatever that isn't surrounding lies about me. Sure, I'll take that opportunity, but I'm not going to directly reply to somebody. Whereas I did DM them, like, okay, Harry says something, I DM them and say, whatever, or you probably messed.
That's true. I can vouch for that. Dream and Harry did have a private call.
Him. Jack said something, I DM'd him.
Jack and Dream also did. That did also happen there.
Handle those things privately because I'm like, hey, yeah, this is bad that you're doing this. I don't want this to happen. Here, let's talk about it. But me publicly bringing attention.
So you're just gonna ignore it? I think it is crazy to like. Oh my god! What, Harry? What? Dream? Okay, dude. It's been 4 hours of this, and I've missed my Minecraft event that I've been working on for the last 2 weeks. So I'm not really in the mood. To be totally honest. Oh.
And just do it like, hey, here's a guy that, you know, for some reason is false, lying about me and implying I'm a pedophile, or, you know, whatever.
See, what I don't understand is I don't understand why the friend group just stops calling him a pedophile. Like, I just, oh man, I didn't find it the first time. I didn't find it funny the 20th time. It just, I'm like, bruh.
Even though it's 100% not true, let me just bring attention to that. Let me shine a spotlight on that. It's like, no, I'd rather DM that person privately, say, hey, take that shit down. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? And deal with that privately, which is what I did. But for, you know, something else, if I'm just expressing frustration, then I'll be more public about it. It's fine. Cool.
Why would he not bring it up?
So I think that makes sense.
Why would he wait until there's beef with XQC? Like, I don't...
And also, I did bring it up, just not public. Like, I brought it up privately, but it obviously didn't change anything. But.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear about it. There's no way I could have known that. I don't understand a straw that broke the camel's back type action. If you hear what I'm saying. Chat, what are you spamming
right
now? A straw that broke the camel's back. Like, this was the last straw. Like, fuck! He insulted XQC! Fuck! Now I'm finally gonna stand up for myself and say I'm not a pedophile.
The way he says that is so funny.
Yeah, and Tommy feeds... Okay, I'm a funny guy. Right into it to promote his Patreon. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like... It's like, yeah, he makes money from the Patreon.
He's gonna say it's not a money thing because Tommy's rich, blah blah. It's like, yeah, okay. I'm making that critique because it's to promote whatever he has going on.
Yeah, but like, it's not a money thing and it's not a promotion thing. Because before taking any public shots at you, he already did the sold out US Annoying at First tour and sold out UK tour. And also the podcast is already wildly successful with the drama with you in it or not, man. I just...
You know, it's not a money thing. I wasn't even saying it's a money thing. I'm saying it to promote his stuff. I didn't mean from a money perspective. I didn't mean like, oh, so we can make more money on it. Like, I literally just meant...
okay, so just poor wording. That's fine.
He's using it to get more attention, views, and whatever, because he does care about those things. And he's said that publicly. He said many times how obsessed he is with his views and how his mental health, you know, he had problems with it because his views declined and so on and so forth. It's like, that's like terrible. Like, I mean, that...
I wonder who made him care so much about the YouTube algorithm and how it all worked and the numbers behind everything. That's interesting. Admittedly, there was a lot of people, but I'm I feel like
that sucks. I don't want that. But
yeah,
he's also
he knows that sucks. But it's just honestly, YouTube, the platform itself, is to blame for the way it instills like positive reinforcement through bigger number better. To be totally honest, like I've been having a really good day, uploaded a YouTube video and it's performed shit and it's like ruined my day. So like, you know what I mean? Like that is mainly that was a misdirected shot there. That should have been directed at YouTube, the platform.
Said that in the past, we're also implying that like he's come to terms with it now, that he doesn't feel that way or act that way, while still letting all of his decisions and the things he does publicly, even if it involves lies, allegations, throwing people under the bus, whatever, he doesn't. If it's going to potentially benefit him with more views or whatever, he'll do it.
But I don't think he needs that. You know what I mean? He doesn't need that to get more views. He does fine without it all, if not basically the same, because a view on Twitter.com is not equal to actually someone that's going to come and buy a tour ticket. You know what I mean? Like, I think he does it because it's funny. To be totally honest, I think he does it because it's funny. I don't think the amount of drama and shit he gets in and the amount of attention there is directly proportional to increased sales or increased anything else. It's not funny. Yeah, pedophilia is funny. Oh, yeah, nice way to twist my fucking words. Yeah, no, guys. After just doing that entire 4-hour, 20-minute stream segment, the takeaway from this 4-hour stream is Tubbo Live thinks pedophilia is funny. Great. Oh my fucking god.
And so I think I don't like that. And again, I'm also seeing from a very negative perspective because there's no communication. So a lot of these things are things where like, yeah, Tommy could be pissed off seeing this stream and be like, oh my God, he's like, that's not how I am and whatever. It's like, Tommy, all I know is what you show me. And it's just kind of the same thing, from me to you, obviously. But I've been trying my best to make an effort to figure out the other side where none of you guys have.
I think that's a very interesting thing to say, seeing how when there is like a subject that he is not necessarily getting on with, he doesn't take into account that that subject can form opinions with external influences. You know what I mean?
I've been sending messages. I've been working behind the scenes. I've been having phone calls. I've been, avoiding confrontation in tweets and whatever, whereas everyone else hasn't. And so it's like I feel like it's way more, I don't know, it's way more fair on my part to have this conversation like this than it would be for the other way around. But anyway, what's
but also,
next?
I feel like Tom's just slinging shit, man, because he's just like, low-key, he's put up with a lot of bullshit from a lot of people in.
I'm sure Tommy has. Like, I'm sure Tommy has put up with a lot of stuff. I think there's a lot of things that I know about and things I'm sure I don't know about that he's like put up with. And I do like feel bad for that. But
dude,
anyway,
you're one of those things. Your actions is some of the shit that he had to put up with, like with your emotionally loaded long text messages. Like, that is not a real thing that you have just said.
I'm pulling up a different clip real quick. If you guys want to tweet at me anything that you would like me, because we're not nearing the end, but we're nearing a couple things I want to talk about, and then maybe the end after that. And so if there's anything that I totally missed or that you want to hear me say, then
XQC mentioned him briefly.
So yeah, I want to show. So you can tweet at me. I don't know how else. I guess I can.
Oh my god, there's still so much left
my
of this. Okay.
Twitter, so if in case I see anything that's interesting that I'd want to reply to. Anyway,
in the tweet, but no one was going for him. He wasn't, like
we're on to
there's
Jack
no
Manifold.
Excusable way of him ever saying that word. But maybe if we'd beat him into a corner and we'd been after him for weeks, and in an angry fit of rage because we've just bullied him for weeks, he said that, albeit it'd still be wrong, but I could at least make some sense of it.
Is he gonna say anything? Let me get this straight. You're being criticized for calling 15 million people the arsler, and instead of respond to it, you're gonna scroll through the Twitter account days since Jack Manifold mentioned Dream. Like, it's just a bit awkward, man. It's just a bit awkward. It's not like a big own, because Jack finds this account so fucking funny. And everyone finds this account so funny, whether they like you or not. And the fact that your community made this account, and also you go on to be like, Tom's community is so obsessed with hating on me. And then you're showing examples of your own community obsessively hating on Jack. It's just insane. It just, like, I don't think he realizes how he disproves himself just by keeping going.
or you probably don't. But anyway, I reached out to him, right? And we had a phone call on Discord.
Listen, I said on Twitter I was going to react to all of this, but I think he's done reacting to anything I said after dodging every point I made in my stream yesterday. And then also backing out of calling today on stream to talk about things. Like, no, he does keep going. Okay.
Tweets. This is where we get to some a little more juicy stuff, I guess, in a way. But let's look up something. Give me a second.
Okay, people who have seen this, I know I'm gonna get criticized for not watching the last 41 minutes, but like, this is insane. Like, I don't feel like I have anything to add anymore. 2 times speed. Oh, fine. We'll 2 times speed blitz it. Right. Fine. Fine. Yes, I'm doing it. You missed a lot. Fine.
I really want to pull up this tweet, but I can't. I don't know where it is. Maybe I'll talk about it, and then I'll do it. So first of all, I would like to talk about a phone call, interestingly enough, that... Well, I guess let me get a little context here. So first of all, everyone, obviously, there's been a lot of, like, there's been a large rumor mill, right? So I've done my best to try and go around, talk to people, call people, talk about, what people's issues are, like, what they'll imply these things publicly, so I'm like, why was that done, right, essentially? And then, I had calls with, Tubbo, Jack, Harry, Easy, and a bunch of other, like, random, commentary YouTubers and TikToks and, whatever, in order to try and figure out what, what the
For the record, in those calls is where he encouraged everyone to watch the video and draw their own conclusions, and also where he encouraged us to tell our communities to do the same, which he's now criticizing me for doing.
Okay, well, I'm getting alluded publicly that this is horrible, whatever, right? And then I also had some conversations that I actually I'll just talk about, I'll just put them out there. Not the actual conversations, but like I had a conversation with Ludwig, which I'll briefly mention because I think it's important. I'll just put it out there. It's something that's behind the scenes that apparently has been said. So I'd like to talk about it all. Let me see what soundboard do I have. No, come on.
Ludwig? How the fuck does he play into this? He just hit platinum in League of Legends, man.
Okay, that's good enough. Detective Dream music here. So, of course, on this journey, I reached out to Harry. Yes, average Harry. You guys all know him, or you probably don't. But anyway, I reached out to him, right? And we had a phone call.
Shot to Harry. That's so funny.
A year ago at this point.
Probably
and
don't.
I said,
so
Harry,
funny.
you made a tweet where you said that I can't be safe around 18-year-old fans because I got one to my room to drink to have sex with. And I said, Harry, that doesn't sound like Dream, right? Like, this is Detective Dream. Like, Detective Dream had this phone call. And I said, Harry, that doesn't sound like the Dream I know. What? You have more information, right? More evidence, all right? And so, we get more into that. We talk about it. Harry provides the information that he has, which essentially is, well, actually, it wasn't about you. It was, like, you were there, and you didn't have sex with the person or try to. And I'm like, Harry, what? You need to, like, delete that tweet then and make a tweet saying it didn't happen. And Harry said, okay. And so then Harry made a tweet where he said...
that's very reasonable. That is very reasonable. If I was Dream, I would have been way more fucking mad at Harry for that, to be totally honest. Like... But I also do think with how much he's downplayed throughout this entire stream, it makes me hard to give him the full bod because I don't know how exactly what went on in that call. Harry did go too far, yeah, and everyone in my community, everyone in Dream's community knows that to be true. And even Harry's community knows that to be true.
Hey, that last tweet I made was not true. It didn't happen, and I didn't want to imply that Dream did anything like that. And obviously, he expressed to me in the phone call that he was just frustrated and he was sticking up, and that he couldn't quite give me more information. Which obviously some of it was alluding to the Katie bug stuff, which ended up happening later. Which I obviously wish that back then he had shared more information, so it would have been a lot better. But anyway, that call continued, and I said, "All right, now that's cleared up, Harry. Now you're gonna make that tweet. You're gonna clear it up. Why do you hate me? You said you don't like me, and you said publicly that you don't like me, that I'm a horrible person, that I'm manipulative, I'm all these things. You know what Harry said? Wait, it's not working. There we go. No, that's not really intense. There we go. Harry said, Dream, I don't like you, and I never have. Ever since I made a tweet in 2020 where I critiqued your merch. I compared it. I sped run drawing a smile on a shirt. And you quote retweeted me and gave an example of other brands like Nike that have simple logos. Ever since then, I've hated you, to be honest.
I feel like that's also like... Right, like, it's just like... Yeah, I kind of get Harry. And also, what I said earlier about responsibility at scale as well applies there as well. And I think that for Harry, taking in responsibility at scale, taking in that this was in 2020, height of craziness, I think Dream shouldn't have quote retweeted anyone having an audience as large as he did in 2020 to 2022. But I also can understand from Dream's POV how it's like, he's always hated me. So haha, you know what I mean? Also, just want to say, in 2020, average Harry would have been 14 years old, which I think is important context. In 2020, average Harry was 14 years old. To then get quote retweeted by one of the largest creators in the scene with an audience which is very passionate on something negative, that's not right. And it doesn't take a genius to see that. So I don't think this is... And? What do you mean, and he was 14 years old? Dream was 20. Oh my god. What am I not am I not making sense? Am I not making sense? Me as a 20-year-old, if I saw a 14-year-old tweet something negative about me, I don't quote retweet it on my massive platform with my followers that will go into attack mode like that. Why am I being unreasonable right now? Why is that unreasonable? It comes back to what I said earlier, and in the context he skipped in the video reacting to my stream. Responsibility at scale matters. Matters a lot.
I said, Harry, that is a very valid reason to not like me.
Oh. Fuck,
But,
I should have just kept watching.
Is there anything else? Because I mean, you say a lot of really, really bad stuff about me. Like you imply
fuck, I should have just kept watching the video. Oh. Okay, fair enough. Oh, fuck. I tangented. I did exactly what I've been complaining about Dream doing. In my defense, it's been 4 hours, 40 minutes now. Oh, fuck.
pedophile and all this other stuff, you know? And Harry said, well, I mean, just like some, you know, you made some tweets on Twitter and stuff, and like you're, you know, just the way you interact with people on Twitter, you've caused some hate for people and whatever. Okay.
Which is also fair.
That's valid, I guess. Yeah, you can, that's fine. You know, obviously, we can talk about each individual.
But like, he's talking about this criticism now after doing so much downplaying over the entire stream. It almost feels less valid.
You know, thing if you want, but I guess but that's why you were like saying I'm like that's why you're saying I'm like a horrible, manipulative, terrible. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so that was my call with Harry, essentially. I mean, he deleted his tweet. Obviously, it was about the kid book suit. I didn't know that. He said that because of this tweet, which I didn't pull up, but guys, please go find it. I promise you it's out there. Apparently, he quote retweeted me. It was like before.
It is less valid? How is this criticism less valid, though? Like, this is an exact example of me talking about responsibility at scale and being important with being responsible with your platform at scale, and then Harry being involved in a negative experience of bad responsibility at scale. But Tommy's mum could treat children? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy you put that in chat. Tommy's mum did. The difference is between Tommy's mum doing it is Tommy's mum does not have a core audience. Does not have a core audience. And Tommy's mum wasn't banking 500,000 likes a tweet every day for a year. Tommy's mum does not have 5 million followers on Twitter. That level... That is like next, and this comes back to, again, responsibility at scale. Responsibility at scale. If Tommy's mum had 5 million followers and was banging 500,000 likes a tweet, Tommy's mum would take into account responsibility at scale. This is why it's different. Because the rules change at scale.
Content creator, I guess. He was like a small content creator, and he quoted me, and he was upset that I quoted him. He said that he hated me ever since then. That's a direct quote from Arbitrary when I asked him why he didn't like me.
Which is valid.
Anyway, okay, so moving on. You know, we already went over the call with like Tubbo, right? I think that obviously we talked about AMZ.
No, you didn't go over the call with Tubbo. You mentioned only AMZ. You didn't mention the inappropriate stuff in VCs that made me uncomfortable, and you didn't mention my issue with you texting mum and how I think it's weird in any circumstances, even after your explanation.
Is to help clear up some, you know, misunderstandings that we had, which one of them obviously was that, you know, she had said that
allegedly, get onto it later, keep watching. Okay, I won't stop.
Allegations back then, and I said,
okay, I probably will.
And then she cleared up
I'm not gonna lie to you.
that, you know, that she doesn't know how it started, but that it's just like misinformation, right? So that happened. Now, Jack obviously had a longer call actually, and I already talked about
so that's,
you know, some of it earlier.
But
with Jack, I went into the call being like,
it just makes me think when he's doing these brief overviews with his call with Harry and his call with Jack, given how much is being left out about what I said, how much is also being left out of what they said to skew the narrative?
I went into the call thinking like, all right, this is the start. We're gonna clear up the misinformation. Every time I've talked to somebody, we clear it up. It's fine. You know, like they will stop shitting on me publicly every day, and I can live in peace without lies being spread about me. Right? This is my thought. I'm like, yes, all right, sweet. It's like going being.
But it's not all lies. It's genuine criticism that you're downplaying. Again, with like when you say pile of lies, all these lies about me, like it's crazy.
Very, very hopeful, and thinking like, all right, sweet, we're gonna do this. Now, honestly, Jack, respectful guy. It was a very respectful phone call. I honestly think
Jack
that it changed my opinion a little bit on him because I did have some negative perceptions. But you know, I left the call being like, wow, this guy was an intelligent guy. You know, he even if I disagree with some things he said, he articulated everything he said. You know, his points very well. He has more, you know, valid reasons of holding the opinions that he has. Maybe not to the extent of like hating me. And of course, Jack even said that. Jack said, "Dream, I don't hate you." I felt butterflies in my stomach, honestly. And he said, Dream, I don't hate you. It was a strong word. Hate's a strong word. I don't like some of the things that you've done in the past, but I don't hate you. I don't. And I was happy to hear that. It was a great thing to hear. But he didn't like a lot of things that I'd done. Now, of course, I asked him about, particularly us. Of course, Jack had.
Bro, what? Huh? What's wrong? Whoa. Give it butterflies. Oh, guys, it's flavor text. Be so for real. Listen to actually what he's saying. You're doing exactly what I don't like. You're picking the flavor text, bro.
Had more valid concerns, surrounding, whether it be George or Sapnap or me. But the thing that was the most interesting to me was that it was all formed based on public information. So all of the things that were talked about, everything that we discussed, the problems that he had, whether it be with me or with George or with whoever, he was informed and expressing them based on information that you guys have. You have the information. So obviously, one of the things that he expressed to me in private was, I still think that you could have handled yourself better, in your fan interactions, and that even though the truth clears up, like pedophile accusations, that I still think you're responsible with your audience, and I was thinking
yeah, responsibility at scale, yeah. Jack shares similar things that I don't like.
Okay, people can have concerns. Not everyone's going to walk away from from my video feeling exactly the same, or walk away from mistakes I made or whatever feeling exactly the same. But at least it's good to know that okay, so it's just disagreements. Obviously, we talked about certain things that I think that he misunderstood from my video, or certain things that certain topics that I just disagreed with him on. But at the end of the day, he had a solid foundation for kind of why he didn't like me. Outside of obviously we didn't talk about any of the Tommy stuff, we didn't talk about any stuff I talked about in here, whatever. But he just had a more solid foundation of why. And of course, he also expressed some there's some rumors, whatever, and I tried to get into them, whatever. Now there's rumors behind the scenes about everybody. By everybody, I mean everybody.
Right. So there's rumors behind the scenes about everybody. Dream has just done, for context, Dream has just done a 2 hours and 30 minutes long stream explaining about how there's baseless rumors and it's all lies. And it's really bad to spread them and interact with them. And then just that second, he has said, there's rumors behind the scenes about everybody. Right.
Okay, everybody. There's rumors about Tommy. There's rumors about Jack. There's rumors about Rambo. There's rumors about Tubbo. There's rumors about Skippy.
Is there?
There's a whole lot of rumors. But the most
Is there? Wow. Dream, in your own words, where's the evidence? Please, what are the Tubbo rumors, man? This is like every time I open up TikTok and at the bottom of every video I open up, it's like the Tubbo allegations. What are the Tubbo rumors? What possibly could you say about me that you think's a rumor that my chat doesn't know? What are the Tubbo rumors, Dream? Genuinely.
normal response to when somebody hears rumors is either one, ignoring them because you don't have evidence behind them, two, looking into them, like reaching out to the person, or whatever, and then, or three, either you ignore them or you're just the person. And the third option, which is what they choose to take, which is the original one, is let's just talk about it publicly like it's a fact. That is what happens, right? So,
kind of like how you've just gone publicly and said there's rumors all about these people, and like it's a fact. Right.
This is where it gets a little controversial.
Oh, and he plays the fucking music. Oh my god. That's funny, and I'm mad that made me laugh a little bit.
My rumors are out there, guys. There's been rumors left and right. All the content creators like spreading, whether it be private business or false allegations, or just, I don't know, not talking to me for some reason.
I'm gonna be honest, if Dream is ever wondering why I stopped talking to him after we had our phone call before The Truth video dropped, it's because I watched the video, I was like, okay, thank God, he's not a nonce. Then I went on with my shit, and I literally forgot he existed.
So, this is Detective Dream, okay? Let's roleplay for a minute. All right, another song. No. Come on, another song. We're running a moment. Let's get better. Let's get better. All right, guys, I mentioned something to Tommy a very long time ago. It's actually interesting. So, a very long time ago, there was a situation, which I'll try and be vague on the details for because I do not want to spark anything for this person because they were false. These allegations that were made were false. But I would like to shed light on the handling of how it was handled. So, there was rumors behind the scenes about a particular Dream SMP creator, which I will not name because they were false, and I do not want to bring anyone's name into allegation talk, but it was none of my friends.
Right. Earlier on the stream, you did roleplay pretending Amy was some kind of evil mastermind and devil on the shoulder during what happened with Katie and George. And now you're like, I'm not gonna name because I don't want to stir any shit. I'm like, okay, dude, what the fuck?
So there's no one that I'm close to at all. It's just another Dream SMP. And these rumors spread pretty far because Tommy was going around and telling people that this person was a pedophile behind the scenes. Until Wilbur, who, obviously you speak of Wilbur now, but Wilbur back then got told by Tommy. And Wilbur said, hey, have you looked into this? Have you talked to him about it? This isn't me, it's not any of my friends. And Tommy said, no. And Wilbur said, okay, well, all right, well, we need to go talk to Dream about it so Dream can look into it because it's his server and he doesn't want anybody like that on it, right? So, of course, they get a call and Tommy's forced to tell me. And I go, oh my God, okay, I'll go look into it, right? I go look into it. I don't know, about 30 minutes later, the creator I'm talking to clears it up. The information was completely false. It was just, rumors spread behind the scenes, whatever. And we were able to confirm, trust me, if you just have to take my word for it, it was completely confirmed 100% they were false. It was, again, I won't involve any names, but the creator, the girl that was involved was not underage, was not a fan. It was creators on creators, whatever. It was like private business that no one, and no one was underage. So anyways, that happened. So it's not just, this isn't just a problem that has happened only with me. This is something that is an inherent problem that some creators have, is spreading rumors without them being true or confirming that they're true. Now, I've heard many things, okay? And I brought this up to Jack, because Jack said, hey, I don't want to, he said, hey, there's also rumors. I said, well, I've heard rumors. And, he brought up like rumors about, Nick, and rumors about George, and, whatever. And I go, well, Jack, I've heard rumors about you too, right? And I bring up a rumor that for Jack's sake, I guess, and for others' sake, I guess I will be very vague on. But there was a rumor that Jack, not a very faithful man. And
That is an insane fucking thing to say. Sorry? Okay, what a normal ass fucking completely normal thing to say after saying, I'm not gonna say anyone's names when I'm addressing rumors I've heard, and that because I don't want to start the pot, and then immediately do exactly the opposite of what you said. That is an insane fucking rumor to bring up. That is insane. Dude. I will go on record and say that is 100% false. And I will go on record and say that.
And that was something that I was like, hey, Jack, I heard this rumor. You know what I haven't done? I haven't gone publicly until now and said it. And gone, hey, guys.
Yeah, I haven't gone publicly and said it until now. And now I've done the exact thing that I've just been criticizing everyone for doing about me. And I'm doing the exact same thing, but I want you to feel really, really sorry for me. And these guys are all really evil. And all of their criticisms are a total pile of lies. And I would never do anything like that, even though I did just do it just then.
What a dickhead Jack is, because he's a cheater, right? No, I didn't. That's not what happened. And even
What is he? I don't... Dude. Manifold defamation, man. What the hell?
behind the scenes, it's something that's been brought up before, but it's like, well, you don't know, where the sources are on, whatever, right? And Jack said, no, that's not true. It's not true. I can prove it's not true. It's not true. I said, okay.
You needed to lead with it being false so it couldn't be clipped out of context, dude. Oh my god.
Cool. Do you see how interactions with rumors should generally be handled?
Fuck's sake. Ah! Hi, Miss. Of course he's fucking lurking, man. Of course he's fucking lurking, man. This is awesome, dude. My brain's fucking fried. No fucking way. Dude, what the fuck did you start? Oh, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Fuck you, big man. Big fuck you, man. Big, massive, gigantuan fuck you, man. Dude, it's okay, though, because I'm British and I'm annoying. It's fine. Right, where were we? Oh, God, dude. What even is my job, man? What is my job? It's so fake. It's okay, I'm just as annoying. I'm glad we can have this peace, man. I'm glad we can have this peace. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Handled. You seek out evidence or you don't bring it up. Now, I won't say Jack didn't provide you with any evidence. I just said I have evidence. I didn't see anything. But I'm still going to take Jack at his word for it, mostly, just because I don't have much evidence. I have, word, but that's it. So, oh no.
Saying this also is not very charitable and not giving the bod. It's not giving the bod. Like, this whole stream, I've given him, like, the massive bod ever. I wish he would do that same courtesy to people he dislikes. Like, I dislike him, and I'm very open about that. But I have the courtesy to give the benefit of a doubt to mostly. See, the wording is not charitable. And I think maybe this is because he's under the impression that I was not doing charity wording because he skipped out the majority of the context of what I said when referring to it. Like, language matters, and I think he's just too careless with it. He's too careless with his own language, and he spends far too long nitpicking every single word of everything else people say.
Tubbo. There's been rumors about you. There's been rumors about you, Tubbo. Now, I'm gonna roleplay. Like, I'm one of
Say
your friends
it!
about your rumors.
Air me out! What are my rumors?
I'm not sure if I can say why, guys. But really. Now, I'm gonna roleplay. Like, I'm one of... Not sure if I can say rumors, okay? I'm not sure if I can say why, guys. But really, Tubbo, not a good dude. I can't give you any evidence as to why. But I've heard behind the scenes rumors.
What is crazy is I have just sat through this VOD for the last 5 hours with an incredibly charitable perspective with a lot of benefit of a doubt. Just for him to say that at the end is such a fucking slap in the face, bruh. Dude, there is nothing, chat, that you don't know about me. There is nothing. And I know that whatever rumors there is, it's bullshit. And I think, like, whatever, I'm not scared of rumors coming out about me because I can just do another stream exactly like this and say it as it is, bruh. Like, I'm like, bruh.
That don't make him look very good.
Dude, he's gonna bring something up. Like, he's gonna bring, like, when I broke up with my ex, like, they made a blog post about all the reasons why I'm horrible. Like, you know what I mean? He's gonna bring up something like that we've already talked about in such depth in our own community, which maybe sounds like a rumor, but it's just really obscure knowledge that my community chooses to ignore because we all know it's BS. Like, I don't, All
right. We just leave. We just leave it at that. And then if Tubbo messages me and says, Dream, what are those rumors that you heard? I'll say, oh, I can't tell you, Tubbo. I can't tell you. I'm
just
sorry.
say it out loud.
Private, so I can't share
Tubbo,
it.
this is a bit, I know. But, like, it's, all of the bits he does is not baseless. You know what I mean? The bits he does are not baseless. There's something he genuinely believes when he's doing this. I genuinely think that. And it's also weird to do.
That's what has happened. And then now there's
people
a
will be like,
smear
why do you know that they're not all baseless? Why do you know they're not all baseless? Because every single one other time he's done this in this thing so far, they've not been baseless. And people will be like, he didn't add any context for this. He didn't provide any evidence. And they're just going to ignore the last, like, 2 hours and 40 minutes of watching this VOD. What the fuck? Come on, Tubbo. Look, maybe I'm mad because it's about me. And he's firing at me after I've tried to be so fucking nice to him. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm being rage baited. You will see through it. Maybe I'm just upset that I just spent so much time giving the benefit of a doubt for that. Maybe it felt like a bit of a slap in the face. But, like, I'm like, bruh.
Everyone talks about it and blah, blah, blah. For the record, Tubbo doesn't have any bad, terrible,
oh my god,
I've
done it again. Oh my god, I've done it again. Oh, I just got owned. Self-owned. Biggest self-own of my life. Oh my god. Farm me, farm me. See you next, the everything app. Oh my god. Oh, I just got absolutely self-owned. That's crazy. I fell for it again. I hate how he speaks. I hate how he does it. Oh my fucking god. I'm opposing Andy.
Then I would ask him about them and figure them out privately. The only thing that I've heard about Tubbo that is rumors is about private things that don't need to be public, so I won't make them public. Unlike people have done to me. I will spare
Wait,
people.
So has
people
he?
from having
Sorry? He makes so much like uncertainty. He's still implying weird shit about me for like no reason. I fell for it again, awkward.
their private business shared.
You got me
Now,
twice, man. Got me
I think
twice.
that it's important to talk about all of that conversation because of like how rumors can spread and how they can be extremely harmful, especially when you already have a built up opinion. Now I'm gonna go ahead and give I'm gonna talk about the only other like behind the scenes rumor that I know of that I had any kind of knowledge of. That I'm only bringing it up to put it out there because I don't know any of the details, and I honestly, nobody could talk to me, whatever.
Okay.
But there was when I DM'd Ludwig after the truth video went up, and I asked him like, hey, are you making
Guys, we only have
you should
26
make a video
minutes
about
left. We
this?
don't
You
need
you
two
made a video,
times.
or I don't know if I remember before, but I don't think he did actually. But I was like, I think it'd be really beneficial. I want to clear my name, whatever. And he alluded to the fact that like, hey, I don't want to, again, I'm not going to share any of our private messages exactly, but I think that this is important. He alluded to the fact like, the community is, still figuring this out. Are still like, conflicted about it. So I don't want to make a video. And I was like, I don't like that, but whatever. But he said that he still essentially, had potentially a negative, like view of me. And I was like, well, why? What's wrong? I like Ludwig. I think Ludwig's content's great. I think Ludwig's a great guy. I think that he's done a lot of awesome stuff. And I have none of this is to expose Ludwig or anything. It's literally just, I think this is important.
He's just bringing people up at this shit.
But I said, why?
At this point, man.
And he said,
Let man hit
you called
diamond in
one of
platinum.
my friends a whore. And of course I said, oh, that's terrible. When did I do that? Who did I call a whore? Or like, what's the scenario around this? Right. And he said, well, I can't tell you who, I can't tell you where, but like it did happen. And he goes, it was like a joke. It was in like a joking way, but you did do it. And of course I was like, oh, well, I don't make a habit of going around and, calling.
Was that not Robbo?
Calling people
Robbo funny? Was this not about Ludwig? Yes, Robbo funny. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I can't really. I don't really have anything to add here because,
or is especially not like in a derogatory way or anything like that. So I was like, well, I don't know when this could have happened. But like, I don't want to say you're lying. Like but also at the same time, I'm thinking in the back of my head, like, I don't think Ludwig's lying, but like, what if someone else is, or what if there's, I've had somebody lie spread. Like, what if there is?
But like, also, it kind of speaks volumes that like his immediate thought is like, no, this can't be true. I've never called a woman a whore. You know what I mean? That's also a weird thing, I will say. I'm like, why is his immediate reaction, no, I've never derogatory called a woman a whore. This is impossible to be true. It's kind of like a weird self-report by bringing up this rumor, I'm going to be totally honest. Because I can say fully confidently, I have never derogatorily called a woman a whore. Very competent. Confidently. So I feel like that also speaks volumes.
And my response to Ludwig essentially was like, hey, I'm going to assume that happened. I'm sorry that happened. Obviously I never want to offend anybody. That is a word that, a few years ago, that was something that I more jokingly did say, like I would call like Georgia whore or whatever. It was something that was in my vocabulary. And so I said it to Ludwig. I was like, it is a word that has been privately in my vocabulary occasionally. Okay. So it's probably something I should remove from my vocabulary. And so I don't
suppose
use it in the way that I used to. But at the same time, I was like, but I've never used it in like a bad way, like a derogatory way, or a way to like it wouldn't be a reason to like hate me. Like, I didn't, or not a reason to like think I'm a bad guy or something. Like, I don't know the context. And he said like it was outside of like a club or something, and I was drunk and it was a joke. I was like, okay, I didn't get too much into it, but I was like, I don't know that happened. I don't know when that happened. I don't know who it would be too. And then I heard that from like,
I just want to say, throughout this entire video, and I think this is important to say, throughout this entire video, like, some of the weirdest examples he's done and like names he has dropped is like Hannah with the Dream SMP and DA stuff, and then calling Amy a mastermind behind like Devil on the Shoulder with what happened with Katie and George, and now to not immediately know whether or not you've derogatorily called a woman a slur. Not a slur, a whore. Sorry, dude. I got the R slur tweet on the brain. I think, like, I don't know. It rubs me the wrong way. And I can't quite put my finger on it. But it does rub me the wrong way. And we already know how absolutely prolific misogyny is in the streaming community. And now, this isn't me, like, it rubs me the wrong way. Given the wider context of the wider gaming and streaming community, given the only, like weird, like, the examples he's done with Jack and Harry and Tom are a lot more based on evidence than the stuff that he mentions with Amy, Hannah, and then this friend of Robbo. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm like, and it rubs me the wrong way. Then again, it could be nothing, but again, we're being charitable, benefit of a doubt. It just rubs me the wrong way.
Multiple people behind the scenes after that fact, and I was like, I told Ludwig, I was like, I don't want to like attack this person. You think I'm like this evil guy? If this happened, I'd love to apologize, like make this person feel better. I'm not some monster. Like I don't want to. Like obviously, like, and even in your context, I was drunk and it was a joke. Like even in the context he's providing, but anyway, of course he didn't tell me, and I think that's fair. I mean, if she didn't want to be, if she didn't want.
I feel like you can make a drunk joke like that to someone you know. I feel like it's weird if it's someone you don't really know.
Like to tell him, then that's fine. But I do think that it has this disconnect where there's this behind the scenes rumor that I don't even know is true. 2, I have no way of like proving is true. 3, if it is true, I have no way of like getting apologizing or like making up for it or like making it better or moving forward from it. So it's like, no matter what, because it's this behind the scenes rumor, it's stuck. It's like stuck in this state of like, Dream is bad no matter what, because I have nothing. I can't explain myself because I don't know what happened. I can't say it was a lie because I don't know when it happened, or I don't have any, no one will provide any evidence.
It's weird that you don't know it's untrue just by knowing you haven't done that.
I can't like move forward from it because I can't, in the case where that is something that happened, I can feel bad and apologize. I can't even make amends with the person. And so that's happened with stuff with Sapnap, that's happened with stuff with George, that's happened with a lot of creators, and it really sucks because of this whole like lack of communication.
So you're telling me, you're telling me the same thing has happened with George and Sapnap? You're telling me the same thing has happened with George and Sapnap as well as you, and friends of women have come up to you and been like, yeah, you were really rude to my friend. Guys, that is such a self-report. And also, like, okay, I'm put in a weird situation now because I have some secondhand knowledge that I don't feel comfortable sharing because I wasn't there for it. But I can ring the person who was there for it, but I don't know if they would want to. And this is the issue with everything happening publicly. Like, and I'm like, please, no, I'm not going to. And also, I know right now I'm doing the exact same thing I was criticizing Dream for being like, there's a rumor. But I think the fact that he said that his 3 core friend group, including him, have all separately had problems with how they react with women says a lot. And I don't know why he would just offer up that information like, this makes me seem more reasonable. No, it's weird that you don't know, like, out the gate that you didn't drunkenly call a woman a whore. That is weird. And I think to then bring your other friends into it and be like, yeah, they've had similar issues is also very weird. And it's like, yeah, I know things I'm not telling you, and I know things I'm choosing to not tell you. And I'm like, okay. Okay. Like, I just don't really know what to think. I just think what I wouldn't be surprised is if those three have a real boys club mentality and they live in a red state and they have really outdated views on what is okay to say to women. That is honestly what I think is probably the case.
I think that realistically, that's probably what happened. Something similar probably happened with Quackity. And I don't know, genuinely, I don't know what it is, because me and Quackity, obviously, we're good friends. I have nothing against Quackity. I love Quackity. I think Quackity's great. And then the SMP stuff happened, and then he obviously he like ghosted me essentially, and like he must have a reason for that. Like Quackity's not like some random, like he's not a fucking psychopath. So like he always has a reason. Like I don't know what that reason is. I'm sure he has a valid reason for doing it. But like, but people say publicly and they use that as like they're like, oh, it's because of the allegations, because this. Like, well, no, I know that those things aren't true. So that's why I'm even more confused, right? I feel like that feels bad as well, because almost like.
So the thing is, he doesn't think that there's any possibility that the day Quackity released the QSMP and announced it, he doesn't think that there's any possibility that his first message not being like, congratulations, that's so cool, but instead being about him working on the identical thing, he doesn't think that could possibly estrange or put any strain on a friendship. It's just, he's very inept, I feel.
Our audiences being pit against each other hurt friendships behind the scenes. In the same thing I feel like has happened time and time again. And I'll bring up a scenario that I think is honestly valid and something that I can bring up is puns. I think that Puns and I were great friends, and then a lot happened, and obviously a bunch of my fans were being total complete dickheads, making fun of him and joking about him when I was the one who did something wrong. I did something that I should not have done. It hurt.
Sorry, what
obviously
happened
very
with
badly.
Puns? I missed a chapter. I thought Puns just streams Valorant. Did I miss a step? Are they not buds?
Puns, and then Puns expresses that. He obviously picked a bad time to express, but I'll defend Puns and say, I should have gotten shit in that moment. That was not like everyone making fun of Puns. That's terrible. If it was anyone else, people would have not been making.
But see, the thing is, like, yeah, if he actually earnestly believed what he's saying, and he would have said that closer to the time and redirected the attention away from Puns. But I don't think he did that because he doesn't. I think he's saying it now. Now it makes him look better.
Making fun of Puns would have been.
He did say it at the time. Okay, that's my bad. I just don't know then.
Something, treating a friend in a way that I shouldn't have. Obviously, Puns and I had private conversations before that, and obviously there was lack of communication. He shouldn't have tweeted it publicly. Whatever.
Puns' girlfriend. I don't believe this. I don't. No. Chat, you're being weird. You're being bare weird. I refuse to believe that happened.
But it's annoying because I feel like the fan base, you guys, and obviously Puns' fan base and other people's fan base have essentially like ruined friendships for people by their own.
Oh my God. Whatever happened to like a streamer and a creator taking control of their own fucking audience, bro? Like, it's the viewer's fault now? Bruh.
I don't know, like their own actions. Like, obviously people can take their own accountability, but if it wasn't for the fans being so terrible to Tommy about me, if it wasn't for the fans being so terrible to me about Tommy, I think we'd probably be fine. If it wasn't for the fans being so terrible to puns about me and the fans, whatever, etc., I think puns and I would probably be fucking fine. If it wasn't for the fans that were, so terrible over false allegations, whatever, to me, and also whatever around the Quack situation, I think we'd probably be fine. And it fucking sucks. It really does suck. It sucks. And that's just the most genuine I can be about it, because that's a critique I have for you guys as well and my audience. You are at fault as well for that, because yes, I understand that we are there for everyone's entertainment, and we have, but not everything is for entertainment. Like that's a moment where puns is being very vulnerable. Obviously there's a lot going on. I also understand some people probably weren't trying or thinking about it from this perspective, but that sucks. I love puns, and now I'm not friends with puns primarily because we weren't able to have private conversations because everyone, and yes, some of that's to blame on him. I understand people would say that, but and we weren't able to hash things out privately. It's something that it's being able to, and people are probably also a lot I like Tubbo or somebody maybe afraid of having a private conversation with me because of either rumors they've heard or because they think
I'm not afraid of having a private conversation with you. I wanted to have it on stream because the tweet you made was public, which started all of this, and I spoke about it on stream to begin with. So I'm not afraid to talk to you privately. That's insane. If I was afraid to talk to you privately, why would I invite you to speak to me on stream where you have the best case to make a good claim for yourself?
like, oh my God, I don't want my fans to think I like Dream. Like because they think Dream's this terrible person. And
What? I think that's insane. I think he thinks people's audiences have a much bigger control on what they do than they actually do.
And so it makes everything worse for everyone, not just for me. It makes everything worse for everybody. Everybody.
Projection?
And
I wasn't going to say it, but you guys clocked it.
Obviously, I had a lot of negative things to say about Tommy in this, in this stream. And I said a lot of,
admittedly,
I said a lot of things.
The negative things he says about Tommy, it's mainly to stop calling him a pedophile, which I completely agree with. Like, that is probably yeah. Like, that's fair. There's nothing else to say about that. He's not a pedophile. We should be mad at real pedophiles, not inventing new ones. Because in case everyone's forgotten again, the less pedophiles in the world, the better.
In a harsh way. But I think that from my perspective, it's more of like hey, Tommy, you're not treating me like you would treat someone else or you're not looking at things from the perspective of how you would treat another human being. That
I think I can probably speak on why that would be the case. I think if I had known Dream from when I was 16 years old and I received very long, emotionally loaded text messages like the examples he's shown, I think that would definitely change how I interact with Dream and how I treat Dream. So I think that's very fair that he wouldn't do that.
That wasn't looked at as scum by your audience or by someone else's audience. That is the reflection that I think needs to be done. And that, like, I don't think that any of these, I don't think Tommy's doing any of this stuff because he's a bad person or said any of these things because of, you don't know, just like you don't know the creators. I don't know these creators either, really. And so it's hard for me to say, critique people's intentions, but it is easy for me to point out from my perspective and look at, things as a collective and be like, oh, wow, here's what actually happened. And here's what's being portrayed by other creators or by the public to happen.
It was completely about me. I messaged you on Twitter, but I have no idea why he did that. What? Sorry, I just got a text from Robbo. Robbo is one of the few people that actually can text me about things, which is crazy. Hey Toby, I was watching your stream reacting to Dream, and I wanted to say I wanted to DM you about some bullshit, he says later on in the stream about Ludwig calling Ludwig's girlfriend at TwitchCon Las Vegas. That story is entirely made up to cover the fact the situation never involved Ludwig and involved me and Nicholas Cantu. I have no idea why he lied and involved Ludwig, but he uses Ludwig to pretend the situation was resolved and it never was. The girl who he called a whore. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Wait. I don't think I should be reading that out loud. That's very on me. Oh shit, and now I've had this reaction on stream. Wait, okay. Okay, I needed to not just immediately read that. I was going to immediately read it for the sake of transparency, but because I like to be transparent when I do these streams, but that was, yeah, no, I should not have read that out loud, and I won't read that out loud, and I'm gonna say, and I will apologize to Dream for reading that out loud, because that was not cool of me, what I did just then. That was very not cool. All right, we got a little bit more left. I'd like everyone to move on from that, because that is not saying that should have happened.
I mean, like, I'll say again that if there's any questions or concerns that anybody has about behind the scenes rumors or things that you hear from other creators or, you know, things, like, please reach out to me. Like, as a creator, reach out to me, DM me, talk to me. I'm not going to bite. I'm not going to, you know, whatever. Like, I will be upfront with you. I'll be honest with you. I'll talk to you. I'll be reasonable about it. I'm not going to judge you for thinking something. I'm not going to, you know, whatever. I don't want things spread privately about me, and I don't want things spread, you know, I think lies spread about anybody. And I think that it's really important, like, as a community, like, honestly, I think that this is just like getting everything out there. Like, look, here's all this shit. It's all out there. Like, this is what, like, this is the people that don't like me. This is why they don't like me. There's not a behind the scenes, blah, blah, blah. This is why everything I've talked about in this stream are the reasons. And my responses to those things are my responses to those things. Obviously there are, you know, interactions privately between people. People form, you know, have different opinions and whatever. And I think it's fine to not like somebody. If you don't like somebody, your personality doesn't clash, you know, whatever, then it doesn't clash. But I think that the disingenuousness is the worst part, I guess. And I think that it's just, it sucks from a creator standpoint, but it also does suck from, like, a human standpoint, from, like, a friend standpoint, to have stuff like this happen. I'm just gonna do a brief, like, look through to make sure that I didn't miss anything that I super wanted to talk about. I guess anyone has anything in my mentions on Twitter, I could look, but I don't. I just want to check real quick.
Is there
I've been
anything
live almost
more?
3 hours. It's a long ass time. And realistically, like, that's the thing, is, like, I see a future where, you know, like, I think that the most likely response is, like, a brace, like
I'm a little bit disappointed, but because he didn't really mention any of my actual criticism of him, and instead focused on the only one which he said, and then he said it was valid, which was my criticism of why now. That was the only thing he took. There's more, okay.
Fucking war between, like, you know, Tommy and I, and he goes fucking Detective Tommy, you know, whatever. But, like, just sit back and, like, try.
I just messaged Robbo, and I was basically just apologizing for reading shit out loud. He said it was all good.
Speaking to Tommy, and also speaking to the audience, like, just try and evaluate things. Strip out the fact that it's me. Strip out the fact that you have these preconceptions. People, obviously, yes, you have formed opinions based on a building block of information for a very long time. But at the same time, what if 1 or 3 or 5 of those building blocks are just wrong, or something that wasn't true? Then all of a sudden, your whole basis of knowledge you've had over the last many years are just not true. And it's something that I've been dealing with for a very long time, and it's hard. It's difficult to understand how to, I don't know, move forward, because I don't know. You can't, like, a lot of the stuff is, like, private. And it's hard to, you can't, like, just go and air it out or whatever. But I do think that it's important to, I don't know. It's just important to reflect on, like, your own communities. I think Tubbo has been very good at trying to be unbiased and attempting to be fair. I think that a lot of what he said, you know, is something that, and we had, you know, obviously we've had conversations and whatever, but essentially, you know, me and Tubbo.
I want to say I've generally tried so hard to make my bias known to the audience, and to basically like always give the benefit of a doubt and always try to see the other side of the perspective. And I appreciate him saying that. And I genuinely do appreciate him saying that.
This conversation we had a while ago, obviously he did say other things, but he also pretty much just said like, hey man, Tommy doesn't like you, therefore I don't like you. Essentially. Not.
No, man, no. That's not what our conversation was about. It was about, I don't like the crossing of personal borders. It had nothing to do with Tom's opinion of you. Am I seen as my own person sometimes? Am I actually seen as my own person? Man! And I was just being nice to you again, man. You're downplaying my gripes with you in that conversation we had where you acknowledged that it exists, man. And I guarantee you, after you've now said this, you're going to go on and mention one of my actual critiques of you in this phone call, and then you've done the downplaying beforehand, and then you're going to mention it.
Not essentially, word for word, said that. Said, hey man, at the end of the day, obviously we're talking about these other things, but Tommy doesn't like you, and I.
Word for word? That is not what I said, word for word. That is just not true about what I said. That is all I'm going to say. And I think I made notes in this call because I was upset. I think it might be on the computer I gave to Average Harry on that hard drive, but I definitely can recall what happened in this call because I made fucking notes.
Like Tommy and I are good friends, so like we can't be friends. Essentially,
Dream. There's your evidence.
That's,
when I find
obviously that's valid. I don't mind that. That's not
what I said.
It's not a invalid way of thinking. I don't blame Tubbo. I think Tubbo is very respectful.
I don't just dislike you because Tom dislikes you. I have my own group of reasons and gripes for disliking to you, which we spoke about.
I think he's treated me, when it came to the allegations, he treated me very fairly, and I think that the reason I chose his VOD to critique is not because he said anything wrong, it's because he did a good job of summarizing kind of a lot of things that happened and gave me a chance to respond to a lot of it.
I did.
This is almost 3 hours. I think that people's ADHD minds are going to have a tough time at watching.
I think that's a problem with every time he responds to something, though. He does so much talking and less boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean?
Through it all, but I do strongly encourage you. Anyone wants to cut it up, use it, whatever for clips, feel free. Spread it however you want. Just try and have context. Like, people are going to try and clip things out of context and cause riffs, whatever. My intention with this is, obviously bridges are burned. I understand that there's been a lot of shit, but I just want to kind of get out more of my perspective, because obviously if you can't see someone's perspective, then they look more. It's hard to understand their perspective, and then.
Yeah, he's very hell-bent on getting his perspective out there, but in getting his perspective out there, he disregards everyone else's perspective, which I think is bad when you have a large live audience, to be totally honest.
They look worse, and so there it is. I plan on just moving on. I think I'm going to do a stream tomorrow on a Squid Game thing with Spreen.
Oh, did he go live
That's
today?
awesome, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. But outside of that, again, I'll just kind of do a quick scroll, just make sure I'm not totally missing. Someone said, is A60 your friend? Look, A60,
he's just bringing shit up now. He's been live for 3 hours and he's lost his fucking mind.
I don't even know what to say. I think he's just upset about the whole, whatever. Like, I think that obviously everyone knows about the A60 stuff. It's not even.
I don't.
Like, A60. I don't know. We can talk privately. Just DM me, A60. Look, don't fall into the, the trap of thinking you have to do things publicly or whatever. Like, look, I have no problem with you. DM me privately. What else? What else is there?
I said I'd watch this entire VOD, and I did, for the record. And I didn't skip any context. Just want to put that out there. And I will watch this VOD to the end. I have 11 minutes left. I will watch this to the damn end,
yeah.
Okay? Like I said I would.
Obviously, I think that there is obviously more, and I haven't shared. I purposely didn't share any of outside of the very necessary ones, like Tommy's DMs or.
I feel like he should, to be totally honest. This might be a take that is not shared with most people. I think for full transparency, you got to be willing to just put everything out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I put everything out there, and I always share shit. And if someone has an issue with me doing that, they generally tell me to not. But if someone hasn't told me not to share shit publicly, I will share it publicly. It's not ethical. Yeah, but it's like, it's the evidence that he asked for everyone else to have and provide when they say something that he's also hanging on to, I feel.
Or, you know,
I don't know.
private messages between
Tommy
people,
wanted him
whatever.
not to.
I-
That's
obviously,
valid.
I showed messages of mine, but outside of that, I tried not to because I don't want to. I think there's so much, obviously more. There's so much lore between me and Tommy in private, and there's so much lore between, you know, me and everyone in private. So like, I think that it's a whole different can of worms to go through
Honestly,
and like go over people's.
Me and Dream don't have a lot of lore in private, to be totally honest. A lot of almost every time we've interacted has been on stream. So I think it's why I also find it quite easy to be more objective when it comes to shit like this, after obviously acknowledging my biases. So I don't know, maybe it's because I'm
actual
less
messages
involved.
and stuff, and I think that makes it way more complicated.
Oh,
Keeping it
fly
simple,
on
it's
the
like,
wall,
well, here's the
you
bullet
know?
points, and then here's what for me sparked X, Y, and Z. At the end of the day, kind of good conclusion there is,
Did it crash?
So why is Dream skipping over Tubbo talking about the inappropriate conversations happening in Discord calls on the USMP?
Yes!
I didn't intentionally skip over that.
Yes! And no, he did intentionally skip over it because he jumped through the VOD. Oh my god! This is actually my gripe with Dream and none of the other stuff that he said. None of the other stuff that he said. This is actually my gripe with him.
I can look at, I don't know when he said it in the VOD, but yeah, one of the things that Tubbo, so I guess Tubbo didn't give specifics, so I'm not going to give exact specifics, but I'll give more specifics than Tubbo did, because again, it does make it seem a lot worse than what he's, you know, the way that Tubbo is phrasing it. I do think that eventually it's something that could be,
Again, the downplaying before he gets to actually what I said.
you know, used in like a gotcha moment of like, oh my god, but first of all, it doesn't involve me. Like I have nothing, other than
I didn't use it as a gotcha moment. I was explaining the conversation we had in private, in that private call. And when I explained to you why I disliked you before the truth video came out.
the fact that obviously the Dream SMP is like my thing, so it's my Discord, you know, whatever. But Tubbo brought up to me one of the previous times we called, how looking back on you know, some interactions that he had in the Dream SMP Discord, that he, you know, was uncomfortable because he was 17 or whatever at the time, and like an interaction that he, you know, brought up was that in a in like one of the, you know, one of the Dream SMP chats or whatever, there was like a fan art porn image shown. Now obviously that's not something that should be shown regardless.
Dude, the downplaying is crazy. Yeah, so this is what happened. And I know he knows it happened. Yeah. So like, basically just like a bunch of them got in VC. If my memory serves, Dream actually wasn't there, which is why I'm not necessarily critiquing him for it, but I'm critiquing him for just letting it happen. Yeah.
To anybody, doesn't matter, you know, what the affiliation is, but or what their, I guess, age is, unless they, you know, or whatever. But to give context, because I think it is important to this situation, is it was a bunch of Dream SMP people in a call, looking at the fact that fans were drawing crazy art like that and making fun of it and being like, oh my god, this is crazy, this is disgusting. You know, no one should do.
Yeah, that's not genuinely how I remember the sentiment of the conversation going. Personally, my account, obviously it's a VC, so everyone's gonna be like, where's your evidence? There isn't any, it was a VC. My overall perception of how the call was going was like, yeah, they were looking at this stuff with like shock, 100%, like, oh my god, why are people drawing fan art, porn, Rule 34, whatever you want to call it, of our friend group? But it was more like they were sending the inappropriate porn of each other, not sending stuff that was of themselves. You know what I mean? Which is why I don't necessarily agree with what he said there.
do this essentially, and to give context to like an image. I guess I don't know how to say this without it being kind of, it's not graphic, but like it is. I think it was like a Bad Boy Halo Minecraft character with like a penis and a Skeppy Minecraft character.
It wasn't. I don't recall it being Minecraft characters. I recall it being pretty like drawings, man. Like drawings, like.
Obviously, again, I validated Tubbo's concerns and was like, yeah, obviously
He did do that. That is
that's
fair.
something that could make someone uncomfortable, and I totally see that. And obviously, if you're a minor being around something shared like or shown like that, then you wouldn't want to be. But I also did express to him that the way that that's being brought up, even in this context, is like almost as a way of like, therefore, these people are predators or
No, that's not it. That's not it. I just think. Now I am old enough and not 16 years old like the other two 16-year-olds in that Discord server at the time. I think it was a weird thing to not do anything about it. And I'd have less of a gripe with Dream about this because he wasn't actively involved. And I think that's very important to know. And also, I think it's important to call, as when I asked him to come and talk to me on stream today, he did mention this one bit. And he did ask me to mention... He did also say it's not my responsibility, and he's saying that the general talk around it is that Dream sent porn to minors, which obviously is not the fucking case. And he said it's not my responsibility, but I feel like in the spirit of not spreading misinformation, like we have been doing this whole stream, it is important to be like, yes, it wasn't done predatory, it's just adults being stupid in an open space where there are people who are younger. People will say, his server, his responsibility. It's a private Discord server. Really, it's the people who are sending that shit with this responsibility, and I believe that. But I just was like, it's weird. I just think, and that's why, and anyone that was involved in sending that kind of stuff and interacting with that kind of stuff, I don't talk to now because I think they're weird, okay? But it's not about them right now. It's about Dream. You know what I mean? Who sent it? It's fine. Like, can you tell us who? Yeah, but like, guys, it's not what we're doing right now. Like, come on. I don't particularly want to talk about it. Is that fine? Like, I'm not like, I was just like, yeah, this, like, it's only looking back at it, I'm like, this is really fucking weird, you know?
or whatever. And again, that's not me. Wasn't something.
Yeah,
that
it wasn't him, and that is true.
But it's also something that I definitely, even privately with George and Nick or whatever, have shared ridiculous things. Like, look at this. This is terrible. And so I even expressed to him as like, you're looking at it through a lens of like, if these guys are super,
I'm looking at it through a lens that like, I'll tell you what lens I'm looking through it at. I'm looking at it through my names as I'm 21 years old now. Would I interact that way in a Discord server with someone that's 16? No. At my age of 21. And that's why I have a problem with it. Because I'm like, I wouldn't fucking do that. And like, that's why I don't necessarily give, yeah.
These guys are super terrible, creepy guys.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying these guys are stupid. I've literally said most of the stream saying, guys, Dream is not a pedophile. One less pedophile in the world. Good. That has literally been my messaging.
Then look at this action where they shared, Skeppy, Bad Boy Halo, Minecraft porn, and that's a predatory like action.
Low key though? That's a really weird action. Like, the way you just phrased that is not charitable even for yourself. Like, I don't really have any words, man. And also, this is like actually my personal gripe with Dream. So I find this a little bit harder to be more objective talking about.
And so I think it can both be not something that should be happening and something that's fair to look at and be like, hey, that's, hey, you should avoid having anybody in a channel with anything like that if they're 17.
Yeah, probably.
As Tubbo was. But the way that it kind of looked at it as Tubbo was like, well, no one, I don't think anyone in that scenario was trying to be creepy or.
Yeah, no one in that scenario was trying to be creepy, but they just weren't being particularly mindful. And then you pair that kind of behavior with the same rumors that Dream was talking about earlier, with like you pair that kind of behavior with the same actions Dream talked about earlier on the stream, such as the oh, you called my friend who's a girl a whore and it really upset her, and then him not being able to recall whether he's actually done that or not, paired with this lapse, uncaring attitude towards this behavior that happened in the Discord where he was the only admin in. Like, it doesn't, like, the image paints itself. It's not, because at this point, I'm not saying anything which is based on speculation. I'm saying nothing that is based on speculation. And I'm saying everything I'm saying right now, Dream himself has confirmed happened. I'm just basically, he's done a lot of downplaying throughout this entire stream. I'm just ignoring the downplaying and cutting through it and just saying what it is. And the picture kind of paints itself.
Or predatory to anybody.
But also, I want to say, I don't think Dream is a predator, and I don't think that is the case. I think his friend group has a serious problem with their attitude and how they act with women. That is my opinion. Opinion, by the way, this opinion flag. And I think I am inclined to believe that's the case because of this inappropriate behavior that happened. It doesn't make me not inclined to believe it. You know? And I'm sure people were saying, oh my god, there's so much speculation. Where's the evidence? He is confirming it himself. Okay? Like, I yell into, like, a void sometimes, and I feel like people only hear what they want to hear. But my strong opinion is I think his friend group needs to have a serious attitude adjustment with how they act and behave around women. Evident by his own testimony in this VOD. And I find it very hard to give the benefit of the doubt for stuff like that because of the weird behavior he's talking about right now. And he doesn't seem to think it's an issue because of his skewed perspective of the context. He seems to think everything is justifiable with context when some things just aren't justifiable, such as the messaging Tom's mum, such as the why would you ever send porn in a Discord server where there's people under the age of 18. But again, I want to reiterate, I don't think he's a predator, and he is not a pedophile. Okay?
It was people treating Tubbo like he was, just like them, like he was an adult, which probably shouldn't have happened. But it's also something that Tubbo and Tommy both asked many times. They both said, don't treat us any different. Don't treat us like anyone else.
I literally have no recollection of anything like that ever happening. In the words of Dream, any evidence of that, great. Like, and also, if a child comes up to you and asks to be acted like an adult to convince you to buy them a vape, you still don't buy them a vape. Like, also, it's just an insane thing to say.
Don't, whatever. But at the same time, they're kids. They're young. They're minors at that point. So they're not, you shouldn't take their word for that. But it's not like that was like a frequent thing that happened. Obviously, again, this was one instance that Tubbo brought up.
No, it wasn't, okay. It happened more than once. It happened about 2 or 3 times. And it was in the early days of the Dream SMP, before there were any adults that were better with stuff like that. It was before Phil was on the server. It was before the time, because, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, it was before the time there would have been anyone there which would have been like, this is fucking weird in any circumstance.
I'm not sure. I don't know the exact specifics, but there's something that's
fair.
Brought up.
It's okay that he doesn't know the exact specifics because he wasn't there. And I will say that.
And so that I don't know the exact clip where he mentioned that, but there's that. Obviously, I'm sure people will run to the hills with that information, and be like, oh my god, they're sharing, whatever. It's like, guys.
Yeah, people will run to the hills because if you cut through the downplaying that you do, it's the fact, those are just the facts, you know what I mean? And the facts paint their own picture. It's almost like how when you released You're the Truth video, you asked everyone to look at all of the information and come to their own conclusion. I've said that a lot today. And that's what they're doing right now with the information that you don't necessarily want them to see. Okay? Like, they are now looking at all the facts and the stuff that you have confirmed over your years, and they are now drawing their own conclusions. It's like, yeah. That's all I have to say.
Be for real, be serious, and realize the lunacy of the situation we were in as creators, having that type of stuff posted about us. And we're
100%. It's very weird when people make any kind of drawn porn of a creator. I think it's very weird. Very weird and, like, incredibly weird. And I think you can be like, yes, post this to my friends. This is so weird. But, like, I don't think that context does make it any better. Like I said, when I spoke to him about coming and talking on stream today, he did mention to me, and I feel like I can say this because I don't think he's going to mind me saying this publicly. He did mention to me that he doesn't want he doesn't want this to be used to frame him as a predator. One, because he wasn't there. And two, because enough people is already being like, he's a fucking pedophile. And I think that's respectable. But I think, yeah, it's just, the context doesn't make it any better is the issue. And I think he thinks the context makes it really better and justifiable, and it doesn't. And that's what I'm criticizing for.
Collectively, as a collective, talking about it and sharing it and being like, what the hell? What is this? You know? And not like, oh my God, this is like it's not a sexual weird.
No, of course it wasn't done with sexual intent, but it's sexual by nature. It's sexual by nature. And things that are inherently sexual by nature don't have any kind of place in places where there are people under the age of 18. Even with context. Some things are just bad, even with context. For example, calling 15 million people the arseler. That is bad, even with the context. Including messaging Tom's mum. That is bad, even in context. Like, some things, context just doesn't matter. And people will be like, well, context always matters. But there's some things to a degree where it doesn't. Like, of course, if the context was, you need to post porn of Skeppy and Bad Boy Halo in the Discord or I'm going to shoot your mum. Yeah, that context fucking matters. Like, you can use a level of, like, critical thinking, though, to be able to determine if this context actually changes how this action is perceived.
Again, it wasn't something that I was personally, as far as I know, directly involved in, but
he
but
wasn't, and I can say he wasn't.
But again, it feels, it's not disingenuous, but it feels it's almost sometimes where more context is better. Like,
it wouldn't be disingenuous, okay? It wouldn't be disingenuous if you had watched the part of the stream where I actually said this and explained all of this, and it wouldn't come across disingenuously to you if you, while you're going on about context right now, actually took in the full context of what I said to make you feel like it needed more context.
In this case, saying like, yeah, there was some inappropriate stuff that happened, conversations and stuff that happened in Dream SMP Discords that like Dream was aware of, and that's like, you know, like whatever. That without more context sounds weirder than if you give more context, where it's like, well, yeah, okay. It's almost worse to, it's like, I don't want to, sometimes like, I'm sure Tubbo's like, I don't want to give details because it's awkward to talk about, versus, but sometimes like details are necessary, I guess.
Yeah, but you've said the details now, and it hasn't really changed the perception of the act, I must admit. So I feel like me being like, it's awkward to talk about and I don't want to talk about the details. It's because also it brings other people into it. Like, why are you posting porn of Skeppy and Bad Boy Halo in the Discord? Why are they now being brought into as the catalyst for this event? You know what I mean? Like, the context not only drags other people in, it also doesn't really change anything. You know what I mean? Sorry, has he chatted with Dream yet? No, he said he doesn't want to talk today.
In a way.
He's working on a response video to Tom's one he dropped earlier today, so he doesn't want to come on stream and talk.
That was another.
I won't lie, I was a little bit disappointed because I thought to be honest, I'll say what I thought. I was very disappointed that he then backed out of coming on stream. I don't think this makes him a coward or anything like that. I just thought that he needed less time to think through his arguments before he said them. Honestly, because that is often a good indication of how much truth there is in what someone is saying. So I thought, even though Tom dropped the video, I thought he would still be open to coming on stream because I thought he would already know what to say and not need to make a video and be comfortable talking about it live. And I feel like my stream from the Brighton lot is probably the best place to actually have that conversation and not have it just be insults and not have it be ridiculously hostile and uncomfortable to listen to. But yeah, I do wish if he sometimes does this, I'm still so open to talking on stream about stuff. I do want to talk about it on stream because we've both done both of these long discussions on stream now, and I feel like it would be really good to just have this conversation on stream. Yes, am I going to press you about why you thought it was okay to say the R slur to all of Tom's audience and why you laughed about it in this stream and on Reddit? Yes, I'll press you about that. Yes, that's going to be awkward and uncomfortable. But yes, I'm also going to press you about the way you downplay things. And yes, I'm going to talk about how your friendship group acts with women. And I would want more clarification and knowledge about that. But like, I feel like it's a good thing to talk about, especially when people can hear. And because also, the unique thing is my chat is I don't put my chat in emo only for anything. So as the stream's going on, you can actively read what people are saying and thinking, and you can respond to it. Rather than just this yay and nay emote spam. Alright, we got 5 more minutes left. I promised on Twitter I'd watch all of it, and I'm almost through it. Come on, I want to log onto the realm. I've almost missed the entire event.
I think that for getting into specifics on like, obviously I did reply to a tweet initially being like I'll talk about it, but I think getting into specifics about how certain people reacted to the allegations it's counterintuitive in a way, I guess, because I feel like I appreciate everyone that was kind of there for me during those times and everyone that did, regardless of what their reasons were for doing it.
I'll say I was not there for Dream when the allegations came out. I will say I was not there for him. And I think it's important I'm honest about that because I feel like people who were can talk a lot more about how it affected him as a person than I can. And I think that's just me being honest. And it's a fair thing to say.
I appreciate them for, around, I guess. I think that there were multiple things that obviously I'm just choosing not to share now that maybe I would share at a future date if necessary or if I thought appropriate, in regards to that I think is very whatever, and it is more in specific relation to that group, but it does, in my mind, delves more into like private information, private messages, so on and so forth. So I don't want to. I just wanted to keep it to the minimal of like revealing any private stuff outside of things that are absolutely necessary or conversations or things that people had already talked about. So for now, obviously you can make assumptions, and you're probably correct with your assumptions, but I'm not.
Why would he say? Wait, why would he then at the end of the stream go? You can make your assumptions. You're probably correct about your assumptions after throughout the entire stream going. They tell so many lies about me. It's all a pile of lies. I'm like, I don't understand the dragging in Amy for no reason as well. Literally no reason. That is an insane thing to do. I know it was part of our private phone call, but you just went one step further as well. I'm like, oh.
But yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of, I don't know if there's ever any like really fully coming back reputation wise or like image wise, but obviously behind the scenes, the way that people view me specifically,
I think
a lot of it's built on things that aren't true, and the things that are true, it's public information. Like, there's not, as far as I know, and I've opened my DMs to anybody. I'm down to talk about anything. But I'd love to, this year, obviously my plan, I want to work, I'm going to be grinding a lot. I've been posting more videos. I want to post a lot more.
Hannah too, yeah. Hannah was also brought up for no fucking reason.
Let's move chapters.
Especially after he anonymously said things from other people later on.
Move on, I guess, to...
Crazy.
I guess here I'll play a little hopeful music. Move on. And, hopefully make new friends. Hopefully you know, I'm sure that this ruffled some feathers and
Ludwig
people have a lot
too.
to say
I
about it,
don't
and
think
there'll be a lot
Ludwig
of,
was involved. I think he just said Ludwig's name. It was about Robo Funny, dude. The Mogul Mail stuff, probably about Ludwig. The other Ludwig stuff was entirely about Robo Funny.
you know, drama from it, but hopefully people legitimately try and look at things from other sides. Obviously right now, Tommy's like has the Infinity Stones on Twitter and is like Thanos, so I'm not expecting anything there, but I never have been, and I don't think that's, you know, I'm not worried about that, or
So
nothing hasn't bothered me.
unserious.
Obviously I went to sleep and then I woke up and there was like a bunch of tweets and stuff, so I was like, oh yeah, it was kind of probably similar for Tommy. Probably woke up and was like, wait, Dream tweeted. Yeah, I'm hopeful. I want to make new friends. I want to obviously kind of move on from all this, and it does feel like a lot of this was stuff that like has kind of been eating at me, and it's just annoying. It's like it's hard to, it's so frustrating. Done a lot of bad things. I've done things I regret. I obviously made apologies, or I'm sure people have shared them around and been linked to for different reasons, but I at the end of the day I want to try and be honest and fair, and I do have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect, even obviously after the stream. I have a lot of respect for Tubbo. I have a lot of respect for
Thanks,
Tommy. I have a lot
man.
of respect for everyone, all the creators on the Dream SMP. And I said that because it's true. I do. I think that my respect has been hurt in some ways for Tommy, in some ways because of actions and the lack of communication that, you know, would maybe clear up some of those things. Yeah, at the end of the day, very positive. And I'm gonna be uploading more and stuff. And if anyone has any things outside of this, I'm sure maybe in my stream tomorrow, maybe at the beginning or the end, I'll maybe talk about some of it or something.
Thanks for
And
the 10
especially
gifted,
if there's anything that happens between now and then.
I will start reading out subs.
Yeah. Otherwise, appreciate you guys.
It's
See you
been
guys soon.
6 hours of Dream,
You know,
man.
drama is so fun. I was just jealous. I was jealous I wasn't in all the drama.
Yeah, at least he's
Bye,
honest.
guys.
Bye. Bye, Dream. And just like that, I've watched this entire VOD, okay? I've watched this entire VOD.
Boom.
Now, everyone that comes at me being like, he always takes clips of Dream outside of context. Yo, Tariq, thank you for the 50. Tariq? Thank you so much for the 50 gifted. What the hell? Thank you. I'm Rise of the Prime. Right. Okay. What I will say is, oh my god. Oh. Heaven forbid he farms subs after watching. Oh, did we just hit the 5,000 sub goal? Guys, honestly, I'm gonna be called out for how much more money this stream has made than my normal live stream. And I can see it coming. I can see it coming, man. Like, Jenny, thank you for the 5 gifted. No, what I will say is, I am genuinely... Oh my god, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you so much, Gators, for the 5. Guys, I will say, I'm genuinely disappointed he didn't react to more of my VOD. Where, basically, it was an hour long. It was really 40 minutes of me talking about it. He got 30 minutes in and jumped a bunch of context, and that's the exact same thing his audience criticized me for doing when I talk about stuff without the full context. And this time, I watched the full 3-hour VOD and reacted to everything. I want to say, I do not expect him to watch this full hour live stream, and I don't think he needs to. As long as things aren't jumped around and context isn't removed, so, like, easily, like, 10 minutes in, I think that's fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like, 4 hours, it's been 6 hours. Oh my god. Sub go. Oh my god, guys. Thank you. This is basically funding my SMP, the Realm SMP. All of the subs and proceeds are basically going towards funding that. I need to create a new goal. So I really do appreciate you guys supporting the stream. Because also, I'm spending a lot of money on a project I'm doing this year. Oh, great. Now he's promoting. Now he's going to be shelled for that. I'm spending a lot of money this year on launching a service with the goal of giving absolutely every single Twitch viewer of mine a free Minecraft server called Play.Hosting. So I'm using a lot of my ad revenue and sub money for that right now. So yeah, yeah, I was disappointed. My closing thoughts are, I was disappointed he didn't react to more of my VOD. And then during his own stream, accused me of stuff which was false because he didn't have the context of reacting to my full VOD. And it's also the exact same thing he complains about. That rubbed me the wrong way a little bit, but now